right reroll, that can really work out. But I think
Halo,
it's not
selamat malam.
We saw another EMEA player did it
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Balik lagi bareng Minutar, guys.
It did not go well. He went down the disco line.
Balik kita Nobar.
Hits one of the good ones.
TFT Rumble Remix Championship World Day 2 ya.
It looks like it's switch.
Sambil Nobar tuh sambil makan kita bro.
Why did I say anything at all?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anyone's going to find a way to make it work, it's definitely going to be him. But from the other silver ones you see coming on the right-hand side, any of the others leap at you as well as that Caretaker's ally?
I think the big one has to be the Swolls of War for Ice, a player that showcased his strength in building strong boards at any point in the game, any stage of TFT. If you pick this augment with a strong stage 2 board, and you can win streak stage 2 especially, it can really snowball out of control. There are few silver augments that scale as much as Swolls of War in the late game especially.
Silver Spoils of War is definitely the best tier to get this augment relative to the combat augments. And what we see from CN is that a lot of 2-cost rerolls actually like taking this. You can play a relatively calm stage 2, but then spike hard on stage 3, and you're usually the strongest of the comps on stage 3.
I'll be really interested to see how that works out long term. Looking at a few of the other ones in there, Salvi with the help is on the way. Has of course a long-term game plan. One of those players, as we mentioned, coming in today, who doesn't really have the chance outside of an absolute miracle run of making the top 8, but is still motivated to improve his position and walk away with as much prize money as possible.
Is it time, Clement? The forbidden.
Oh no!
Or forbidden.
Are we going to manifest it again?
Corky reroll. Salvi has nothing to lose. It's time to go in.
He still is not mathematically eliminated, so I'm not sure I would go for it. And I do want to talk about like the benchmarks right here, because we've seen players come back from 23 points on day 1 and make it to the final lobby on day 3 in Tech Summers.
No, absolutely. You know, one that comes to mind most for me, of course, is Rainplosion, who had that incredible comeback run after having a very rough start to the opening of groups day 1. But for Salvi, for El Mumu, it really is about just pushing a little bit further. You can see, look at Salvi's face. I mean, does he look? He certainly looks like a player who's still got absolute focus on his game, even if he knows day 1 didn't go the way he wanted.
And it's, as Clement said, possible to make top 8 still. You'd need around 7.3 points per game to make it, so that's a lot of firsts and quite a few seconds as well, really only those 2 positions. But all in all, there's a massive prize pool for this event. Every single placement, even from 17th to 16th, is relevant in terms of trying to go home with as much of that prize pool as possible. So there are stakes for every single player in every lobby.
I mean, that's so important, of course, with the World Championship representing the apex of competitive TFT. We want our players to have those ways to commit the time in and, you know, to make the TFT competition as big of a part of their lives as possible. But we've got ourselves a few more developments here. Eggy, we haven't seen too much, has found 4 super fan from the earlier going to get that early power on the board.
And we did see that early Shojin slam coming out from him, so that usually signals a Seraphine reroll. We have seen in CN that some players will actually move away from the Shojins and go for adapted helm as well, but usually it will be that Seraphine or Senna line.
And Eggy played 2 games with Seraphine yesterday with great results. He is around that top 10 mark right now in the standings. So definitely we could see playing reroll. He played 6 games of reroll yesterday. I think he's definitely in his comfort zone when going down these lines.
Well, we've mentioned the 2-cost rerolls a few times already. I kind of wanted to get a read for you guys, as we do have a spatula on our first one, which Ice and Yash both have first grab
and a Riven with a glove. Anyone trying to go down the Riven reroll route, as well as an Aphelios for someone that is maybe still missing Heartsteel in this stage 2.
It's going to be left up for an enormously long time, and it's going to be Vintium who ends up walking away with it. Taking a look at it on the bottom, we can see Heartsteel is in place for the time being. It might be able to push him over and get that active, or push to the 5 sooner.
You can tell that there's a lot of rerolls in this lobby, because Urgot with a BF sword was actually picked up almost second to last.
Looking at Ice, despite picking up Spoils of War, is currently 7th in the HP standing, so does not have the strongest board for stage 2. But as we mentioned, if you can manage to win streak with Spoils of War the entire game, fantastic. Even if you don't, though, this item, or this augment rather, does something in stage 4 and 5. It still scales into those stages and gets you a lot of resources.
Yeah, certainly would allow a little bit more aggression. Certainly find the Riven. We've got the Infinity Edge potentially ready to slam. I don't think at this point Ice wants to quite turn that corner. Go up against Salvi with the help is on the way. Has built a strong board without having use of the early augment.
Yep, and Salvi has basically the perfect opening here. He has the 4-Mosher combo in the front line with good anti-heal in the back line. Nothing much you could ask for when you're going for something like that Heartsteel line. On the other hand, for Ice, I'm getting a little bit worried because this is very much a 1st or 8th playstyle. It worked for Eggy, but on the other hand, we also saw, I think for Miguel, it handed him an 8th place.
That being said, for Ice, he is looking like he's playing Heartsteel. He has those item slams that are going down that line. And he's a player we saw yesterday is maybe the best Heartsteel player up until now in the tournament. So if there's one person to trust playing a riskier playstyle, it is the CN player.
Do want to take a note as we briefly saw Skipper say he has managed to find his long-forgotten home there in Heartsteel, along with the Twitch. It's not exactly the most obvious combination of things, but we'll see what ends up coming out long-term.
And I do want to say this is a massive low roll for Skipeas. He started the game with 2 Sennas. He really wanted the Senna from his caretakers, but Twitch is really one of the worst options because alone without the Punk, it takes so long to get your cast out, and he's been nerfed heavily before.
We did see that exact opener from Dish Soap in the NA Regionals, which he actually managed to top 4 with using that Vex carry with the Rabadons as a way to do so. It's possible
Alpi enak banget, 8 bitnya udah
Twitch for
20.000
and just sells them off later on. It's a little injection of 2 gold every time you level. It's not ideal, obviously, but if we're talking about someone that's able to adapt and go to those plan Bs, that is, of course, Skipeas.
Well, I do want to bring the conversation to Salvi, who we're seeing on screen right now. The Mosher certainly has been getting some decent stats here at the 3-cost reroll kind of place.
Win streak! Win streak!
Yeah. Well, Miguel gets it. In terms of the overall field, where do you guys feel like Mosher lies, between the 2-cost rerolls and the late game boards?
I think it's very strong at top 4ing. We saw it in the stats, just across ladder, across regionals coming into this tournament. I think the sample size in this tournament is not really reflective of its strength. We saw, even on broadcast, a few low roll games with Dish Soap where he had 4 Urgots at the end of stage 4, which is definitely not where you want to be, especially on a relatively uncontested line when Urgot is not being held by country rollers, which there are not many of. So we'll see if players have, I think, more chances with it today.
And we just saw Miguel actually with a very similar line with Salvi win out. He's going to be our only 100 HP player. And I have to feel a little bit bad for Salvi because this happened yesterday as well. Super strong early game, but if you get that 1 loss in stage 2, with the streaks extended now, it's so hard to build up econ.
Well, speaking of streaks, we do not have many left in the lobby at all. Only Ice left on the full loss streak, as you mentioned.
Aman gak Min? Amin. Jakarta rungkat, bro.
What we've seen so far, we're in a portal where we do not have a big impact on the overall game. A golden finale. Does this change the game that we've only got
Kalau lanjut aku udah main ini.
I think what changes the game, Peter, is going to be a Z on 3-1 when you're angling Heartsteel already.
That's illegal.
Ice just doing Ice things, Ice Baby maybe should be the name for the rest of the tournament, considering how cool, calm, and collected he seems in terms of executing on a very risky playstyle, which is Heartsteel.
I have to admit, I have never heard that song in China.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
It's time.
Let us know in the chat if we change things across. But Ice, we mentioned, the turning point might be getting closer and closer. The Nah certainly doing a good amount of heavy lifting. Up against Skipeas here. We have got bringing the Punk into the mix as well to try and bring Skipeas' balls close together. Hasn't actually lost a ton of HP despite an unusual start.
He definitely has the tempo from the Twitch too, and what I want to mention is he finally got his Heartsteel online. The what about me complaining works in interview and at the top of the day, and that's why TFT players love doing it.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
Exactly.
I wonder if we're going to see a level to 6 and a Punk roll from Ice to try and find his own Heartsteel leading to the rest of stage 3. I think that could be an angle if you want to start getting those resources going in terms of the heart stacks.
Anjir ada bawang nyangkut.
As David has just spotted there, submits the pit is on the cards. Here, just take a quick look around. Last stand, also a potential option for Salvi down at the bottom. But we're seeing a relatively large amount of the more generic augments being picked up rather than the directional ones.
Yeah, I would really have wanted to see that blank state from Ice, but he rolls it away immediately.
Awkward options. Magic Wand, Little Buddies, Heroic Grabback. If he's trying to play Heartsteel,
R2
really
challenger semua.
For this comp. Might have to pivot his strategy altogether, but he's already slammed items like IE, so I wonder where he goes with this.
Heroic Grabback, okay. I thought he was going to be going on a Riven angle because he did hit a
Rumku aja tuh nggak challenger dia yang juara 1.
Late to go back to that one. You can still play Ari
Modal kartus B3 anjir.
All right, across the rest of the field. Yeah,
pakai 6 Guardian anjir kartus B3 udah.
More or less what we'd expect going against
Tapi bikin ada deflect.
stable. Eggy though has managed to find his way to a barred headliner, fully itemized, and dishing out a good amount of damage.
Everyone caution, relax. He is not going to be playing Jazz reroll. This is just item holder for now, and you'll play one of the meta 2-cost rerolls instead. We only saw 2 Jazz rerolls yesterday. One of those players was Miguel, who's in this lobby. He went 7th with it, so not the best result.
And this is a really smart way to play tempo. A lot of the 2-cost rerolls share the same AP items. Specifically, we have seen a lot of Kales hold Seraphine items, and a lot of Senna's just kind of like, you can hold the bar items as well because they both have those mana generation from superfans.
No, absolutely. Checking in on Yash from O's, currently our lowest HP player in the lobby, has slammed a lot of these early items and has been bringing the Heartsteel online for a while. Eggy in a roughly similar position, but a good amount of more HP. I mean, based on what we've got here, you mentioned we've got the flexibility to change things around. If you're in Eggy's position, one of our players who's got a good amount of points in the lobby, which one of these rerolls would you be most happy to see him on?
It's really about what's
Udah masuk
you have to be
R2.
scouting. Right now, maybe it might be a bit too early. There are players who haven't decided yet, but especially at the end
Lagi
of
main
stage
dong
3, you
harusnya,
have really
jam
clear
7.
indication in terms of what units are being held, especially on the bench, of
Mainnya
what
jam 7
players
kan?
are still angling or are open towards, and then trying to go down the uncontested line. If you're contesting something like a Kale, Seraphine, you're going to have a really hard time hitting if someone else is going for that exact line.
It does look like we're shaping up for maybe a 4 Heartsteel lobby right here. A lot of players are getting their cash outs. So in terms of the 2-cost rerolls, it looks relatively open so far. I would definitely prefer Eggy onto the Seraphine line since his items are absolutely perfect for it. He's got the Shojin and the Nashers ready, and we saw a player like Yush do very well with it, the best Seraphine player in this lobby.
We've got ourselves a Caitlyn and an Ari hanging around if our players do want to try and find their direction a little bit more fiercely. Ice taking a look there.
Early game
locking down.
super fan
That's
semua ya hampir ya.
much early on. Bintim, who did pick up that spatula, has turned that into a Heartsteel emblem. So we do know, as you mentioned, Clement, Heartsteel is very much on the menu multiple times.
I'm not surprised he's a little bit far behind in the standings. Needs to have some big games to come back for his deficit yesterday. And this might mean using his skill as a player to really try and min-max his Heartsteel line, get as many resources as possible, and plays for those first or seconds, even starting on this Game 7.
Oh, this is such an interesting combination. Return on investment and caretakers in the same. What is happening in the EMEA?
What is happening in Scape's head? There's a more specific question that you have to ask there, Clement.
I will open up the field here, because I remember from previous championships, there were players who went their own way and ended up influencing future plays to come.
Dia
I think it was
pakai
mentioned there
punk cuma buat itu
has
doang.
been an inimitable player in a lot of ways, but
Nambah
hey, if it works, it works.
Could he possibly be sticking to the Twitch line, playing
I
Executioner?
think he is.
Has a double stone play already in the Garen, and indicates that Amumu will be the solo front in this game. The extra spot for Executioners especially is really, really great because you want to be rolling on 6 and 7, but you want extra trade spots to go for that vertical on the Executioner line. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I think he is, in this case, not giving up on what he's given with Caretaker's ally. If it's an ally, he wants to trust it, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of people when they hit this Twitch with caretakers, they can actually just sell the Twitch and move the items over to someone like Samira. Generally speaking, if you don't have Punk in, it's not really worth it to run the Twitch 3.
Well, at least Scapeus has been able to run out the loss streak for this round at least, so he'll be brewing things. As you noticed, we have got the bench units giving us indication as we've got our 6th Twitch coming in.
Moving on 6.
The question here is, he accidentally finds a headliner, or does he just swap immediately? I think that's always the interesting thing, and like players go for tempo, or do they want to go for more cap?
Main apa bro? Tebakan bro. Execute.
All right. No, I don't hate it at all. Scapeus, of course, as you mentioned, we'll have the return on investment Tactician's Crown coming in just a second. We're seeing our players starting to level up as we come to the end of stage number 3. Miguel up the top with Bintium as well.
Kalau sistem poin begini ya, enak gitu mainnya slow gitu guys.
Has managed to put together a pretty decent looking board.
Clear indicator of playing Heartsteel, has already the IE and the Red Buff Slam, the Gunblade for the Z especially. For now, just the Aphelios headliner with a tier, hoping for the second tier, obviously for the blue buff coming in this next round.
Yep, Yush is on 41 HP, so there is pretty much no chance for a raise the stakes right here, but he did get that 5 Heartsteel in early on. I will say for Heartsteel, you really want to clear the 200 mark if you want to go for raise the stakes, because you can dodge those tomes. Those tomes absolutely kill your stage 4.
Yeah, it's a big risk to take at this kind of stage of the competition. As Scapeus does ride out his loss streak, Eggy the only one to take the win streak out of the stage as well. As we move into stage 4, what are you guys feeling about the overall lobby from what we've seen so far? Wait a second, Bintam.
He didn't find 5 Heartsteel though. Kind of sad considering he had the
Ini main
emblem as
apa
well.
ini,
You
guys?
expect him to find the 4 Heartsteel naturally and then the 5th Heartsteel with. Okay, he has it now. Yeah, never mind. So he's good to go with this massive
5
raise the
Heartsteel.
stakes.
All right, so based on what we've seen so far, what are you guys expecting the rest of this game 1 of day 2 to look like?
Ini main revenge, udah dapet
Right
AL-nya.
now, I'm expecting Riven reroll. I called it. He's
Anjir udah
going back.
ke-7 bro.
He kind of low rolled a little bit early, and I feel like he held Rivens, but then sold them a little bit. And now he's just looking to finish out because he's very close on finishing out all of his Rivens right now.
Let's see that APM. You told us all about it. He
Cepet
banned
banget tangannya ya.
fast across the world for
Bangke,
how
bangke.
fast he can move
One off.
on the board. And this roll down looking good. Only missing 1 Riven with the 2 duplicators on the bench. Can he find it in time? Has a Yorick online, has a Kane online as well.
All right, I do not hate it at all.
8
We've already got
bit.
a decent amount of the
Sisa
stacks
satu
through from a
lagi
little
tuh.
bit earlier on. Up against Skipers, of course, is very happy to keep that loss streak going. Let's ice back into the conversation a
Berani
little
sih
bit more.
augmentnya begitu anjir.
Yep, and we did see this very first of release style, but I do want to remind everyone that Riven reroll was the top 3-cost comp that we saw yesterday from our overall stats, so it is working for players.
Nah, ini tinggal 1 nih biasanya nih.
Augments gonna come up now, and this means that anyone that has to have these massive Heartsteel roll down to level 8 needs to pick quickly and start rolling down, trying to find these units as fast as possible before others can test you on things like Poppy, things like Zed, or the Ezreal.
Healing
We
out.
did have Golden Finale, so for augments, this is the best for tailored combat augments. It only happens in gold. It's a lot better for reroll comps in most situations compared to Heartsteel.
You mentioned the roll
Oh,
down
Salvi ke 8 dia.
on the far,
Nggak jadi main
far
revenge.
side there. As we've got a lot of stuff being hit across the board. Miguel putting together the board as well in the bottom left-hand side.
I would say for all of the high rolls right here, remember your roots is probably the best for Eggy because Seraphine reroll, KDA plus Spellweaver basically covers your entire board. That's what the one I personally really like out of these 8.
And I love the thematic game plan for Skippace as well. He goes from an ally to a best friend, really getting the friendship
dapat Twin
online
Terror.
for this
Twin Terror,
execution
best friend ya, bukan
And he's
Twin
trying to,
Terror.
as we mentioned, fit in these Amumus, the 2
Kira-
Stomachs in the front. The Vex too, yes, but only
Kira
3
Twin
copies
Terror
of Vex
guys.
for now on this board.
Best friend guys.
Yeah, it's been taking the slightly longer road for the lobby. It's spent aggressively to get this board online, and now is done in the corner into the win.
Atas masih cari kalah ya.
Cash out for the return on investment, and we'll hand out the extra loss
Wah,
to
yang
Bintam, of
300
course.
tuh.
That raise the stakes box is getting more and more valuable.
This is great matchmaking from him because he's sitting on 40 HP. If he loses any of these early rounds, he's going to have to donkey roll on 3-5, 3-6. So a big sigh of reprieve. And
Oh,
look at
revenge
Ice.
udah
We didn't even
3.
get to see the roll down, but he was only 1 off.
Gonna have to hope for a tier on this next character to have a little bit of Omnivamp onto that Riven so she can do her best in terms of dealing damage, but also surviving a lot of those hits as a melee reroll unit.
Checking in for a second on Mumu with the center board being brought together with a long-term return on investment being picked up as a final augment. But the Seraphine comp for Eggy does seem to be online. Pretty much as promised. We'll see how well it does against the more clumped boards like Bintam's right now.
Beda
I am
semua
a little
kombonya.
bit worried for Eggy right here because there are 4 Seraphines on El Mumu's board and he has not found an Ari. That is typically the most important point when you're going up against a 4 Heartsteel lobby.
Binteum darahnya
Look at all the reroll players.
masih
Only a single one has already hit
45 ya?
only ice on that Riven. Everyone else is
Bisa
still waiting
sih.
to find it. Even Skippace, with the ally has not from the Twitch 3, we're still seeing 2 Seraphines off as you mentioned for Eggy. So players have to really hit that next spike, especially once the Heartsteel boards fully come online.
And I have to say that this is rather a slow tempo lobby, even with that many Heartsteel, even with that many reroll players over here. There is one big contested unit here, and it is going to be the Seraphine. Let's see if Eggy can snag it from the last selection.
Looks like you can see him being drawn towards it almost magnetically and will walk up and take it. Despite Eggy's on a massive win streak right now, I'm honestly surprised he's not getting more aggravated attention.
I think players have enough on their plate with things to worry about. Players like Bintam, massive cash out, 90 gold to work with on level 8, needs to try and find some stability
nih,
here
bro.
before maybe trying to go 9. Needs to find at least a headliner he can work with here.
Jadi gue benci banget momen-momen begini. Sumpah dah. Momen-momen kayak dikejar-kejar apa gitu guys.
It was definitely down to the EDM Zac, and the worst performing one was actually the big shot Ezreal.
All right, well, we got pretty close with the bruisers. That's only 4 bruiser online with the Virtue of the Martyr as well for extra maximum HP healing.
Beda, bro.
Big can turn the corner here and start using this big cash out to start getting big wins.
Miguel as well
Please
on the Ezreal headliner rather. So we see already here 4 Ezreals out of the pool. We're going to imagine with the amount of Heartsteel players in this lobby, there are quite a few more out as well. So this stage 4 is so important for at least getting 1 copy of your core units.
This is really bad for the players that have already slammed the Ezreal items to see Miguel on this headliner. Usually if you're stuck on Ezreal 1, you're going to bleed out super fast in stage 4 and stage 5. And that's why we see a lot more warrior items being slammed early now.
Yeah, you got to keep that flexibility alive. We already mentioned the Donovan contesting on the 2-cost reroll.
Seraphine kurang satu.
One Seraphine away from happiness. At least he's got a good amount of HP left in the bank. Though gold is a little bit more scarce.
Yeah, looking here, we still have 2 big lose streaks here, down to 30 HP. So even though the rerollers started a little bit late, it does seem like at the end of stage 4, it's still
masih 8 tapi chance-nya cuma 1%.
Yeah, all the way down from 4th place down to currently 8th place. There's not a lot of room between those players' HP totals. These coming rounds will be very important.
And I do want to point out that Ice has found his BIS. He was lacking health, lifesteal for his Riven. So now that's back. He's going to start climbing. Already has turned the corner from his lose streaking to wins.
It has a healing orb as well, so really making sure this Riven stays alive and dishes out damage throughout all of these fights. No Spectral on the stage 4 carousel, unfortunately, so no real chance right now for that 8-bit emblem. Could find it in stage 5 if he stays alive that long, because right now, 8th in the HP standings.
Seraphine mati udah nggak bisa apa-apa ya.
This is the big problem without running Ahri on your board. When you're going up against a drain tank like True Damage Akali, you just can't finish the target off. He out-damaged, he out-tanked, but in the end, True Damage Akali was able to carry the board for, I believe, Yush.
At least Yush makes it through here and stays alive. We check back in with Scapeus, who's been brewing for a while. The board is starting to look a little bit more cohesive
4 Guardian, 3 X.
A moment of contemplation
with
a 4-round win streak.
He better pray for some big items right here. If this comp doesn't get enough items, it usually falls off a cliff. And he has 2 items stuck on the Twitch.
Keep an eye out longer term. Miguelo and El Mumu are the ones most up front of mind. They've at least got another life in both of them. But
Ezreal 2.
This is pretty much going to be it for Miguel. This board needs to make it happen.
Needs to find these frontline upgrades, especially the Poppy. 2 items, only a 1-star, the Zac as well, which is why we're seeing him roll so heavily. On level 8 still, finds a Lucian, sure, but that frontline was going to melt very quickly once everyone starts hitting their 3-stars.
Oh, we
Senna 2, Senna 3,
Seraphine and the Senna now online, and I have to say I feel bad for Miguel. He started stage 4 off strong, hitting the Heartsteel Ezreal, but without the front line, that still isn't enough.
We'll see how
Slam, the BT on Akali here as well. The fight's going to start up now.
Yeah, we'll get to see the unleashed power of the 3-star Senna in place. Certainly we've got ourselves a good amount of spread to try and keep the damage from getting too harsh too quickly. Senna staying alive. Thanks to the healing orbs, providing a little bit more time to get the hits in and get the big win.
Sakit banget Senna
just on the
kambing.
front line right there, just melt completely on Bintum's side. You really need that Alawi 2 to kind of deny a couple of shots from the Senna, and that's going to be the key for those Heartsteel players to survive the Seraphine and the Senna.
We're in stage 5 now. We're starting to see a big gap in HP. Massive upgrades for Ice, who needed it near the bottom. But look at this. The top 3 players above 40, and then a 20 HP jump onto a Mumu, who is now finally stabilized off of that Senna 3.
And Ice at least has got the Thieves' Gloves to bring the Caitlyn online with a decent amount of 8-bit stacks. They get just a little bit more powerful rapid fire in place as well. It's still, though, going to be so much on whether or not the Riven can get in and do the damage.
This is one of the reasons I don't really like the full open into
Kok darahnya tinggal dikit, repainnya bro.
Your 8-bit stacks. He's sitting around 80,000 right now. But if positioning goes badly, he could instantly lose the game. On 9 HP only, he drains, take it back. He's actually healing up.
Yeah, actually going away from the Ezreal may have worked out pretty well, because the Riven gets through the entire round without really taking significant damage and gets a big hit off. Bintum isn't quite dead, but it's getting pretty close on the left-hand side. Miguel is low as well.
Oh, and we do see Miguel going out here. I felt like Bintum did position correctly. He had the Zed and the Ezreal stacked onto the Riven, just like Panda was talking about with the tri focus, but it didn't work out in the end.
That's going to be all other Heartsteel players in this lobby rejoicing. A lot of these units are back in the pool if you're missing that last upgrade onto a Poppy, onto an Ezreal, onto a Zed. Now's your time to have a desperation roll that for players like Bintam maybe, who now has 0 gold actually, to try and hit those upgrades and survive at least one more round.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the HP is very, very close. Again, on this final day of groups with our top 8 tomorrow. Getting 1 point could be what tips you over the line, or otherwise, Bintam, nothing left in the tank. This is going to be it.
I love the Ezreal positioning here. It's actually the safest way to make sure Ezreal does not get targeted by melee units, starting him on that 3rd row.
Yep. Ezreal always jumps away furthest from his target, so if you put him on his 4th, sometimes he actually jumps forward.
Exactly.
So it's always better to put him on the 3rd in that specific position. Can it take him over the Scapeus board is the question. Scapeus actually hit 2 items in his PvE round.
Yeah, the backline staying remarkably intact there, and looks like the executioners have come online in a big enough way. You see the Twitch is being used just as utility, as Scapeus gets the hit and makes our 2nd elimination, with Yash going out as well. It means we're down to our top 5.
Looking at the emblems, not too warping here. There isn't really a Pentakill flex player that can make use of this emblem. Rapid Fire, Disco especially not going to be too appealing. Look at the 5 cost though. Maybe this Yorick with red buff. If you're missing anti-heal, that might be a great option. Ice is the one to pick it up. I want to take a moment and give Scapeus some commendations because he has pivoted a Caretaker's Ally Twitch game into a no Twin Terror, playing multiple executions on his board, into a 7 win streak in stage 4 and 5, into 1st place in the standings. Is there anything this man cannot do?
That was so good to watch because he actually had anti-synergy in those first 2 augments. You roll and you don't get your caretakers, but he found the copies anyway.
I can't draw my eyes away from the Twitch itemization there, the Gwyncy's Rage Blade and the Static Shift, but we have got players with more immediate concerns. Elmumu, the lowest HP along with Ice. One of them could leave in this round and have us our top 4.
Again, a couple of big things about this board is that he just missed on his 4 cost right here, but he isn't rolling. He actually has 30 gold in the bank.
The same positioning puzzle for both players. The clump in the front trying to have the AoE damage from the Vex and the Senna go into that front line, delete it as quickly as possible. Who will come out ahead? The Senna is chewing through the Amumu, but he survived for long enough. That should be enough for Scapeus to prolong his win streak. Senna is the beast though, and I'm proven wrong. My goodness.
My gosh, that combo kill at the end there, that's going to be one that stays around for a while. I thought the second the Akali dropped out, that was going to be a done deal.
That was a 1v3 situation, but the healing orb does pull through and give him the win right there. On the other hand, we did see Salvi eliminate Ice because of that 2-star Zed. Love that itemization with the Death Blade.
Looking at the player narratives in this top 4, 2 players who need a big result to come back into it. Salvi still keeping the dream alive, needs a 1st or 2nd in this game. Eggy and Scapeus, some of the favorites coming into it, continuing those good results in Game 7.
And it's certainly good news for Amir in this top 4. Considering how overall things have been a little bit more shaky. We'll see how Salvi goes up against Elmumu here. See the rapid fire Ezreal on the backline, and we've got ourselves a good amount of damage actually landing directly onto the center. It almost gets the knockdown, he's still alive!
Look at this, oh my god, the Challenger AI on the Zed survives with a Hodge, past all the Senna damage, and still wins that fight. And on the left, Eggy taking down a notch as well. Scapeus continues his win streak.
Oh boy, I feel so bad here for the Senna board because he got the perfect focus. He had the Ahri in this right position and the Senna hit the Zed early on, but it wasn't enough. Didn't have the star quality.
Oh boy, so 2 EMEA players and 1 player from Southeast Asia in our top 3 here in game number 1 of day 2 of the Remix Rumble Global Championship. As you said, David, such different stakes at play here. Honestly, Salvi, Scapeus in particular, going to be feeling great just to have made the top 3 and started the day well.
And Eggy in his comfort zone plays a 3rd game of Seraphine reroll, finds Remember Your Roots, as you mentioned, one of the best augments for this comp. So really had that great, comfortable avenue into this top 3. And if he keeps it up, if he can continue finding these great spots for the lines he's comfortable on, he could be in the top 8, no problem.
I really wanted to say Eggy wanted Elmumu to stay in the game because the Senna is the best chance for him to actually beat Scapeus. There's no way that this Seraphine board with the backline focus is that good against the Executioner.
That being said, Scapeus has best friends, forces a little bit more clumping with that backline carry, so has to maybe min-max in terms of not playing for the optimal attack speed buff off of the best friends.
And he does have true damage here, so it goes through the gargoyles well.
Well, this time he'll be up against Salvi. You know, keep a close eye on where that Zed ends up going because he's got some weaker units in front of him to try and punch through to the backline. Gets a little bit distracted though by the Akali,
baru bang, udah lama.
to work. At least the Echo in the middle holds, but the Zed will walk up to the Seraphim with the help of our friend Ezreal, just deletes. And also the Ahri falls as well. A solid victory there. Eggy goes out and Amir take the top 2 spots.
This is something we have to watch in all the fights and today afterwards is if that Zed gets to the backline without proccing the EON, he's just finishing the entire fight by himself.
And as I mentioned yesterday, EMEA got all their 8s out of the way. Now the first and seconds will start rolling in. I had Salvi as one of my favorites to win the entire tournament. Maybe viewers were asking yesterday, you know, how did he do so poorly? This is the Salvi we saw all season long. This is the Salvi we saw at EMEA finals, dominating, capping out boards with Heartsteel and going first across those final days.
I just want to draw attention to that little moment we saw from Salvi there. The big breath in, the big breath out. He didn't know what day 2 was going to look like coming in. We didn't hear at level. He's got his friends there to support him. This game, I think, is the redemption for him, as we'll get into what could be the final fight.
Look at that frontline stun. Look at that clump for the Vex to feast on. Can she get the key kill on the Poppy and the Zed? The Zed is half health now. He's taken down. He is. The crowd ever comes through. Lucian's all by himself. The shots are good, but is it good enough in terms of damage? Looks like it's not going to be the case. One more Karthus cast. It's not even needed. Salvi's taken down a notch.
I really like what Scipeus did here. He was able to off-center his Amumu. A lot of players always keep their Amumu in the center, but this time around he forced it right in front of the Zed and kept him stuck there forever.
We know that is the speciality of Scipeus, the positioning, especially in these high-stakes situations, but he's going to have to make it happen at least one more time in a big way.
Reminder, these 2 players are playing in the Level Berlin hub. They're right next to each other as they're fighting for this first place. Hopefully no acoustic distractions between them as we load into this last fight.
A big thing here is Salvi going to make use of that Legion? So he does still want to keep his Zed in the front line. We have seen against solo frontliners, a lot of the times you want to put your Zed into the sides, and this time he might get a sneak across the Amumu.
All right, we'll see who's going to get the redemption of Scipeus move into a fantastic finish. The front line collapses. The Zed is still alive on the back, but the backliners for Salvi are gone. It's down to the Zed. Salvi takes the hit. Scipeus finishes the first game of day 2.
Anjir, nama X, bro.
And yet again, doing it in Scipeus style. Do you get any extra points in the standings
Jir,
for not playing
banget.
Heartsteel? Does finally play a reroll, but with Twitch as his main carry for most of the game, slamming tempo items like a Shiv and a Rage Blade on a Twitch, maybe playing for top 4, but knows how to cap out that board regardless with the Amumu positioning. Just a great game overall, and back-to-back games playing best friends. He did so yesterday with that true damage game in Game 6. Once again in this Game 7, maybe an augment that this player loves.
So far, I think he's just my favorite player to watch. He has such unique lines. He's the most unique player in the entire field of 32 players. And honestly, when I saw that Twitch pop out, I thought he was going to go pretty far below. He did get bailed out by the PvE items, so I do want to add that. He got 2 full items into that PvE round, which does make the Executioners a lot better.
And Scipeus one-upped Dish Soap in NA, not just the top 4, but a first this time as well. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think, you know, certainly from us talking to him before, you know, he's definitely wanted to win his way, and I think absolutely that's what happened. But that's only the first game of today. Of course, when we return, we'll have our analysts breaking that game down, and then we'll be right into Game 2 as we work our way towards finding out which one of our players, or which 8 of our players, will be getting through to the final day and fighting for the crown of World Champion. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back momentarily.
Ente bro.
That is a beast though, and I'm proven wrong. My goodness.
God.
Look at this Zed. Look at this. Oh my god, the challenger AI on the Zed survives with a
backliners for Salvi are gone. It's down to the Zed. Salvi takes the hit. Scipeus finishes the first game of day 2 in first place.
And yet again.
6x bro. 6 Guardian ya? 6 Guardian tadi ya? 6 Guardian 4x ya?
2 players are playing in the Level Berlin hub. They're right next to each other as they're fighting for this first place. Hopefully no acoustic distraction.
Make use of that Legion, so he does still want to keep his Zed in the front line. We have seen against solo frontliners, a lot of the times you want to put your Zed into the sides, and this time he might get a sneak across the Amumu.
All right, we'll see who's going to get the redemption of Scipeus move into a fantastic finish. The front line collapses. The Zed is still alive on the back, but the backliners for Salvi are gone. It's down to the Zed. Salvi takes the hit. Skipeus finishes.
Nam Guardian shieldnya tebel banget. Kuncinya di Amumu sama Fake gitu. Stun gaming, nambah best friend kan, attack speednya nambah juga kan. Nusantara rungkat bro. rungkat di 4 tadi anjir.
Welcome back everybody after that first game that we've had for day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. We are back to break down all of that action, and I feel like the very first thing we have to address is that, wow, we actually saw Skipeus start off with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, finally, some reroll, some Heartsteel options for him, not just being able to have to cook the whole time, but Skipeus actually showed a mastery of the Executioner line. We saw the Caretakers chosen, giving him Twitch, which most players would consider a low roll, and I think generally it is, but it does open up, hey, I can play a very strong composition, which is Executioners, and he finds his way into the line, going to level 7, rolling down, and actually picking up a Mumu, because Skipeus knows that a Mumu is actually the most important unit in the Executioner composition. If you're able to get it to 3-star, that's how you can
ada
actually
flag rungkat tuh.
And go for the win.
Di 8 ada flag.
Finds the Vex to go alongside
B1 semua anjir.
The other thing I want to note is the itemization that he ended up putting on Twitch. We see Rageblade and Static Shiv because Twitch is actually a support unit for the composition. It's better to not spam Ionic Spark onto a Mumu because he needs to be tankier. He needs to be that strong front line. So instead, finding the shred for the Vex on the Twitch, and it worked out beautifully.
It absolutely did, and we were kind of just like sitting back there in our analyst room fangirling a little bit about this composition, the way it was played.
Thank you.
Garen headliner. We even saw Brazil legend Slooper on Twitter question mark pinging this comp and its backline, but look where it brought us. EMEA taking not only a first but also a second place there from Salvi. which is so important, those finishes for him to find a way back into that competition.
Kartus B3 semangat bang.
Heartsteel 4 players playing Heartsteel 5 if one to count
Anjir lah.
skip also. But actually Ice was the one who pressured the early levels, and only one Heartsteel player, that was Salvi, was able to save from that. A good read from Ice, but he didn't have a combat augments, so a lot of economy. Hit the Ribbon 3 very early, but it wasn't
mulai
enough for him to
redup.
get a top 4.
Yeah, even Bintong
Udah lolos tapi kayaknya itu. Tapi nggak tahu dik, masih ada 5 game ya. Ini diambil 8 doang kan, 32. Diambil top 1 sampai 8 kan.
I think what's really awesome about the execution
Nusantara terlalu susah, setiap orang di awal cuma dikasih 1 kesempatan. Iya.
So something like the Karthus 2 being able to help
Ya
snag
udah.
things that are on things like 80 flex boards that you might not typically have access to outside of just getting through that front line to begin with.
I also want to shout out Eggy, who came third here with that Seraphine reroll, clearly kind of recognizing, okay, we have
Rulesnya udah
4.5
begitu kok.
players on Heartsteel. We have this one guy that's playing something really weird, but it is 2 cost rerolling. Seraphine is open, the 2 costs are more out of the pool, and it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, it was really cool because Eggy actually transitioned into the Seraphine pretty late. But he recognized the fact that since so many players were on Heartsteel, the lobby tempo was actually really slow. And so Eggy just tried to play a very strong board in that mid game and then transitioned to that reroll. He hit Seraphine incredibly late.
Besok kayaknya nggak nobar ya guys. Besok ada pengajian.
And still was able to get a top 3.
Yeah, he used El Mumu for his advantage. El Mumu already had the Senna 3 very, very early, so he knew that the pool was very not diluted, like very few units left, or it was easier for him. So a good decision, a good pace for him to get in the late game.
And we saw this style come out from Eggy yesterday, even just seeing how he pivoted from the Yone reroll over to the Ribbon reroll. He's really good at being able to find those spots that even if it's going to be the Seraphine really late in the game, it's still available as an option. Let's take a look at our standings. After this round of 7 here, these players still have 5 more games to play out, but these points are starting to get quite close.
I mean, immediately what I see is that there's no NA on the bottom side here, which means Malala has broken past and gotten above the top 16.
Some difficult places. Volta with an 8th place, getting a very bad, tough performance, and also with the 8th place Ryu, also from China. China with good results in the front, like very, very in the high, but
Wih,
also
kejawas
very
turun.
diluted in the rest of the lobbies.
Yeah,
3-3 sekarang tuh, 3-2.
You can see just how that top 8 has started to shake out. That 3rd place for Eggy.
Peluangnya masih gede banget, bro.
Who was already on top of the leaderboard take yet another first.
Seanya 2 biji 8 besar anjir.
Tournament thus far.
It seems he can't be stopped, right? I mean, we
Cina 2 biji, saya 2 biji.
Questions about degree, but I feel like he's kind of silencing all of the questions I have. I'm just like, I'll just sit back and watch. Just keep going, degree. We want to see it even more. He's gotten himself so close to already locking in that top 8.
Sabun mana sabun? Oh, sabun 9.
And Eggy with SCA, both in
Milala berapa, bro?
The minor region, if we can say that.
Was already on top of the leaderboard.
Milala 12.
Take yet another first place. Dominating
udah harus mulai ngamuk nggak sih?
Can't be stopped, right? I mean, we still continue even into today. Kind of had questions about degree.
5 game lagi, coy.
Silencing all of the questions I have. I'm just like, I'll just sit back and watch. Just keep going, degree. We want to see it even more. He's gotten himself so close to already locking in that top 8 spot.
I also want to highlight Lechue.
And their players are still able to show up to the tournament, but we will have to find out if they can continue to do that because game number 2 is upon us. So let's send it back over to our casters. We've got Counterfeit, Clement, and Panda.
Wow.
All right, well, thank you guys so much, and welcome back. We're just about to get set into our 2nd game. So after this game, of course, our players will be reseeded based on how things have gone so far. With snake seeding, it does mean that if you've done very well, you'll be getting into the top seeds of the lobby. If you're having the harder times, you're going to end up with the harder games.
And as we continue throughout the games today, the window to come back becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. Solvi, I think with that 2nd place last game, is still in contention, but some of those players near the bottom 8 of the standings are maybe already mathematically out.
I think a lot of players are looking for that snake seeding for lobby swaps because some lobbies are heavily dominated and contested with the same comps, such as the one that we have right now. very much dominated by reroll players rather than Heartsteel.
Uh-oh, look at these portals. I saw Volta grinning. I'm like, I wonder why. And then I looked up and it made sense. Spatula, Tactician's Crown, and Prismatic Finale.
All right, we'll see which one we end up with the start of software. As we do see, a defection at the last second away from Spatula. You go, come on, let's one-man this thing.
Ini orang Vietnam ya?
I just want to say that Prismatic Finale.
Yes!
Never mind.
Thank you very much.
The one man that wins it all. I want to say Prismatic Finale is typically avoided early on because it's very, very random. It comes at the very
Prismatic
end.
nih, Prismatic bro.
Variants out of any of the portals.
All right, so as we get into second game, of course, we have jumped in here with the early rounds. For you guys, what are the players who are most drawing your attention here in the second game of the day?
Pertarungan Prismatic kah?
What someone like HSK does in this game. He played 6 rerolls yesterday. He was very much going back to his traditional style from the Brazilian region. He's known as a reroll degenerate, I'll call it that way. But he played Heartsteel to qualify, so I think he maybe knew that Heartsteel was stronger into the meta where he needed to find big results to make it this far.
I really want to hype up my homeboys, and that's going to be Le Chu Yen from one of the biggest servers, actually. People don't know this, but Vietnam has 450 challengers, and his unique style is actually playing 4 crowd divers with the super fans composition, something that Vietnam developed.
Saw a little yawn there from HSK. I think it's early in the morning in Brazil. Hopefully he wakes up in time for this game number 2.
Oh, Evelyn?
Oh. Nigeria will be very happy to see that.
Wait, that's my
B3, B3.
Don't take my role, please.
B3 Evelyn.
The larger question here, as you mentioned, rerolls, of course, we've got all
Pentas 10, 9 true damage, 10 KD. Tapi kayaknya nggak bakal. Nggak tahu ding, ntar carsolnya isinya apa ya. Kalau ada spatula mungkin bisa bro. Spatula 3 biji tiba-tiba gitu kan.
And especially force the 5 Heartsteel raise the stakes play in stage 2, stage 3 especially.
I would definitely go for Pentakill because that
Prismatic,
is the one that
bro.
is usually least played, but very easy to hit. It gives you 7 Penta on level 8. And we're going to start with Prismatics.
We've been
Prismatic ada yang main Krulpack tuh.
Maybe a player that wants to lean back into that KDA tree.
Weh, sabun Krulpack.
Prismatics on the table, we could see the more extreme ends.
Enggak, berdepression dia. Enggak anjir, dikata.
Disso.
Krulpack. Kagak ada yang berani. Krulpack.
We got what we wanted.
You goal Krulpack, you goal.
He voted for this portal and he got Krulpack. What can this player do?
Menarik banget dia ada main Krulpack anjir.
The view from CN is that it's just not worth the risk anymore because it's a Prismatic. A lot of times roll the dice on Olaf or even an Evelyn could just kill you early.
We'll see if that first round goes well. Certainly, we've got some strong balls coming in here. GN with the Infinity Edge and with the Jeweled Lotus as well has got a lot of punch behind that.
Udah pasti
And
Jinx
he is
ya.
playing more for the late game, does have the Jeweled Lotus already. And I do want to point out, Superfan plus 80 items, that is the way he likes to start games.
Look at this Annie. It's just a headline and no other natural copies. We won't be seeing it in this game, I have to assume. We only saw 4 Annie rerolls yesterday and only 5 one-cost rerolls in total with that Kess Yasuo reroll we saw get a second on the game 3.
All right, taking a look at some of the other augments in the lobby, though, we have got a couple living forges come out from long term as well, bringing in some very immediate and short terms. One that is going particularly is Volta picking up the tiniest Titans, going for the very long term.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a Heartsteel angle most of the time, but I do want to focus on Yugal. It's very important to see when these Krulpack players go to level 7. In the standard role, you typically want to do it on 2-3, pre-level, hit level 7, and then look for your level 7 3-cost headliner on 3-1.
We saw a chance to play for the Ribbon reroll with the Krulpack. He had a Ribbon in the shop, skipped over, did not buy it, rerolled it despite having the 8-bit emblem essentially already on the
langsung KDA anjir si Yugo.
Cheche will go for exactly the way he wants to go for Clement. Slams in the Pentakill emblem from early on. I have to imagine there's a fair bit of
langsung ke Penta ya.
making the early slams.
We're seeing it there as well with the Annie for Yugo. He's going to go down the KDA.
Kalah nyesek sih. Kalah nyesek sih. Wah, urgotnya anjir. Ya kalah bro. Ya Krulpack kalah, kocak. Ya.
Almost predict what kind of lines are going down because if you slam a
Krulpacknya kalah bro.
We should talk about the Zodias with the emblems right here. I think the 3 biggest ones are going to be that 10 Penta, 10 KDA, and 6 8-bit. I think those are
itu
the real
kursor
monsters
jangan
that
ngajak
typically
ribut.
lobbies.
Of course, we've seen just only have
Kursorku kenapa
one
emang?
spatula, one emblem to make the 6. 8-bit cash-out dream come alive. In Amir, we saw it at an absolute ton of times. I would be very surprised if somebody doesn't at least chance it in this lobby.
Oh, and there is one I forgot to mention, and that's going to be the 9 true damage, but honestly this one is a little bit less seen usually. We will see for, I think one of the best carries is actually the true damage Ari that also enables the super fans and KDA.
Well, we've already got some pretty decent items from our stationary support to enable that longer term, but Dish so far so good as we keep the win streak going. Yugal, of course, one of the players who's trying to make sure that no win streaks stay intact because he does not want to drop any HP at this point in the game.
From what we saw in broadcast, Bishop was one of the players that was closest to playing that 9 true damage in that Salvagement game we saw up
true damage.
The
bikin true damage sabun.
Rapid fire Senna instead of the true damage Senna. So we'll see if he's able to go down that route.
And I do want to actually open up that conversation a little bit more.
Oh, spatula lagi tuh.
Oh, actually, let's hold that thought.
It's right in front of him.
Oh, surely. Mai still got
doesn't
want it.
A free Tactician's Crown.
Wow. All right, so you guys are
dilepas loh.
All right, with the Cruel Pact in place as well.
Mai nggak doyan spatula Mai.
This goes as a combination because presumably, we're not getting up to the high levels to go for the absolute power version.
Yugal is going to have a killer stage 3 right here because he can land 7 KDA on a Seraphine reroll on his board. And if he hits, remember his roots, which is what you want with everyone here.
Oh, Senna KDA.
And Senna instantly purchased
Senna KDA.
onto the Annie there.
Oh enggak.
All right, you guys show us
taruh di
exactly
itu
what
paling.
I guess the question I was
Tarik.
this one here is,
Oh enggak di Yono Edi.
so aggressive and really going to level 7
Eko.
It feels like for players like Cheche who've got the win streak, it's going to be very hard for any player to keep the win streak going unless they can take down the Cruel Pact board.
It's important.
Ini belum colokin.
Scouts at 2-1, and before you decide your game plan of do I heavily push for a win streak or a lose streak.
Oh diambil juga tadi itunya. HL-nya.
If you see one, it's usually not a great idea to contest them. They're going to have an extremely strong board, but the early stages of like 2-5 and 3-1 are really where these Cruel Pact players can't fall down sometimes because we do have that TD on the Evelyn as she's chewing through the front line.
It's going to be a little closer than expected. Level 4 against level 6. Still a little bit of a heart stopper for a second. HSK.
Fix 10 KDA ya tapi Cruel Pact dia bro.
So far is working.
Seenggaknya dia harus dapat slot 1 tambahan, terus dia ke 8 baru bisa. Minimal kan slot 9. Minimal kan 9 slot kalau 10 KDA.
What's noticed as well, Yugal, we'd expect for a Cruel Pact player to be on a heavy win streak. He did break that streak at some point in the past, so he has lost a little bit of HP and therefore a little bit of XP to move up to level 7.
Lebih gampang sih main KDA daripada Penta. Karena KDA nggak ada cost 5-nya kan.
I hate to break it to you, but maybe
tapi ya balik lagi tinggal dikasih apa enggak ya.
So let me get this right. When I call for Corki reroll, for
Tigre jago bang, jago top satunya. Nggak ada tapi di lobby ini.
And it might actually become a thing on the world stage. That just seems unfair, Clement.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. I have seen it once in NA, and thanks to Gangly, I remember it was a 7th.
I saw it.
Anjir!
Lelouch, one of the best Polish players, best EMEA players historically.
Senna 2 kalah sama AP 1.
It didn't do well, so I don't recommend it actually.
We got some very tepid reviews coming in across.
Oh, ini yang dari kemarin main ini terus ya? Main Yanto terus, anjir. Yanto 3.
I do want to specifically mention Living Forge is great with true damage compositions right here because a lot of the units like the Kiana and the Akali do love Diamond Hands to use as sort of an edge of night.
And we were wondering why Mai picked up a tier instead of the spatula in the stage 2 carousel. I believe he is trying to angle Andy
Ya Allah, jangan gaming guys.
Have a headliner yet on his board, so maybe trying to force that into
juara di regionnya.
His board as we move into 3.
Juaranya di shop kan?
Occurring or not.
Juaranya si sabun kotak. Weh, pelin 3 bro.
Alright, we've heard the reviews. They've not been good. HSK though.
Woi, Anto 3 bro.
Yasuo 3, Eve 3.
8K tapi dia ya.
I'll be honest, I think the Evelyn 3 is gonna find herself
bukan true damage
into the bin later into the game. It's probably just like a Heartsteel angle for tempo in the end. But for Taro, this is a very, very high cap board. We have seen people go Lucian and Yorick into this board, and he's stacking up early so fast. So it's very difficult to deny.
Si Yugol nggak mau ke 7 gitu apa? Yo, ini yang main cruel pack gimana sih, bro?
And the Edge of Night being put together. This is a Yasuo that is, well, especially with healing, will become incredibly hard to put down.
And it's going to be the Edgelord variant of Yasuo, but you have already the true damage emblem, maybe making up for that fact. So
Nyari apa dia di 6?
Looks like 3-2 augments rolling through it will be gold.
Kenapa nggak nambah slot ya?
Danger and
Aneh
today for Taro, so he has his choice, idealism as well, of what exactly he wants to go for to equip this Yasuo. It will be idealism in the end for that extra bit of healing.
That is exactly what he's missing right here, and I feel like he's off to a great start. Also, I do want to point out, Edgelord early is typically the stronger option in the mid game because you get access to that 60% attack speed and smart movement paths.
David, I think you did spot something
Main cruel pack takut kalah ya, aduh.
You noticed the tiniest sizes from earlier on, combined now with the last stand.
We could also mention that Mai might be going for Annie 3, which is why he had that little bit of an awkward stage 2.
Augment duit nggak guna ya.
That is going to be the case. Mai 3 is online.
Nggak dipakai,
bro. 3-star 1 cost in this game already. What a start for game number 2 on today.
Ooh, the tempo is going to be so explosive in this game. If you're angling for a Heartsteel right now, you might not be feeling so well. But I will say the cool part about the Heartsteel player is
Santara Open udah mulai, udah main gua tadi siang kalah. Yang diambil kan top 1-nya doang. Dia udah round 2. Min Jagondi min. Jagondi. Jagoanku apa sih ya? Gak ada jagoan gue sih.
I do want to say that's one of the worst stationary supports I have seen from anyone in this tournament so far. I'm very interested to see how Dishsov actually makes that one out. He does have the Void spawn and also just the Chalice.
Anjir udah dapat Ilaoi.
Cool pack player, not the best stage 2 and 3. You normally want to be win streaking all throughout with the extra slots on your board to make sure you have these health really to top 4 in the later stages of the game.
I do want to point out that this
Rank
is why
berapa?
you usually
4?
go for 3 costs when you get
kena kartus 3 anjir.
leg up when contesting those 3 cost headliners. But in this
kena kartus 3 udah, bro.
A lot of the same units that other players might be holding.
Lawannya kartusnya 3.
At least has got enough power, but we can see you guys going to be stuck here at level 7 for a while, and the rest of the lobby is starting to catch up.
Saw Reforge on a component trying to maybe fish for a second KDA emblem to maybe instead of playing for a reroll. Actually, yeah, he can't even fit the 10 KDA regardless. So we're going to hear what his game plan in terms of itemizing these last few units, maybe making sure he's not going to continue bleeding in this stage 3.
Kapan udah mode sekuat nggak tahu, bro. Yugol ambil Neko sih. Nah kan? Gimana turni min? Rungkat, bro.
But now, Yugol and Mai, along with you and all players who need to get their spatulas online, Yugol knows before looking for the double KDA, did find the news.
Mai picks up a bow, which to complete that Nashers onto his Annie 3, trying to stay stable with the Vampirism, especially across the stage 3. If he's able to really play his Annie to success, it had great stats yesterday. Despite only 4 players playing it, it had a 3.8 or so in terms of the averages.
Oh, and I always get excited when South America starts picking up the kill because for some reason they have the best stats on this reroll. There seems to be some extra sauce whenever they play this composition, especially for Brazil, that average at 2.6.
Yeah, I mean, the board's looking pretty good. We don't have the Mordekaiser up to 2 stars yet, but the itemization is great. KL is looking very strong as well.
Kalau lawan kartus 3 pakai 9 tur damage masih bisa menang, bang. Ya kalau prepare prismatic, bro. Kotak emang lu mau 9 true damage bikin secara mendadak emang bisa. Kalau gamenya nggak ada spatula ya udah gimana, bro. Kocak.
Oh boy, we dared to dream.
Ada spatula pun belum tentu jadi.
Dream is not manifesting into say CHK. Just perhaps was expecting a similar thing, and maybe the lobby overall has just gone a little bit too narrow. A lot of our streaks broken, but Gian, down towards the bottom of the table, does keep a 6-round loss streak in place and a good amount of gold in the bank as well.
Yeah, Le Chuyen, his strategy does look more like an AD-focused strategy right here. We did see him play something very unique, which is super fans into Caitlyn, and these items would actually fit the Caitlyn perfectly.
Dunia yang main Krulpek, duh nggak bergairah banget bro. Ngapain dah pakai AL itu ya? AL Senat coy, rugi banget.
Not too much Seacon right now to work with for a
Texandrum kalah lawan Angry 3. Ya begitulah.
That can also stabilize you in stage 4 and we have actually seen success with it. He doesn't have a lot
of sistemnya udah begitu ya gimana lagi.
Have to pray for those PvE rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if we were hoping for the big cash out, it doesn't seem like it's on the cards. Jian has only recently got the 8-bit.
Cuma bisa ngomong, ya begitulah gitu doang udah.
Hopefully these will
Ini setnya udah 2 biji anjir.
Looking here at one of our last win streakers, it is going to be Taro right here with the Yasuo 3 still stacking up. With a 4-win streak in stage 3, he should be relatively healthy, and the next big breakpoint for this board is going to be that.
Ini top 1 Jepang nih, Taro nih.
I really like what we've got going on here with the true damage on the Yone and also the even shroud as well. Just
Yanto mania ini bro. Pemain Yanto sejati nih bro.
I do want to see if he can find that Triforce in here. There's not many items that are great for AD carries coming off the Living Forge, so you really need to hit that Death Dance or Triforce.
Living Forge for my hero.
Zonya
is onto the Annie as a third item here. Nasher Zonya is going to make sure that when she ramps up to that super Annie potential, shooting off 2 fireballs at once, she has that extra time of invulnerability against these backline carries, like the Riven maybe that will sneak up on.
Nah, ini nggak jelas banget nih. Tiba-tiba Serapin B3 anjir.
This is a big turning point. He's up to level 7. He's slamming in the items. He
cannot afford to take losses.
I was a little bit disappointed.
Oh, dia nggak dapat itu Lilia bro.
Version. I did want to see a 10 KDA angle, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now.
No, I think you guys are starting to take whatever he can get. This board is working relatively well so far. You can see it's not only winning the rounds, but actually crushing through them. For your goal, that's got to be some pretty great news, considering that things haven't been going so great for him for a little while.
Oh, dapat Lilia dia.
We're seeing the Annie here. As we mentioned, well, he didn't need it this time. The Mordecai I think was not too threatening there with the HP he had, but Mai really had to turn things around in stage 4.
Le Chuyen.
Setting everything up for success. Stage 4 is the proving ground. He has to make sure to stabilize and stay healthy.
This is a big round for Le Chuyen. He's on 26 HP with a huge loss streak. What support item does he get? This could decide if he can stay in this game or not. It's a big gamble, but he didn't find anything else. It was balanced budget and
all in di 7 dia
anjir. Augment for him.
Taking a quick look through some of the augments to see if any of grab our eyes. It's looking like it's more or less what you'd be expecting.
Aneh banget nyari apa tuh.
Players have got their plans in place already. Heavy hitters. The one I suppose that jumps out at me from Taro up in the top left-hand corner for that Yasuo reroll, but otherwise just putting a little bit more survival.
Oh, nyari
a little bit
Riven.
more in the way of equipment for these late game boards.
Epitaph for HSK trying
nyari
to
Riven dia kurang 1 tuh.
Board, but looking now at Le Chuyen, 8.
Aduh, telat banget nggak sih?
HP needs to find a way to come back.
Cuma dia ada critical chance yang 40 ya, apa namanya tuh?
And he rolled all of his gold and had to stabilize on this kill. Definitely didn't want to do that. The good news though is that he did hit the nuts in terms of the support items right here. He does find the QSS, which is best.
Ini dibuang lagi ininya nih.
And he's one off of the 7 edgelords. Is not the 8-bit variant we're used to seeing, which is why maybe we're not seeing the Caitlyn here. Found the Riven edgelord variant, instead going to try and go down that vertical, which doesn't usually find that same success.
I'm fascinated to see how that works out longer term. So we haven't seen a massive amount of the push.
Senanya kurang 2 biji.
HSK also in a
nyari HL8 apa ya? Nyari apa ya? Tuh situ.
Finds the Zed, which is exactly what he would like. He has the TGs to work with, so can't really pick the perfect items for that Zed, but that should be good enough. Needs to slam the EDM sampler there. Needs to get potentially maybe the Giant Slayer onto the Ezreal. And pretty good items. Gets the last Whisper and the Runons onto the Zed.
Couldn't really have asked for more right here. We'll see how HSK does in his first Heartsteel game.
Ada plek.
Suboptimal thing about the board is when you have 2 items stuck on Ezreal 1, it always feels really bad because you can't have that snipe potential. As I say that,
you can see Disso looking pretty disappointed there by how the targeting worked out. So HSK going to be breaking that loss streak and pushing Disso into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. Mai and Chuyen down at the bottom. Chuyen in particular, both of them with open spatulas, both of them on minimal HP.
Oh, there is a tier here, so we could be seeing the
Chuyen ambil apa Chuyen?
recent patches to give
Oh, ya mau 8 bit dia. Spatulanya belum dicolokin.
See the glove potentially for HSK, but Voltus picks it up instead, so no IE able to be slammed for that Heartsteel board.
Saiki aku ning kene. Tapi tadi ada yang suka nahan nggak tuh championnya? Enggak. Udah cuek.
And if you can somehow find the Sona, even like a red Sona, that could stabilize his board.
There it is, the ribbon has been found.
Wih, ribbonnya udah 3 bro.
8-bit version instead of the edgelords.
Yononya dibuang.
Sitting at a pretty precarious position.
Kuat sih kayaknya ya. Augmentnya sih kuat sih guys.
Chance to slam the emo spatula if he wants to here. Notable Mai, a player who has played at a global championship before, but in Wild Rift, actually cast by one of our co-streamers, Stuart, goes up to the 5 emo. Doesn't quite have the 6 on
Wih, 5 emo bro. Satu lagi kurang popi.
Stuck onto the 1-star.
Look at the Zanyas. Doing
exactly Zonya. Tergotek Zonya, Yanto.
All of a sudden the fight turns in my favor.
Yantonya tergotek Zonya. Anjir Zonya.
She is a nightmare to get rid of.
Gila sih itu item sih sumpah dah. Kalau buat Magic caster ya. Gila the best lah Zonya bro.
Just started. He didn't turn the corner just yet. Still another 2 loss streak on his last life here. He needs one
baru
more
50.000 anjir.
Just wants to wait for the PvE round.
He has a spat as well, so a bow
in this last
PvE round could mean 6 8-bit if he finally finds a Kaelin. He doesn't have one yet.
Also one of our players from here.
Depannya pakai popi KDA.
Still playing some pretty aggressive TFT, holding on and keeping that metabolic accelerate.
Lecuyen tinggal 5, Lecuyen darahnya. Ya, di depanin Caitlyn. Ya. Ya, 8 bro. Tapi serba salah dia ya. Depanin Yanto pun bisa langsung instan mati bro.
Riven drops aggro and Yasuo cuts her down.
And Cheche loses that win streak, 6 win streak, now a loss. Volta on a 3 win streak despite having last stand still yet to.
Ini si Cheche di atas ini anjir. Damai banget bro.
In this game number 2.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to be able to.
Ada yang nabrakin pentanya. True damage malah yang rame ya. Saya satu, aduh.
Highlight this board from Mataro. Yasuo, what kind of melee units is he in the lore? Is he a samurai? I would say so, right?
So, yeah.
Udah ngomong tadi aku, ini beneran nih main Riven nih. Maksudnya udah kayak telat gitu loh guys. Kayaknya dia nabung berapa lah itunya, skornya gitu baru.
I mean, I'd love to see Yasuo again come and be a big part of what we're doing. Certainly haven't been seeing it from many other players.
Kok itemnya begini anjir.
A lot of players, you know, if we go back to the EMEA regions, we're kind of scared off it. Salvi himself had a rough time on the Yasuo. I think just the positions to run it from can be so few and far between.
Still no Poppy, unfortunately. For the big upgrade in terms of getting
Akhri emo nggak sih?
or 3 casts.
Oh nggak mau anjir. Trash emo bro. Masih level 7 coy.
Doesn't even need to.
Ay, bentar lagi nih. Sonyanya nyala nih. Iya, gak jadi skill. Rame banget tapi masih. Lah, siapa yang tusun lagi tuh?
Oh,
yang main Ani tusun.
HSK next up to the chopping block because you look above him on the score table.
Iya mainan ini 3 tuh.
Hugo, Volta, they're both on
Ini ada flag sendirian nih kayaknya.
HSK in a bind.
ASK.
Big find for him. Finally gets the Ezreal 2 on stage.
Kas namanya mau udah tusun.
Perfect focus fire to get to some of these backlines.
Nggak ada yang main prismatic.
Flexible game plan now. He's moved into before cost after getting the Senna 3 finally, but as you mentioned, the
ente juga ente.
Not ideal, trying to make the best use of it onto the Ahri true damage instead. Of course, with true damage, you have 3 different carries: Ahri, Lucian, or Caitlyn. In this case, going for the AP route.
Kalinya pakai Sunfire aja.
Targeted. She does clean up in the end, and the kill can usually win these 1v5s, but with double roll and a gunblade.
Wajir!
Okay.
No casting, no auto attacking for you.
Untung kena kutukan tadi ya. Kailanya tuh nggak kena kutukan.
It's working out extremely well. We know this ball can even get stronger. The Ahri still only a
Menang Kailanya, bro.
Yeah, he's definitely lacking for that Akali though. I don't think he really wants to run that Yasuo. I probably wouldn't even upgrade it right now. Just leave it on. What do you mean? It's a huge spike. Maybe.
Nih yang main cruel pack ya, 7 KDA, 4 spell waver, Echo-nya sebiji lagi.
The 2-cost rerolls really paying off in this game. Dish Soap on the Senna, Cheche on the Kayle, and Yugo on the Seraphine.
And Akali missing seems to be a big theme on all these boards right here. Cheche
on
a 3 loss
ngumpul
streak,
gitu
the same
sih,
thing. He committed the penta
makanan
spam
empuk
here,
banget
but
buat
without the
Seraphine ya.
2 cost, it's just giving mana to the
Trot,
opposing backline.
trot. Tinggal cepet-cepetan nih Seraphine sama Kayle, bro. Wih, Kaylenya kayak orang gila anjir.
Would love to dream of level 8, but each loss pulls him further away from the real end game he's looking for.
Cece nyaman banget, iya nggak ada yang nabrakin sih pentanya.
Why couldn't you stay alive? You could have found a second.
Wah, ada KDA tuh.
Taken down in 7th, unfortunately, a few rounds ago. A Jazz Emblem though, for any Heartsteel players, could be very interesting. And the KDA
diambil Yugol dong, KDA-nya. Tapi Seraphine-nya spell waver ya, bisa sih 10 sih, 10 bisa, cuma kurang 1 slot dia. Harus ke 9 guys. Ini aja baru level 7 kotak.
David did mention to me, Panda did mention to me, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to get to that level 9.
Cuma seenggaknya dia bisa buang 1 KDA buat 1 spell waver.
Alright, Volta, who we mentioned before, has been hanging on extremely well. Tiniest Titan keeping him afloat. Last stand still not proc. This Lulu board now joined by the Ziggs and the Ahri is looking very good indeed.
Oh, and this is a big upgrade here. We do have the emo onto the Ziggs, which gives him extra cast and stacks that damage. The big question here is can he reach that backline and give focus fire, but he gets sniped by the Lulu.
Kayaknya ada flag yang juara ini. Kalau nggak ada prismatic ya.
Zed coming in, Ziggs trying to clean up. Only Poppy is necessary. Volta taken down. Still no last.
Hello, Invaden.
And every round is going to push Volta up towards a better position. Hugo has the board he wanted, has the dispatches up through everywhere. HSK though, just without one win there, needs to push this one further. The Heartsteel has been
Hugo masih win streak, nggak mau ke 8 anjir.
Other boards apart from Volta.
Do you want to hear the perfect script for Yugal?
I'd love
to. It's the 1 in 1,000 Tactician's Crown game on 6-3 for 10 KDA.
There you go. All right. Any other player or any
Oh, ini last stand, punya last stand dia.
Considering you asked for Evelyn reroll and we saw it this game.
Voltariuk, Lulu reroll, lawan Seraphine reroll.
All right, I think these are the odds we need here at the Global Championship. You need to get something
Turnamennya rungkat, bro.
Memorable. HSK on the left hand side, Volta on the right. Remember, Volta cannot die as of this round.
Kailanya kayak orang gila anjir tuh. Di belakang, bro. Waduh.
He's a little sad, but he's going to express it through the medium of explosions. HSK stays alive.
And we saw during that fight for Volta why he's having so much success despite not even proccing last stand.
Last standnya udah nyala.
KDA emblem on Poppy does so much work.
Taruh. Oh enggak, bukan. Bukan yang last
one of
stand.
the best ones because it gives her so much extra
Yantonya tuh
HP,
sisa
and,
satu.
she can convert that into AD and then back into healing. So triple dipping on those stats.
Nomor 4.
Never focus potentially for
Yang diambil
Lucian.
satu doang, Bang.
Taro needs something big to continue capping out his board, considering the 5 loss streak now in stage 5. It has not been nice for this
Sniper.
Japanese player. We saw Kess yesterday at 2nd place. Taro trying to follow in his footsteps.
I think it feels like the big thing that's missing for him there is just having the real big secondary carry. Isn't quite there as of yet. You got
Rasane wong
gets the upgrade. One away,
nadakan.
as you say. But I don't think it's on the cards here. He's going to sell down a little bit more just to try and dig, try and dream big.
Match berapa ini kedua?
If Clement would have called for it, we would have had it.
Asleep at the wheel.
Do you have anything against our Korean players, Clement?
EON.
Absolutely not.
Oh, enggak.
I'm a huge fan of Bintum because he
Anjir,
trash
B2
talks NA, and I
tiba-tiba.
like trash talk.
Sniper
Wow.
coming in for Taro, considering the Lucian 2 upgrade. Is this what he needed to
Lucian
reverse this
sniper
wall so he can maybe
fokus
find a way
sih.
to win up against
Wah.
Hugo? We'll have to find out as this fight
Nggak
goes
ada
on.
apotek nih, guys.
Taro has got the direct line onto Seraphine, but a lot of units
Lucian
in the way.
2 sniper fokus anjir. Anjir sakit banget, Bro. Wah, anjir orang gila, orang gila.
H's can on the other side in a similar spot as well. Looks like we should be seeing no eliminations this round.
And this is how you have to take the one cost reroll of Yasuo and cap it out.
Nomor satunya
It's all
siapa?
about those
Siapa tadi
5
namanya?
cost
Lupa
carries.
gua.
Both Yorick and Lucian
Haikal apa
provide
siapa,
a ton
guys?
of shred to your target, so
Oh,
you line
Voltaric
them up
udah nyala
correctly,
nih yang
Yasuo
lu
will cut through
reroll.
them like butter.
Volta
Last
finally,
stand-nya.
last stand proc. The boar has reached his final form. Will it be enough to top 4? Will it be enough to win, considering how dominant he looked without the last stand proc even?
Well, I mean, of course, if Volta can stick this one out a long time, he'll be able to heal above
Lah,
the
si
immediate
Yugol.
kill. This point is
Serapinya
looking real good,
ente
though.
dia.
So much focus on the back line. You mentioned the Poppy Clement as being an
Ke-8
absolute
apa dia
rock
tadi,
in
guys,
the
ya?
front. She's going to deny a lot of damage coming in from the flank.
Watch this Yasuo. Can the
Gila, tadi
army
darahnya
get
masih
some stuns
banyak,
onto
anjir.
Yasuo, stop some of that damage from coming in. She's onto the Kali now first. That's
Main
defiant
Jess,
by a
iya
lot of
main
time.
Jess.
Lucian raining down the cross-court shots, and that's going to be it. Lulu's down.
Taro
and out.
menang.
Volta also eliminated.
Voltariuk
Unfortunate
tusun.
5th place position, it looks like.
Woi, lulunya.
SK take it down as well.
Oh my god, this round is just reduced.
Ade flagnya kalah gara-gara Lulu, bro.
Not there in the end.
Lulu sabun emang berbahaya, guys. Tuh si Cece masih 50 duitnya, anjir. Ujung-ujungnya pakai super fan juga, pakai ini juga. Ternyata Heartsteel deflect masih strong. Tergantung.
Cece still so healthy as well, Clement. 54 HP to
Oh,
work with.
dipakein Jess
Battle
juga,
of the
true
true
damage-nya.
Verticals. Yasuo on one side, Senna on the other. Senna currently
Yasuo,
targeting the
Yasuo,
Echo. Fine time for Yasuo to power
EON-nya
to the left
nyala.
side to deal
Iya,
so much
langsung ke
DPS.
Senna.
I think it's gonna be a clean
Iya,
win here for Taro. The Lucian side of focus
anjir.
upgrade seems so pivotal now for the success of this Japanese player.
Top 1 sih ini. Anjir, depan Yanto, belakang ada Lucian 2, guys.
Whoa, I managed to get it with a KDA emblem attached as well. We've certainly been seeing more than a
Gimana
few of them
itu?
in this game, but yeah, Dishlo versus Taro, they're
Dari
battling for that
Zimbabwe
second
siapa?
place. Cheche does
Bum
seem to be
bum.
secured at least
Bum
in the
bum.
top 2.
I'm not superstitious, but what are the chances that yesterday we see Dish Soap versus Kess, Dish Soap on Senna, Kess on Yasuo, and now we see Dish Soap versus Taro, both playing those same
9,
lines as
Ilaoi
well.
2.
This time game 2, no, not game 3, but Cheche,
Kuat
he's
kah
ruining the
buat nahan,
narrative.
bro?
He's healthy, 30 plus HP.
Did you guys just see that? In under 10 gold, he was managed to get an Ilaoi 2 on his board. Got one from the carousel, then just found one in his shop again. Fills out all of his front line, which
Tuh
is the
Vigonya apa
traditional
taruh di
weakness
belakang
of the
sih?
scale composition.
We've got so many different carries here. We've got the Akali,
Lihat
the
facecam
Pentacle,
Taro
and the
greget.
Viego as well. We'll see how the Ghost version does on the left-hand side, but on the right, it's the real deal.
Big clump in the middle
Ya,
of Senna,
FK,
right
ya,
onto that vortex
FK.
where Kali trying to disrupt,
Vigonya
moving
AFK,
from left to
anjir.
right in the
Dan
gale.
datang
All
udah
he wants
tembakin
to do is
Lucian,
ramp
bro.
up over time, continue scaling, but look at the front line. It's
Kocak.
already been deleted. And the Lucian's already onto Caleb.
Ya, ya,
Anjir,
anjir. Luciannya kayak orang gila.
Taken down a tiny notch.
Well, the story continues. Cheche maybe isn't going to be finishing out in
Lucianya kayak orang gila, bro.
The 7 pentacles certainly means the chain kills.
Darahnya tinggal 2-3, masih ada 2 lah, 2 kemungkinan lah ya. Satu kali kalah masih selamat ya.
He's still lacking the 3 edgelord to power up his Viego, and honestly, Akali on stage 6, she used to be a acrobatic assassin, but right now she's just a meandering
hilang
All he does is feed mana. I agree with you.
Diam lagi nih.
All right, well there we go.
Vigonya.
Let's see if the clients will walk in here in this round. So it looks like we're getting the opposite matchup from 4. Let's see, so keep an eye on the left-hand side of the screen. Dishso will be trying to avoid that Yasuo from dancing in.
Oh, Yanto anjir bisa langsung ke Kailennya, bro. Anjir, Yantonya bisa langsung ke Kaile. Kocak. Oh, sabun tusun, sabun.
Japan. And who will come out ahead? Cheche had so much HP to work with, has been using that
di luar nurul anjir. Ya tuh bisa sebegitunya coy anjing. Pakai Yanto nggak pernah pakai kayak gitu.
Clear out your second row if you're going up against melee edgelords because they can use that as a skipping board straight into your backline.
Gak paham.
Cheche is going to hold this same positioning when he knows his only target.
Lurus gak belok-belok loh anjir, nyudut begini loh jalannya loh. Skill positioning apa hoki? Ya dua-duanya ada lah. Harusnya ya. Vigo 2, Titan, Edge of Night. Oke, ON. Oh, itunya B2. Yorick. Pakai Deadblade tapi ngapain ya Yorick ya? Ketabrak lagi nih di kiri. Oh enggak, pindah kanan. Anjir tuh Yorick tuh, coba. Tuh hilang juga sama Yanto, bro. Nah, ini oleng nih Yantonya nih. Yantonya oleng. Iya, anjir. Anjir. Yantonya oleng tadi ke belakang lagi, coy. Tapi tadi kalau Kailenya masih di kiri, mati tuh Kaile.
That was so lucky. That was the Yasuo that I get on my teams. Walk away from the backline and starts chasing summons.
You are not alone.
I mean, it was extremely close for a second. I was almost sure if the goal hadn't arrived in the perfect time, it would have all been over. But general friends, we've come to the end of game 2 of day 2. This is very important. Reseeding will happen now.
Kita lihat ya ulangannya ya.
New lobbies, new players. We're going to
lihat replaynya dulu guys.
Set up for the rest of the day, so stay tuned.
Anjir. Mana replaynya? Nah, ini replaynya nih.
I do want to say that prismatic never mind.
Tapi snowball di awal ya si Cece ya. Nyampe bisa ke 9 kan dia. Melengse. Lah, nggak di iniin coy. Wih, sabar bang. Tuh kecewa banget anjir.
I don't think the Lucian can clean up the Akali and the Yasuo. Take down Dishop on that left side. Cheche stays alive but takes a hit as well. Cheche
edgelords because
damage and tankiness.
Nah, ini kan udah di kiri kan, Yantonya kan pindah kanan. Nah, berharap si itunya tuh pindah kanan, pindah kiri kan, masih di kiri kan, nggak mungkin dipindah nih. Nah, dia pindah lagi tuh. Nah, Yantonya masih oke nih di sini nih. Abis ngekill Yorick masih oke nih. Nah, nah dia tuh ngejar golnya ini. Nah dia ngekill gol tuh pakai ini guys, pakai skillnya bro. Kalau mungkin ngekillnya pakai basic doang dia bisa ke sini. Iya kan? Jadinya dia ke belakang lagi. Nah, tuh, lihat tuh. Ngekillnya pakai skill. Nah, tuh geprek dar. Nah, udah mau ke Kailanya udah dikit sama Kaila. Anjir. Udah malasnya pakai champion Edgelor tuh begitu, guys. Kalau gerakannya oleng gitu udah bro, revenge apapun lah ya. Edgelor kalau udah oleng udah bro, nggak bisa selamat udah. Karena champion jarak dekat ya harus secepat mungkin ngehit musuh kan.
Welcome back everybody to our analysis breakdown of the 8th game that we've now had here for the TFT Remix Rumble World Championship. There's so many games I actually just lost count of where we were, but we're standing now, so I'm going to ask for something very specific here. I want you all to show off your best dance moves.
Best dance moves.
Your best dance moves. Anything.
We're going to put you on the spot.
I'm hearing some disco music, so we'll just get the...
Yeah, see? Amazing.
Yeah,
namanya Casanova.
Well, normally, see, I do this like, but it's very hard and healed, I will say.
Hey, it looks great.
So I'll just do like a little.
I'm more of a bachata dancer, so I like to change the step. So I'm more like.
There we go.
He's got this one. Okay.
Well, I'm so followed that.
Oh, but you have to though.
Yeah,
you can't ask us
what
and
you're
not
right.
go.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, come on.
Well, I like to do like a little this, you know. I like to. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's cute.
I love it. We're so good at
We
this.
can teach each other.
Bikin kopi dulu nggak sih guys?
Dance like that.
For
I
sure.
think I have 2 left feet, but I'd love to learn from you as well as these players because this ended up being an incredibly interesting game. Right off the bat comes down to the portal choice where basically every single player in the lobby wants to end up going to that prismatic finale and you go once man's everybody.
Yeah, we end up on Spatula instead, and as you can see, everybody's kind of got these emblems slammed down because that's, you know, what you get with it. And a lot of the strong ones that you want to see are things like 8-bit. Lechuyan didn't even get a chance to play that 8-bit Ribbon, which is one of the highest cap boards in the game, but not able to ever get that emblem online. Outside of that, true damage compositions can cap out extra high when you're able to get that emblem because true damage Ahri or true damage Caitlyn are both incredibly strong units.
Yeah, for sure. We're in a meta that we already know 2 cost. Reroll is strong, so Senna with the true damage pad, Seraphine with the KD, Cheche with the Pentakit Skull going for the KL3, then remembering his roots with the augment, remembering Latam getting the first place was actually amazing.
Well, having that cool pack player in your lobby does tell you one thing, though. You kind of want to smash him down, right? As soon as somebody locks that in, 7 other players will try to play as strong of an early game as they can, and that's exactly what happened, specifically from the 2 Japanese players in this lobby, both of them going for those 1-cost rerolls. Unfortunately, didn't work out for Mai, but really, really great game from Taro, finding that Lucian at the end there to really capitalize off of that comp and getting that 2nd place.
And you can't forget about HSK and the pivot that happened there as well. Got the Evelyn 3 online and then was able to find an even better headliner after that.
Yeah, it was not easy at all. He had to play first with the Evelyn, then he transitioned on level 8, going for the Heartsteel. He already had the spat, and he actually was a good transition. No one was going for that line, and he got a good fork with it.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much reroll that Zed became open. Ezreal was actually also very, very open within this line, so it just kind of recognizing that ends up being the best lane to go into. Find Zed very quickly. He didn't even have to have that much gold for the roll down. He just was able to find Zed and then later on stabilize around his duplicator.
Well, there was another player in this lobby that did actually have a lot of gold to work with as well, just playing from a really good tempo position, and that was Dish Soap that ended up having that center reroll.
Yeah, on stage 4, Dishloop was actually willing to sacrifice a lot of HP because his early game was so good. He ended up sacrificing about 30 health just to have extra gold to roll down and hit everything.
And after that unfortunate game from Volta that we just saw with that Lulu last stand not really working out, he finds himself in a tough position there at the bottom of the standings. Also really rough finish for the other players that you are seeing down there. But
Oh my god.
what are you doing, guys? Degree with another first place?
I think Degree
Ngopi
8,
dong, Min.
his
Sial.
opponents in his
Min
lobby
PPE-nya
are
atau
right
nunggu
now.
official, Min,
Where
set
he's playing
11.
right now is very early.
I mean, you said what,
Nunggu
60
official
points
aja lah.
is usually
PBN-nya
gets you
udah
to top
kuhapus.
8. We've got 4 games left. and we
Ribet
need
banget
6
juga.
points to hit that threshold.
Yeah.
Menu-menuin ini resort.
I'm glad someone's keeping track of the number of games we have left, but it's starting to get tough for our players that are not necessarily getting towards those point cutoffs. So with those 4 games left and this break coming up, we're reseeding the lobby, so maybe a fresh start for some of those players that are still looking to get in on the action. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with day number 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Bikin kopi dulu apa ya? Mau nonton itu, guys. Nonton Nusantara, ada yang main Nusantara nggak? Oh, si Panse nih. Si Panse. Wih, top 1 dong si Panse dong. Anjir, lolos lagi tuh bocah tuh. C3 anjir. C3 coy. Bikin kopi dulu ya, guys. Bentar ya.
Three of us went through a portal, and now we're here behind the casting desk. We have got myself, Makes, and Hupe to bring us through this next game. You were having a lot of fun. What is some of your favorite music to listen
I'm mixing. I'm more a Latin listener, so
Yeah.
salsa, bachata, but also ballroom dancing. I like the classics, some waltz, foxtrot, quickstep, so very high variety. In
to?
fact.
So that's where you got those dance
Yeah.
moves from.
From life. yeah.
Okay.
Let's just say from life.
I wish we had that skill to listen to that type of music and then just become that type of dancer.
Actually, I'm very tall, and it wasn't easy for me dancing. I just liked it so much that I just did it for a long time, and it was a moment that it was easier. So
And
if you like it, you can do it.
Actually a good point, because if you do something a lot and you like it a lot, you can become a pro like our players.
That is so true. A lot of these players have been at the TFT stage for quite some time, but when you actually take a look at the overall field of competitors, we see a lot of players here that it's their very first time competing at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely right. Specifically this time around, I feel like in the World Championship, we're seeing so many new faces and a lot of, we were calling them hero players, right? Players who have been kind of the heart of their communities for a very long time and are now making a showing at the biggest competition that TFT has to offer.
We now have the confirmation of upcoming lobby. We'll have Taro, Egi, Milala, Lechu, and Donnie, Kes, Kintian, and Weird. So we're expecting to see more Weird teams from Weird, the only one with a top 3 with the disco comp. Last, I know Mates is not your favorite, but I think it's a possibility to see it again.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, we've got some split feelings here on the desk about the disco comp, but there's not too many split feelings about the portal that these players want to play. The only difference is Malala may be baiting us a little bit on whether or not we actually want to see the showtime, but it feels like everybody looks at Radiant Blessing and
Can
just
we
says,
get
yeah.
one guide again is
Maybe.
the big question. Lechuin for sure trying here to turn that lobby his way, but it is going to be the Radiant Blessing.
So now we're going to start with this. Milala, I remember him, I saw him in Vegas. Normally he was, think about like a calm guy, but in Vegas he actually showed much emotion. He was very happy. He was actually going throughout the places in the same group as Degree. Also, Relic is working in that group. So I think the collaboration meta has started in this set, not only between the groups and study groups, but also in a more fuller around, going and studying other regions and even implementing, I don't know, a more conjoined group together.
Even before regionals this time, we had a couple of players from EMEA actually pairing up with some of the N8 players, which I thought was a really, really cool development leading up to our regional finals, that you already are getting out there and you're trying to kind of find a new perspective other than what you've seen in your region thus far.
It is really cool to hear about that international collaboration. I think that was something, as you're saying, Coupe, got sparked at the Vegas Open with all of these players getting a chance to meet each other in person for the first time and drawing some inspiration from that community aspect. But wow, I think you might be getting what you asked for. Coupe makes maybe not so much.
This is great because, okay, let's be serious. For one little second, let's be serious. Disco has a great early game. It's very difficult, and that's it. Well, and there's a universe that Weir has founded where the comp actually gets better when you get early level 8 with the Twitter with the Blitzcrank, and then go for more cap composition with LIOE and with the rest of the comp,
So,
mainly 6.
Do you feel like any of that is in any way enabled by the fact that they've got Radiant Blessing, something that does help give you a stimmy when you're at that
It helps, but it also helps the rest. So actually,
Right.
it started to balance out.
I think if you're already playing a not so strong comp, you kind of don't want to see other players find that Radiant item.
For sure.
We are going to be looking at silver augments come on through here for players. You were saying it yesterday, Coupe. A lot of the prismatics are generally known as, game-changing, game-transforming, but there are some silver augments that truly have a little bit of that potential.
For sure. Now, in the reroll meta, we're seeing a lot of duplicators. We are seeing in the Heartsteel meta a lot of players going for extra HP. So we're seeing 3 of them. We're seeing vampirism also. So either gold generation, looking for the possibility of getting that additional unit that you will need for the reroll, or simply going for a high cap augment such as vampirism.
So what do you feel about Stim Pack here?
It's almost the same. It's like you want to go for lose. It doesn't matter if you lose. You want to go for Heartsteel. So it doesn't matter if you lose. When you cap out, when you get the additional resources, you will be amazing. So maybe the early game won't be the best with this augment. Some of them, Malala, maybe Quintam, will try to go for the win streak, but actually the augment doesn't give you combat power. It doesn't give you the possibility to win goal if you win.
Yeah, I think so too. I think specifically with knowing there's going to be a Radiant later down the line, picking something else up that's going to give you another buff later down the line is just trying to play for the strongest late game comp, which surely is the same trajectory that we are seeing for those Heartsteel boards, and everybody seems to love Heartsteel.
Well, I was going to make a point about Eggy actually maybe looking for a reroll comp holding on to something like the Senna and the Kale, but now that you have found this Echo in your front line, we saw Eggy sell up a bunch of units there to try to make that 10 gold.
We were talking about this, like the possibility of using not only Senna as a possibility, but using the super fans and then see what the games give you. So he's not compromising items, still not the best item, maybe a one tank item as a possibility, but he will stay. The lobby won't be as strong so far because of the augment. So let's wait and see what's the best path to approach.
We were talking about how some of the items are slammable, specifically if you're staying open to the Senna Seraphine line because of the units and items that they share, like the Gnasher's Tooth, for example. So if you can, kind of quoting Scapeus from this morning, if you can identify what these units like, then slamming those early items can be really beneficial to that HP preservation. That is so important.
I mean, this is a great example, right? You've got the Even Shroud already slammed onto the Olaf, which opens you up to so many possibilities playing through that 80 line, when that is just a great tank item to open up for this Urgot that's behind it.
Yeah, for sure. Urgot is the unit you want to see in the early game. You want to see Punk, you want to see Urgot, the Vi, the Urgot, or the Disco as a possibility only in the early game. But actually, Cass will try to transition and get Heartsteel on round 3. That's why he's holding the Casante, trying to look for a natural new headliner and make the change.
Would like that, of course, but I think what we're running right now for Cass is actually pretty good. You're 1 unit away from being able to slot in country to give you even more bodies on the field. And notably, this is a very strong early game board that can do a lot for you. But running into Lechuan, who of course is a little bit stronger here. I'm not sure whose way it's going to go in the back time. We are going to be looking at those win streaks, and both of them would like to continue that one.
Both, of course, Lechuan and himself going for the possibility of Heartsteel. Lechuan also more closer, right? He already has the Aphelios, he already has the Jinx, also has a possibility of rapid fire in the back. And now we're starting with the first carousel. We've seen a Lulu. Lulu has made like a real comeback in usability in the meta, not only with hologram, but also as a comp that can actually be used if other people are rerolling for 3 costs.
Lanjut nonton kita, guys.
But I do want to point out that Qingqian and
Lo udah carousel aja, bro.
were both able to get those.
Wih, Milala bro, ada Milala bro.
Kind of playing around that augment and capitalizing.
Ini Milala belum pernah top 1 apa ya?
And you actually saw Malala level up to 5 as the earliest player to do so
Ngopi,
in this lobby. So
ngopi.
trying to preserve that win streak and make sure he can continue to capitalize on that board strength.
Milala now here also playing it safe for
Milala
now.
nggak punya
With
duit, anjir.
Nothing like totally secure. I think he's rolling the Punk. Yeah, he's rolling the Punk since early, but he hasn't got a lot of units. He has only a pair of Vi. He has a Jinx too. So I don't know. It's weird.
Diego showing up
Yeah,
here.
Diego
Duitnya
here.
habis dia.
Maybe uncomfortable for him.
Oh,
to
spoil
place right now.
over
He's
ya.
already level 5.
Makanya berani,
So,
anjir.
yeah, it's like it's a little of an
Darahnya masih
uncomfortable
100.
He wants to go for the tempo, but actually the units are not
Dapat
helping.
trash anjir.
Good matchup for Malala. Had also Qingqian in the match pool, so both of the win streakers still need to face each other, of course.
Wih,
but you're
sama-sama
very
spoil
happy to
over,
run
bro.
into other players as your chances are a little bit more likely to actually come through and
Menang
maintain
bawah
that
sih.
win streak.
Yeah, I mean, this Evelyn is just going to be jumping into the back line. And you can see that Eggy is one of those players that might have this KDA board on now, but who knows what he's going to go for.
Yeah, I agree. We saw Eggy earlier on with the Seraphine tends to play down these AP lines, but if you're looking right now, you can see what a beast Olaf can be. And Qingqian actually losing that win streak there.
Yeah, but getting early, the Seraphine is good for him. It's like he doesn't have like the best, the most amount of copy. Normally you want like the natural guns and then the Seraphine. But the fact that he gets it now and he already knows what he wants to play, he can go for the
Titan
items,
ya?
the ideal one.
Oh,
The
bukan
rest
ya?
of the lobby will know that he wants to play that. Meanwhile, Lechuan already with the 3 Heartsteel with good possibilities, not mattering that much if he wins.
Oh,
or
main
he loses, but actually
Heartsteel.
saving a lot of HP.
And that's bad news for Eggy and Taro, who are also kind of eyeing that Seraphine, thinking about that line. One player already on the headliner plus another copy always tells you that you might be doing a little bit of hand holding, and you'll try to stay away from that unless you really think your spot is good.
Wow.
Ini Jepang 3
we'll
baru
talk about
dapat
some firepower
28
here.
poin.
Kaz has found found a spot to be able to put in a second Urgot, and that with the bow. What does that kind of speak to you, Hulpe, of where you might go?
Yeah, I think there's only one thing better than an early Urgot is two early Urgots. Because it's amazing, because when you got a 2-star, obviously it's better, but the actual strength that the unit itself have is good. As Mate was saying, he could use...
Jadi boleh juga ya formasi begitu ya?
We haven't seen country as a comp for the late
Boleh juga ya formasi begitu ya?
And also when the spat comes, it hasn't got the best result, but country, especially Urgot, has been one of the best transitions to later go to an AD flex line.
I do want to say that with more and more crabs approaching, I feel like there's been some news around the TFT socials to do with Crab Rave. Maybe we're just getting in the mood for that for Kess.
I think you might be right about that one. Maybe Weird's also kind of getting in the groove when it comes to some of those dance moves. Has had the Sword Disco online for a while, but in fact he's able to slot in a second copy of the Nami, so looking to be able to push those levels and find either that Blitzcrank or that TF.
Bintang 3 Nami kah?
The reroll Nami was used, but very early in the set. Now we haven't seen it because actually the power of the board itself, they have a lot of AoE targeting, so Nami is actually not working. But the CC is very useful, especially in the early game. So now he's trying to think for another. The Atenization is making for a possibility for him to stay with Disco. And now Donnie with the board, getting a good transitional board. We haven't seen makes the super bar like that line, because we haven't seen that gas. I don't think we'll see it, but it will be like a possibility.
It is a possibility. It's not the strongest. We were talking about that earlier, but you're pointing out the Sennas that are on the board for Donnie here. I just saw a Senna 2 pop up for Eggy, and we were speaking about how that is a player that was on the Seraphine line, clearly recognizing that, oh,
Lecuyen, jangan ngide lagi Lecuyen. Nanti kamu 8 lagi.
Well, in the previous game that we saw from Eggy earlier today, we did see that, like, okay, Eggy was actually playing around a couple of different lines of that reroll, but was keeping himself open in order to exactly that. Find the one that was more open and less contested. Those items can slot into both of those rerolls.
Now we start with the second selection of augment. We have gold. And some interesting
gold, augment gold.
Trying to go for actually the comp we're going to play. Combat caster available for Eggy as a possibility. He says to roll it down. So Vampirism confirmed for Donnie. Contagion also for Quintian. And Harmasis for Lechuan.
Best friends
also for Taro and Healing Orbs. Great outlet for
Guardian.
Now going for Eggy.
Looking at Weird, he is on that disco line right now. Is that really where we want to go? Has a couple of options and really thinking about it, same as Cass. All rerolls already out, and it is going to be you have my bow for Weird.
Ooh.
Yeah. Finally, not today for Cass. Normally an augment you want to use.
Taro ambil best friend Taro.
Could you be using Zed, but normally it's used in Yasuo. So maybe he will keep that Heartsteel line, not forcing the level 9, but actually stabilizing deep on level 7. Looking
masih
forward for that actual composition. Now, he's still on the country line. So let's see how he matures that into something that uses better the augment he has.
Looking at
duitnya udah habis anjir.
One that kind of stands out to me, that's a little bit I would say
main low streak pada duitnya habis. Dari serapin dia.
We were talking about the multitude of crabs on that board. Not today, now being slammed, or well, Edge of Night now being slammed on the Urgot as well. Really nice little augment for anything that's around that AD line.
Yeah, you can use that on so many different units. I think that one that really sticks out to me is something like the Zed. So even if you're going to be going to the country now, you have the opportunity to flex in some of these more high value units a little bit later on, especially if you can get so lucky to find another Edge of Night off of the carousel.
Taro here still has
belum dapat TAL Serapin, malah Kaisa, malah Eko Neko.
With the reroll line, front line is looking decent. I would
bang, kasih Serapin bang.
Both of the Seraphines just for now.
Yes, for sure. He already has the Mordekaiser too. Normally we need the Echo, but this Mord will actually hold the items for the Echo until we get him. And now he's facing Quintan, who has a Nar, a headliner for now. With
tahan Morde ini.
So he's trying also to go for this line. I think we could have two players going for the Seraphine, this is not good news for them. But maybe could pivot out. As we were saying, the items can be somewhat.
Tuh kalau nyampe Seraphine-nya B3 nggak ada HL sih. Ente banget ya.
A leverage on it.
Actually, Xingtian, who we are seeing on the other side, was the player that had the
Seraphine
headliner earlier. So clearly backing
Tiap kali ngeroll. Oh, di sini Seraphine-nya. Seraphine
Seraphine
HL-nya di situ. Di Doni.
And you could, in theory, transition into something else like a Lulu reroll. You could also go for just some of those higher cap boards with the Arya Kali or just any other of those 4 costs in the KDA. And as we get into the carousel, maybe we can start to get a little bit more of a glimpse on what some of these players might want to go for. There's a couple of open components, but I'm really looking at some of those just gloves, I guess. Lots.
Yeah, normally I see the forecast. We saw a Viego and a Caitlyn, not the most favorite units. Now in this meta, no Zed, no Ezreal that normally amplifies and give you. Now the cash out for Leshu, and let's see what the orbs brings through him. So it's a bow, it's good.
Ngide revenge lagi. Ngide revenge lagi.
Early into the Ezreal that he will try to use, and he's trying to call the items. Maybe he will. He can do a harsh,
nggak dia
but the
defleksi.
Wizard doesn't do anything for him, so he will try to greed. He will throw the blue buff or the Infinity Edge.
Checking in with Cass, currently on 6 wins. You were saying it, what's better than 1 Urgot? It's 2, and that seems exactly to be the case. We are seeing Xingtian yet again with a new
Modal Urgot 2 biji,
every
anjir.
time this board
Mau
pops
lah.
up, we're running something different. This time around, it's going to be the Katarina. Not sure if Country or Crowd Diver. Surely there's a Hecarim. There's a bunch of copies in the back as well.
I think that
not
does
doing
mean
too
that it's
well though.
Country. I'm looking at the Hecarim, I'm looking at what's on the board, and I think sadly we are seeing the
Gak ikut min,
Katarina
kagak.
that is not as good as what we normally
Dunia
see with
ini,
the
Bang.
Crowd Diver variant.
Yeah, for sure.
Indo
You
aja
can have good
rungkat gua.
performance in the mid game when actually you want to go for an additional tank or a little more resistant to scale on the Cara Diver, but as you say, it's exactly like a Necra. You need the Cara Diver to be able to expand into that line in the vertical way. Try to go for 6 and pick if you want 4, you want 6, and you're able to get more units in.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. Only a Thresh there, no other Country units. That means we're on the Country.
Katarina reroll.
And I personally hate this.
You were saying you like the little bit of the blade dance, but I don't think
HL-nya apa tuh? Crow Diver apa?
Dagger throwing, 2
Country?
cost. I'm in love.
Oh,
but
Country.
Country arguably
Makanya pakai
much
Thresh ya?
worse than the Crowd Diver, and even the Crowd Diver we haven't seen do too well on the back of meeting that set that all of the Heartsteel players want.
Yeah, and there's quite a few players that could very well opt for a line like that. I think even if you look at Donnie's board, it's a little funky right now, but you still have the opportunity to maybe pivot later.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
You are hoping for something like the Senna, but the board is not
Tor.
now. And I think that if Xingtian can continue
Lemparin
to
Qatar,
work with maybe getting a couple more wins under his belt.
Ini yang di bawah siapa? Taro. Ih, tumben Taro di bawah, Taro.
Yes, for sure. 3 players at least.
Taro, kamu belum dapat Seraphine ya, Taro ya.
The 2 costs. So they're actually waiting because they don't have much money, much economy, for the others to roll down and then get some of those units out of the pool, and then they will do the roll down. They cannot wait too much because now the Heartsteel players will start to pop off on round 4-1 and 4-2.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of an upgrade here from the Wolves, but just taking stake of the lobby, like you said, loads and loads of 2 costs, and we're checking back in.
Belum dapat juga, bro.
Unfortunately, is in the same position that we saw
Aku udah 1. Nyampe mau B3 loh. Nggak ada L coy.
In order to just be able to finish that off.
Yeah, he's the only one he needs, so he has the 6.
Jangan dipindah dulu.
He needs to hit. He needs to be a little lucky.
Ya Allah, Masya Allah.
Now, if not, he will be imprisoned in this level, and it will be very difficult to step ahead from it.
Everything about this, to me, is really, really tragic because you do have those 2 duplicators you picked up from that first augment. You're basically playing without this augment for the entire time. Now, you cannot even use that on the Seraphine to make that quick start come online because you are looking for the headliners. So really, there's a lot here.
Masih bangsat banget ya begitu ya. Nggak ada yang pakai, nggak ada keluar gitu loh akhirnya.
And the fact that he kind of panic-picked the Vex.
Maksa sih, ya gimana bang? Udah tanggung tuh kadang tuh udah tanggung begitu tuh udah susah banget loh bro. Lu mau misal nih mau nggak maksa nih. Lu ngapain? Lu mau ke 7 gitu misal. Ke 7 pun nyari apa gitu kan? Belum ke 7-nya ntar susah juga gitu kan? Jadi mau nggak mau ya udah paksa aja kan?
Going for this kill line, and he already had 6, so he will need more, but he has a lot of gold now.
Mau nggak mau paksa aja bro.
What's actually really interesting about Malala's board is when we checked in, he had just made a pivot in
resikonya udah begitu.
round, but everything was 1 star.
Tuh dia ambil yang mana lah gitu. Gak dapet anjir.
Really hoping to hit here, but the economy is low in this lobby.
Interesting augments being picked up there. Just talking about Eddie and the Spellweavers now also playing Race the Tempo to enable that even more and get those casts out there. But holding those Seraphines must be so
buang pack-nya tadi lo gak dapet tetep anjir.
Catch a break in this lobby.
I like a lot that you wanted from
Bang Taro, best friend Bang Taro.
Actually giving the possibility of having multiple characters enhance the damage. So let's see if it's good for him. He actually decides to stay on the line of Disco for now. And let's see if he's able to stabilize or only the early game will be good for him. Now Donnie versus Taro, a good placement. Still, no one has hit the 2-cost crystal yet. No player has them. So
Ngakak gue guys.
One copy on Donnie not being able to
Darahnya tinggal 25 lagi bro. Pusing gak tuh?
So that everyone would go to the board and ping it.
Darahnya tinggal 8 sendiri anjir. Tuh kalau orang apes banget tuh begitu guys.
Is going to lock himself into this country.
Jadi lu mau ngapain kalau udah apes begitu? Udah apes aja udah.
As Max was saying, it's not your ideal. You don't want to be in that prison.
Gak bisa nyalahin apapun. Oh, akhirnya dapet Taro. Duitnya habis. Duitnya udah habis, darahnya tinggal 11 aja.
Also with an interesting board trying to roll at 8, but actually he didn't hit almost anything, Makes.
Yeah, Liturian's still playing kind of openly, but we really need to zone in on Taro. 11 HP, that is...
Lah kurang 1. 9 telur doang anjir.
An elimination started off day 2 with such a strong performance.
Kuat sih tapi sih.
It would be really bad, and that's
Dor. Kuat, masih kuat.
And he's supported by that Echo standing so strong for so long, but it's not going.
Skillnya jangan ke, nah, kalau ke belakang mati.
I don't think she can do it.
Kalau ke Morde nggak mati.
She's healing. She has a dream.
Oh.
Hey, only left with the Senna.
Oh.
It is enough.
There we go.
Gunblade save the day, anjir. Untung ada Gunblade anjir.
Best friends doing the difference there for the Seraphine, not only giving speed but also giving
Ahri,
the additional armor and the possibility of a spat here. Not much.
Nggak nolong masih bisa.
Additional true damage for the Senna could be interesting. And finally is
best friend sih, best friend ya.
Yeah, Donnie picked it up. Does not have the option to slam true damage from everything we're seeing here, but could be interesting nonetheless.
Yes, for sure. Let's see. Donnie has an open rod, so it could be KDA. We want to see the board. We see the possibility of him slamming something here. It is Donnie. So yes, he could go for the KDA. We'll be talking about this. The possibility of not using the additional KDA in this spot. And no, he goes for the true damage.
Ahri true damage, bro.
Online, and that gave him a BF sword hand
Taktikanya suruh ganti.
I think he was even open to that KDA line, but got boxed out.
Tuh, ini aja nih Senna belum bintang 3 tuh, daron berapa ini? 45 anjir. Taro si reroller sejati anjir.
Eggy for the other side, going for the Lulu, but actually very far. Many people going for 2 costs. He's the only one going for
reroller sejati, bro.
Difficult for him. I think he's trying only to win round, lose for the last possible.
Tor, wah anjir sakit banget.
The gods of TFT is more dog is listening. Maybe he can give a help and try to get those Lulu as fast as possible.
I think the big thing is that there's so many 2 costs.
Itunya buat siapa, guys? Duplinya?
It's actually going to be harder because not many people
buat Echo kah?
I'm really surprised that Senna 3 hasn't actually
Ini kenapa sih ngelag-ngelag anjir?
Donnie just seems to be completely avoiding him, but checking in with Weird, 32 HP, currently second overall as a Seraphine 3 pops up for Eggy. I'm still not sold on the disco. I'm sorry. I know we saw Weird do it yesterday, but I think it's highly, and I cannot overstate this, highly conditional.
For sure. It's not a good spot. He has a little front line. It's fine. The augments are good. But in this stage of the game, 4-6, he wants to have the Twisted Fate 2. He wants to stop dreaming of going
makanan
on
empuk Seraphine ini.
So actually, he will start dreaming from now on. And the back is the worst possibility of face-off.
Ini sih makanan empuk Seraphine, bro.
With trying to improve to get the disco ball in place, and Seraphine with just one ult eliminated completely all of Weird's carries.
Yeah, there
Comeback taruh sih GG, bro.
Slows down the fight, but in the end it is going to be
Comeback taruh sih GG ya.
We are going to be going into
Anjir.
Raptors for maybe some more chances. Now,
New Idol ini guys, New Idol ini ya.
hit their stimmy pack, only cast still open and doing so
Anjir rata tuh belakang tuh. Kena 2 kali skill Seraphine anjir.
He's looking for a secondary carry as a possibility.
Ngopi dulu guys.
Also doing the transition, he actually keeps the Orgo because he didn't find an additional headline that is good enough. He goes for the Jhin for now. So he had good legendaries, but obviously he's level 8. It's very difficult to have a 2-star. He has the Lucian, he has the Jhin, but he doesn't have the set, he doesn't have the Ezreal. So the basic components he will need to go to 9 and then use these legendary units are not there yet.
At the very least, though, he is holding on to a bunch of copies. So you do have the pair of Zacs, you got the pair of Poppies. So if you're able to roll for anything specific here, I think that'll help you out. And this Zac headliner is not so bad in order to help just wait a little bit.
All in.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're playing on board time here, and Cass surely has a lot of it. Finding a bunch of really good upgrades at Thresh 2, that Zac headliner, like you said, Misfortune already coming online. We're getting close. A Lucian pair, really big. If we can transform that into the actual upgrade, we're going to have a great time. And the set is also now fully itemized. Bad news for Eggy on the other side, though.
And you're worried about that Seraphine.
Yeah, spreading the backline, trying to avoid what happened to Weird, that he was totally cloned. He couldn't avoid it. He had the disco. He can.
Udah kuat nih si Seraphine-nya, bro. Anjir.
To be able to survive as much as possible. The orchestra, the maestro.
Anjir, comeback si Taro, anjir.
So Kes is just trying to lose the.
Taro ngamuk, guys.
Is now defeated.
Anjir.
So we have the first top 8 with the Japanese representative.
And that's so unfortunate, but just
Taro udah tusun ding.
So long
Tadi siapa itu?
Anything online found that
Kira Taro.
one life left.
Lah tusun dia.
One fight doesn't go your way. It's gonna be the end of the line. Unfortunately, Taro experiencing that here. Checking in with Malala, I saw a naughty little Mordekaiser 3 there, Necra. What's going on?
Malala.
Wih, akhirnya Senna 3 dengan susah payah.
To be able to get that Senna finally online. Is it too late though, knowing that he is so far behind the curve?
Oh my god, and we're once again, this is the face of doesn't want to have. Now the Seraphine again.
Oh, si Eggy main ini juga.
Again, the 3 carries from Weird.
Main Seraphine juga ya, ditabrakin bro. Ternyata makanya susah.
I mean, it's just the issue, right? Seraphine is played so much. Disco is good for the early game, but if you're going to try to run it in the late game, you're running it to get to
Where
those
too
late
soon.
levels, and then you'd much rather play Legendary Flex, because it's stronger than Disco.
Nih, Lechuyen duitnya banyak banget tuh, 6 juga tuh.
I'm trying.
It was tough too because we saw that Weird
Kata
was in this
rerollnya
position that he rolled down a bunch of gold before he got into that final combat.
Masih di posisi paling buncit.
Very unfortunate to see that.
Level 8.
Maybe players will start to learn the lesson you're trying to teach them.
Nahan 8 nih, lama banget nahan 8-nya guys.
Right, that's the country Katarina. It's not the crowd diver. Does have the Kiana though. She could be a determining factor in how this fight goes. The Zed in the backline is not going to be your secondary carry. He's just there for decoration and maybe trying to get a stun out. But really, that Kiana.
Seraphine-nya ditabrakin Eggy tadi. Kukira nggak ada yang nabrak ya.
Kara is staying safe there, and the Seraphine is under pressure enough for Qingtian to actually stay in here.
For sure, opening the line for the Katarina to access quickly to the Seraphine, and good victory here for Quarantine. We're talking about the Katarina that is not the best comp to go for further levels or to get a win condition.
Pakai super fan, pakai KDA, pakai country satu ya. Tapi kalau Katarnya ke country ya.
Kes, 2 copies of Lucian, not able to get that Lucian that was open there. We're gonna have to check with that board. Actually, he has it upgraded, so found the Lucian and still finds himself with a back against the wall with 6 HP.
Is that board gonna be strong enough? I think that's the biggest question here. Is you get a chance to spread everything out when you're looking at specific matchups you're not wanting to hit, but then you take a look at Eddie, who just hit an RE2. And there's just so many other big upgrades coming online for not only all of our reroll players, but all of our 80 flex players.
HL-nya Vigo.
This didn't hit the normal headliners that you want for this comp, but he makes a
good
adjustment.
Model apa ini guys?
He already had the Mordekaiser, so it's good for him. And actually, he now can use the legendary units that the game provided to him.
And I think the big storyline is whoever Malala faces is going to be in for a rough time. We saw the board earlier. For a split second, we have a Mordekaiser 3, a Kale 3, and a Yorick online there, and that's just going to be the boogeyman in this lobby. We'll see.
Waduh, di pojok. Menang sih tapi.
Going to take a loss here for now. The Lucian
ente Qingtian, ente. Belum.
That will not be enough for Qingtian and the country Katarina.
Not possible for the Katarina to face the Poppy.
Sisa 5 guys.
Actually favorite epic in the world, and we're with the disco line. He has been defeated in the 7th place, so we have now confirmation of
pasrah, tapi menang itu.
And Eggy
menang bro.
With only 1 digit of HP, so it could be also the last round for them.
I'm worried about what you can do here.
Gak melulu harus pakai kos 4 ya. Depannya.
You were able
pakai
to get
pun
a
bisa.
Yone, so you can replace the 1-star Zed for now, and just be able to have that bit of a better crowd diver unit. And we have seen the Katarina be able to get that work done before, but everybody on your screen right now is going to have that 1 life left.
On the right side, you're seeing Qingtian
Qatar sama Lechuyen
against the 80 flex Caitlyn that we were talking
wah, Seraphine-nya rungkat kah?
And it is an absolute
wah, rungkat Seraphine bro.
Being knifed down. Kara cannot do anything there. Left hand side, same storyline. Eggy.
Kata rerollnya juga rungkat.
Minus HP are actually going to count.
Tersisa 3 player.
Also out 3 players.
True damage.
So now we have the podium. Donnie, Lechu, and Milala.
Milala apa tadi Milala?
Very strong. He has the double tank. That is normally was lacking in the composition of true damage. He has the Senna 2, he has the Ari true damage, the Senna 3. So
true
he
damage,
has all the conditions he needs. He can only now or going to level 9, getting a Kijana. But actually the base of the comp, what you're looking for is exactly there. So he and Milala, I think, are the favorites, given the space of the comp that they have.
I think what's really great about Malala's position right now is how early that Mordekaiser
kan
online. You take a look at the way that it's itemized as well. It's got the double steadfast heart as well as that burning cloak. So it just helps to be able to stem some of the bleeding that other compositions would want to be able to put down.
And you're looking at Lechuyen here, who's really trying to build the most optimal board around the legendary units that have been found thus far.
Oh ya udah ada ini sih ya.
Unsatisfying to see that.
Udah ada Caitlyn.
6-1, if you can upgrade them, even the Alawi and Yorick one in the front line, it's just a little bit of everything, but not very big. And there are some heavy matchups coming through. Left hand side, you're seeing Malala go up against the Ghost. On the right hand side, Lechuyen is actually fighting Donnie.
He's trying to go for it, finding Donnie. Donnie gets a big hit, but no, it's Lechuyen. It's Lechuyen who gets
Milala penta ya.
So 1 more life there for him. Only 8 HP. Donnie
petinya tuh bang, nggak diambil bang.
He has the win streak. He's too strong, as you were saying, Necra. The Mordekaiser normally is the high win consistency. It's the win more of the comp. He had it early, so this win streak is great for him.
I mean, Yorick too as well. Now there's a bunch of Yorick that are out of the pool here for Lechuyen to try to find that upgrade as well. But I'm also looking at Donnie as just such a strong contender.
Modal begini doang.
They take stock of Malala's board right
now. Oh,
Morde
3 ya?
That was a very high cap board.
Yeah, and we're once again seeing
Mordenya 3 ya, Milala ya?
matchups. It is going to be Lechuyen
on
the left-hand side, who's he's going up against Malala's Ghost, a chance that he can maybe beat that board. Right-hand side, Donnie and Malala both are still in contention, both have enough HP, even if the loss for Donnie comes around. But of course, he would very much like to stop that streak from happening. Left-hand side, though,
double kill anjir. Belum. Kira double kill. True damage-nya masih bisa bertahan. Masih nabung loh anjir, 70 duitnya. Asu.
Looking now at how Malala and Donnie are going to start to position to make sure that their headliner and their 3 costs stay safe. Because the way that Malala has his positioning right now, you're really hoping that you're going to be able to catch it so that this Mordekaiser is going to be right in the front of that Kayle to soak up as much damage to allow her to ramp up.
And Donnie is on 13 HP. Can he beat this?
Posisi menentukan prestasi. Mordenya rungkat. Ah, lo panik.
Another loss to Malala there, who's also down on economy. Can this carousel do anything to change this trajectory?
KDA tuh. Ah, pasti diambil sih.
Malala going for the KDA and Donnie going for the additional damage he might need to break that Mordekaiser.
Sakit juga ya true damage kan ya.
This Giant Slayer could mean
Arinya sih, Arinya rese banget Arinya.
And this could be the difference to ensure the victory. Malala already with more HP, but with the graded tempo is Donnie.
Oh, belum ada kartus.
But I want to point out that the last time they faced up against each other, Malala did get the win, but barely. And so now that Donnie has snapped that streak, is it going to be another positional difference? We see that Kayle immediately snap over to a different side, hoping that the outcome is going to be a bit different here for Malala.
Yeah, both players actually doing some positioning shenanigans last second there from Donnie, moving Senna and Ari back to the side. And a big point is going to be if that Akali finds the Kayle. She's on the left-hand side for now.
Pinter banget ini si Malala, sumpah positioningnya guys.
And you can kind of see that front line from Malala really collapse.
Mordenya dibikin nggak dihit dulu loh. Anjir. Cerdas anjir, sumpah. Sumpah cerdas banget. Wah.
The scaling making the difference. The Ginsor Rage Bait for the Kayle, healing the front line as much as he could. The true damage was actually penetrating really
level
hard
up dia, iya.
the rest of the lobby, but it wasn't
Itu
enough.
dia. Nah, tuh. Mordenya dibikin gak dihit dulu guys, buat nutupin si Kayle-nya. Kalau dia ditaruh depan kan kemungkinan mati dulu kan. Nah dia dibikin di belakang buat nutupin Kayle-nya doang. Anjir, gak selalunya TB itu menebein ya. Tuh kan, buat tutupin Kayle-nya doang guys. Anjir, sumpah. Gak nyampe situ gua mikirnya sumpah. Otakku gak nyampe ke sana, otakku anjir. Tadi pas Mordenya di depan kan mati kan, kalah kan. Giliran Mordenya dibelakangin menang anjir.
Knocking at the door of elimination, but was able to find some huge upgrades in terms of the 2-star Ari. You saw the true damage spatula on her as well, so that was a really great way to just make sure that we saw some amazing synergies there. But we are going to save the rest of that analysis for, of course, the death.
Tapi yang main true damage juga monoton, dia cuma mainin intunya doang, guys. Gak mau keluar dari kotakan KDA-nya. Kayle Senna pas di bawah level 6 muncul terus, wajib ambil. Pas ke 6 tinggal nyari HL. Ya bisa jadi kalau lu mau main reroll. Anjir. Pakai statik juga bagus guys. Dia itunya apa tadi? Augmentnya apa coy?
In there at the very back to help soften up those targets,
Vampir
but has now made an adjustment here
sama
to
martir ya, ini
include
martir
this
ya?
Lucian and this Bard.
I really love the positioning from
Ini martir
Malala
kan?
there. Look at where the Mordekaiser is. He does not get into the play right away. It's all the other units that are going to get a little bit of firepower at first.
Nah, ini posisi ini kalah nih.
That are hard.
Nah, posisi ini menang apa kalah sih? Oh, ini yang udah menang ya? Ini udah menang nih.
Look at where the Mordekaiser is. He does not get into the play right away. It's all the other units that are going to get a little bit.
Modalnya nggak dibikin nggak bisa maju, modal mandiri di belakang doang. Iya, buat nutupin Kailanya doang dia. Buat nutupin Kaila di terakhir, bro.
Yes, and Malala takes this game.
Here for Malala.
Yeah, both players actually doing some position.
Tantar.
Malala.
Nah, ini kan di depan nih, bentar.
There doesn't seem to be anything.
Yang sebelumnya ya.
Damage to allow her to ramp up.
Nah, ini kan di depan nih. Bentar. Nah, ini kan mordernya di depan nih. Di depan kan.
It's gonna be right in the front of that kill.
Lihat. Matinya berapa detik?
And Donnie is on 13 HP. Can he beat this board?
Nah, ini udah di sini, udah pada rata semua, tinggal mordernya terakhir. Nah, kondisinya tuh kalau Sena itu kan apa namanya? Lumayan area kan. Dia bukan yang one target kan. Lumayan area kan. Jadi dia pas taruh di depan begini, nah mordernya maju, ininya maju, kena semua guys. Nah, ini jelek banget posisinya nih. Buat pentanya si Milala ya. Karena Senanya bisa jadi area banget tuh. Kena tiga kan. Rata coy. 3 kali skill rata itu. 4 champion. Tuh guys. Wah, jadi analis aja sih gue sih. Gak usah jadi pemain. Nah, terus di posisi ini dia dibenerin kan. Tapi dia nggak mau pakai Ilaoi ya? Pakai Ilaoi nggak sih? Oh, pakai ya? Oh, pakai di. Pakai. Ya Ilaoi juga ngaruh sih tentakelnya ya. Nah, ntar kita pause di posisi mau battle-nya ya. Nah ini guys. Ini buat nge-trigger si Senanya. Oke, kita lihat ya. Ngehitnya ke sini kan. Nah, dibikin jalannya. Ini otomatis kan ke sini mordernya nih. Siapa? Yoriknya. Nah, mordernya tuh lewat dari sini anjir. Ngeflank anjir.
A second there from Donnie, moving Senna and Ari back to the side.
Nah,
the big point is going to be if that Akali finds the kill.
Si ininya juga muter-muter doang, si siapa namanya? Vigonya anjir.
And you can kind of see that front line from Malala really collapse onto the back line, onto the Senna. Is that going to be enough? The Senna taken apart.
Intinya tuh pentakilnya dibikin nyebar gitulah. Karena kalau apa namanya? Kalau ngumpul kena Senanya rungkat gitu guys. Karena Sena lumayan area kan. Walaupun gak gede banget areanya gitu loh.
Last as long as possible, while Donnie wants the fight to end as soon as possible and use more the burst damage.
So look at how many different variations of Malala's board that we have just seen now. You had the Karthus KDA.
Di terakhir malah dia buang Ilaoi-nya ya.
Soften up those targets, but has now made an adjustment here to include this Lucian
masukin chase-nya
I
anjir.
really love the positioning from Malala there. Look at where the Mordekaiser is. He does not get into the play right away. It's all the other units that are going to get a little bit of fire.
Padahal tadi pakai Eloy udah jelas menang ya guys. Dia gambling aja. Ya menang juga sih. Ini beruntungnya si Yoriknya nge-skill aja. Yoriknya nge-skill tuh tadi terakhir. Nah, pas posisi ini nih. Nih, posisi ini nih. Tuh kalau Yoriknya nggak ngeluarin gol, kalah dia. Nah, keluar kan? Nah, tuh. Akhirnya dikerubutin gol.
As he found the infusion and the blue buff on the Seraphine, allowing her to cast every 3 auto attack. That was fun to see, but probably not the right spot to play it.
Yeah, I think maybe it just might have been a little bit too late finding the bits and pieces to come together. The front line still was very, very weak for Taro, so even though that Seraphine really got online, it just couldn't work. And I think, another thing that I want to look at is the Katarina, right? We had the Katarina reroll come through. Once again, going 6th or worse. The stats have been very terrible for this. Is there any kind of defense of it?
The big problem I think has been on Heartsteel, one of that's kind of the pool.
Ini jagoan saya mana nih? Jagoan saya, aduh.
Especially, and most of the boards we've seen from Proud Divers are in the box 4 don't happen to have. Is that in the case of Canyon?
Tapi dulu guys.
In that case, and you just don't have the firepower.
All right, well, I want to talk about some augments that can give you a lot of firepower throughout the game. We've seen it very popular in Silver Choice on 2-1 Spoils of War. We also saw Slim Pack in this game, so 2 different ways to get a lot of extra resources from the Silver Augment. Peter, why don't you walk me through how some of these players were able to find success?
Cina hari kedua malah begini Cina bro. Gak ada tajinya kemarin dari pertama. Waduh, bersinar banget Cina.
I want to add a huge reason that this Spoils of War is so good is because it can actually get you duplicated orbs. The small ones really works into the 2-cost reroll plan, and it can actually give you them on stage 2. I have seen them.
You guys di-like dulu guys.
Make a ton happen, but let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. Looking at the bottom half here, what is immediately standing out?
Wih, langsung di-update dong. Wih, Cina nomor satunya malah di 23 anjir. Tapi masih ada chance sih. 3 match kalau juara 1 terus 24 nambahnya kan. Wih, Taro udah di 8 besar Taro. Wih, Egi di 6 Egi anjir. Saya pret bro.
We look at the rest here in degree. Not a first this time, but another top 4.
Tapi Cina masih 2 ya. Si Sake sama si Ice. Wih, Milala naik tuh. Habis 1 naik langsung guys.
I do want to point out just before the standings run away from us how close it is from 8th place and below.
Oh yeah.
I think we're really well set up for the back half of the day to see some big switches happening.
I have to give a shout out to Saka because we didn't see him play any TFT until the tournament right here. So him still following up his Runeterra's Reforged with a top 4 right now is pretty impressive, and he's the biggest enigma.
Well, as Clement said, right, you gotta add up to 24. 3 games to go before we lock in that top 8. Very excited to continue to get towards that direction.
Kaila 3 guys.
Casters ready for the game. We'll send it over to them for game number 4 of the Remix Rumble Championship.
Thank you so much, Dusk. It's great
Salvo
to
gak
be
sih guys?
back here to take us
Sama
through
itunya,
another game of
MC-nya
action
anjir.
at the TFT World Championships.
Pakai bulu
And those
mata, kumisnya
standings,
tebel
oh my
banget.
goodness. I was really looking at that second page and thinking about how many players were actually making a comeback. I think you'd be excited to see what's happening in EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big storyline that always hurts me day 2 is some players will have to be eliminated, and I just don't like that. I want all of them to win.
What I like is the stage that we are right now. Day 2, several still have the chance to pass, but they need top 1. Like 3 top 1s, 1 top 1, 1 top 2. Maybe only the top 3 are in a great position. So now we're going to see the Heartsteel Fiesta, unless obviously you have like a Senna that we are seeing that is the like the more prio in the game. But for sure, I believe is the total Fiesta, the craziness of the Heartsteel that we will see now.
So what I'm wondering though is that when you take a look at the statistics we had earlier on today at top of show, when we saw those 80 flex boards that were separated out from those giant legendary caps, What's the difference here? Because we saw some players that were able to get that early Heartsteel start, not necessarily be able to actually pivot that into one of those big legendary boards. But where's your take on that?
We're seeing in this lobby, we have seen it on this shop, and we have seen it on 60 seconds. Both have got a very, very stable level 8 and then try to go rapidly to level 9 when they know that the tempo is enough. They have like the perfect balance on spending gold and stabilizing their composition to later go to level 9 and pivot to the legendary board.
Oh, lanjut guys.
For the new portal, I believe
Round
I
10.
want to wish that more are going for volatility.
Berarti 3 round lagi ya sama ini ya.
And champion delivery.
We saw Coca Can there in the middle doing El Poreo, and you didn't even talk about it. Come on, Rupe.
Champion delivery.
I want to give a shout out to Bintum and Coca Can both, who both are predicted to not be able to make it anymore based on the tiebreakers. So shout out to them. They're in this lobby, of course, because that's how we're seeding, but they will not be able to make it to day 3.
And that's what we've been talking about, right? Is we're over 75% of the games that these players get to play in order to break into that top 8. So this is where the going gets really tough. And while they might be mathematically eliminated, we still have 6 players that are giving it everything they've got.
For sure, and the fact that they don't have anything to play for, between quotes, it makes them play more safe. So more safe or in their mental. So Coca-Ken can now really show his game. He has done it in the carousel dancing with the Poro, and I believe even though he hasn't had the best tournament, he will now perform even better.
But don't forget, we still have $450,000
Ih, kasihan banget poinnya 20 anjir.
get to play for. And while you would be eliminated from that final lobby where the grand prize is $150,000,
10 round.
you still have
9 ya, 9 round poinnya 20.
one of these games.
I think the analyst desk handled this as well as we were getting ready for this game, but I do just want to quickly point out, as we are on his board,
Ini top satunya nih, degree.
3 more games to go. Pretty much very, very safe, and somehow yet he does it again.
59 bro, poinnya bro.
What is happening? And you know what's amazing about Degree's spot, and I'm just going to cover it again because I think this is a player in North America that people had lower expectations for than the rest of the NA representatives coming into the World Championships.
That just baby.
First places with 80 flex boards with these Heartsteel starts.
Clear mind, that just baby.
How much
nggak mau that just baby
really
guys.
put in to making those kinds of starts work.
Clear
for
mind
him.
bro, objective
The
bro.
augment selection roots. Remember your roots for Dunisani, and this is an element that you normally want to play in KDA, and
Spoil
he has
sih.
the playoff to do it.
Sabun,
by
spoil
far.
sabun.
And now Ryu also going for the meditation, trying to go for that speed of using the economy to elevate the level, and this is one of my favorites. Coca-Ken using
Star
Stars are
Arbron.
an element that popularized
With true
when the
damage,
Caitlyn meta
sabun.
was in the previous set, that you have to pick the legend, and now he will go for full tempo.
I personally love seeing what we got
Degree,
going here for
degree
Disho.
spoil
We saw
ya.
his Senna earlier on, and now running it back with the true damage comps.
Sabun nggak pede sama
Showing
itemnya
something
kayaknya
to
guys.
appreciate,
Jadi
although
nggak mau
that does
spoil.
open him up to other players maybe contesting that line if they will.
I like what I'm seeing from Mumu. He decides to pick too healthy, if I'm not mistaken, and this is an augment that is actually pretty
Itu
good
Kyler
if
2
you
apa
actually
bukan
get
tuh?
the position and the units, the champions that you need to place on it. So let's see if that's a possibility for him. If he managed to get at least 3 or 4 units in to get the additional health to make it healthy in a good way. Coca-Ken on the other side, trying to go for more of a little tempo. He has the Olaf now, maybe looking to go for a KO reroll if he
Orang gila,
He
Olaf.
has the Lily on the bench as well, so you can get the super fan in later with the pentakill to start is going to be very good.
What's a shot? He gets even more. There's a cannon,
Okay,
there's a Lilia,
okay.
there's a Nard, we have the Kale. I think we're locked in
The
for
Nico.
for El Mumu as well. Everything's going great.
Super fans and friends.
Right.
Super friends and friends. We've been talking about it, and also Skippy was telling the strength, no, of this early game. We have seen a lot of Urgot, a lot of Bai, a lot of this
Urgot,
only in the early game, and obviously a lot of Heartsteel as a possibility. And now we see this super fan meta really popping up on Worlds for the possibility of hitting any 2-star 3 cost.
checking in with some more players. We're once again seeing Kokaken on the other side. We're also seeing Dooney Zuni, who's also playing around that Heartsteel, of course, with more and more players needing those high finishes, as we were saying. We're expecting more and more risky play, so even more Heartsteel, if that was even possible.
I think you're going to play, I think you're going to see a lot of these players play this Heartsteel start if they expect that the tempo is a little bit faster and might not have gotten anything strong online, and they can totally pivot out of it later. Junior is also holding on to a couple of those Superfan units, so maybe just giving him an opportunity to go for one of those Superfan and Friends compositions that we've seen so far. But 62nd, that is going to be the Heartsteel now coming online for him, and then there's the Bard. There's the Bard headliner. Thoughts?
No, I like it because he actually had the perfect setup to go for super fans and one of their friends. But he actually decides to pivot out of that, go for Heartsteel and go for something more capped.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but I think we need to check in with Bintum, who's currently losing pretty hard and fast. I'm not sure what that plan is, but right now we're going to see a 62nd go up against Yue, as both of these players are trying to build out a win streak. It's not going to work out for the Bard, but I do like the Bard in early.
I like your pronunciation of Ziyue. Is it like
I practice with Clement. Yeah. I will not claim that I do it right, but I try my best.
I'm not even going to try it. We're going to take a look, though, at just how these players are doing now going into the carousels. We can take a look at their compositions. And I'm seeing certainly a lot of Heartsteel, but I think it's really interesting to sort of point out what's happening at the top end here, where we've got Degree that has an opportunity to maybe take a Mosher's angle, just using the Heartsteel as some amount of economy.
Yeah, for sure. Getting the Urgot always gives you the flexibility, the possibility that you know you're safe in the early mid game, and he can go either for the super fans or for the Heartsteel and go more for the AD flex line. Ryu or Ziyue, obviously getting there. And now the possibility for Bintum, we hadn't seen him before so far. He was actually open 40 hard, open 40, ensuring the economy for him, 40 gold. And now, let's see, I don't know. He will have the possibility to get now a new setup, but actually it's not the best spot to be in.
That's super risky.
It is very risky, and it's not something we've seen a lot of since the streaks were changed. But since you are playing for placement, you really don't have anything to lose at this point. You know you're not going to make that final lobby. You're trying your hardest to get really high finishes, and there that really risky play kind of makes sense again.
And with no units on the board, and you're guaranteed to get those losses, and it's tough to be able to play consistently around all of these Heartsteel players. So by actually playing with no units on the board, you're also sort of messing up those Heartsteel cash outs too if you're running into any of those players that are trying to stack those.
On the other way, the Olaf, the Super Olaf, that's one. You asked yesterday what is the crazy comp you wanted to see?
The Super Olaf.
The Super Olaf. It's actually so good. He received like slight nerf in the last patches, so we are not seeing him much. But actually one of my favorite units of all time in TFT. The fact that you got a chunky Viking going in the front and fighting it out. So he's still very good in the early game, and it's being shown here for El Mumu.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really, really great early game unit. We always shout out, the Vi, for example, but I think Olaf can also do heavy lifting as Zuni. Is that what I think it is? We're going to play that Garen headliner, take a page out of the book from Scapeus earlier on. Now, the most likely scenario here is we're playing it for tempo, we're playing it to get that 8-bit in, and we're looking for a ribbon maybe later on. Now, the more unlikely, but much more fun scenario is a Garen reroll.
Yeah, I would love to see a Garen reroll. I know we've been able to see it a little bit, just sort of sparkling around on the ladder, but you really do have to just natural into a position like that.
Yeah, I love it. It's one of the comps that it's like the meme that actually works. We saw it in the regional finals of Latam. It got like a fifth. So actually a good place from Cheche, actually, who's competing now at Worlds.
Sorry, so did you just say a fifth is a good place?
It's not bad. When you're not in a good spot and you don't get a good angle, you can say it's a good fifth.
I was hoping you'd sell me on that comp and say like, oh, it got a good place. It went second.
Round 27.
You say fifth? No, we don't want to see that.
Sure.
Ngopi dulu guys.
The other one together with Binkyun with no possibilities of getting to day 3. So we actually will keep an eye of them to see what is their strategy. As you said, they could go for high risk, high reward in case to trying to go for upper level, or also they could play like good like Jogo Bonito. They could play like their good TFT and only trying to get good steps and maybe get a good placement to win more money of the prize pool.
Cocaken 20 poin doang cocaken.
But we're starting to get into the stage now where after we see the second augment choice, players are really going to start to commit to what they want to play for this game.
Riven. Kaila.
To quite a few different units here. Gonna bypass
Dari apa
a
sih,
hard
Serapin?
headliner, but has that 2-star Seraphine and a single copy of Seraphine on the bench with the Ari pickup on shop as well.
Ah, tuh Serapin tuh.
He's looking out for him. Yeah, rewarded actually. He thought about it. He got the true damage Senna. He had only one, and he said, no, I'll risk it. And he actually gets the Seraphine very early on stage 3-1.
This is super early. That's going to be making everybody else in the lobby sweat when they take a look at what just happened on this board.
Star Arbon, bro.
He's getting quite a few hearts now from the loss he's about to take.
Absolutely right, but we also have augments come up next, and that could be something that changes up the lobby tempo. Notably, prismatics are still on the table. We haven't seen a whole lot of them all throughout this weekend, much to the rejoice of many players out there, and it is going to be silver once again.
Oh, we're gonna prismatic one.
Rekumulator.
I have yet to see one in one of my lobbies, but
Buat rekumulator.
we are getting some really nice economy augments coming through. I think when you look at some of the different choices that were already made, you do have to start to balance that out a little bit with the second augment choice.
You're a prismatic person, Necra?
I love prismatics.
Same
You love, yeah, 3 for
I love
prismatic.
prismatics. Oh my gosh, Prismatic Symphony, my favorite. Crab Rave, the best. I love gambling whether or not I'm going to end up dying to that giant crab or not.
This is why I adore you, and rightfully so.
You're my prismatic buddy, that's for sure.
Players surely do not like them, as you were hinting to, but they're very much happier with that low, quote-unquote, variance of the silver augments coming through here, getting a lot of generic ones, harm assist, healing orbs, something players just really like playing. And I'm happy to report that Bintum, who we're currently looking at, has put a board together.
Yeah, for sure. He has the crab, he has the Super Urgot, and he has the best itemization for Ezreal, so you are seeing an Urgot, but that's actually an Ezreal doing Urgot cosplay. It's actually very, very soon we will see the change, and now he's being totally destroyed by Cocaken, who already finds also an Ari very, very early. So it's as I say, he has no possibility of going from day 3, and now the game's totally.
Ada dua Cina di sini.
I mean, look at the win streak that he's starting to rack up a little bit. Bintum though has yet to be able to snap the loss streak that he's been on since the start of this game. It is starting to look a little bit dicey, but Zuyue here is on the Aphelios that looks like it's going to be great to try to find that 5th Heartsteel.
I think same plan from what we saw in that previous matchup. We're looking for the Ezreal. We'll play anything as a fake stand-in Ezreal for now, i.e. a half a blue buff, and you're actually seeing both of those boards go against each other now. I will say Bintum's previous loss was a lot of it going into that very strong board that we saw from Cocaken. I think his board should be winning more rounds from here on out, and that's exactly what's happening here on the board on the back end of an Urgot.
Yes, good luck for Ziyue, also with the Heartsteel, so this is not the end of the world. He has 3 loss streaks, so he needs to save as much SP as possible, and Binkyun is still, was in a 7 loss streak, and now he starts winning, but the HP is not helping him, 53 for him.
Now it's going to be really tough when you take a look at Wolves coming up soon, but another carousel with more options. There's a Karthus and a Caitlyn up for grabs.
Both of these are kind of, you know, you don't hate them, but it's also not the Ezreal that you would have really liked. Or the Zed, for example, for at least our true damage player. We know that Dish Soap is on that line, so they're kind of, I would say, either A- or B+ tier for costs.
For sure. Even the Sack could be a good unit. It's like a premier tank now. Obviously going for the EDM line. And now with the faith absolutely for here for Dunison. He gets the set. He actually doesn't need it. Maybe he will save it a little
48 bit.
for griefing, but we're only starting round 3-5. He's actually looking for the ribbon. He won't sell now. He won't pop off. He will try to wait. He knows he's pretty strong so far, so he will wait until
Weh,
the
dapat
next round
dilawi,
of
anjir.
neutral and then do a big
Level
rolldown
7.
looking for the ribbon.
Surely you want to wait until you're level 7 first, so go a little bit for that level. But I don't know what Kokaken did in that previous break that we had here. Found the Ari pair right after.
Tor.
And now also an Alawi on board. There is Mordok's
Tor.
blessing, Mordok's favorite child even among us.
I think you might be right about that one. I mean, look at how the Aries are working in tandem. This Kale does not stand a chance. And Alumo here, really kind of wondering where he wants to go with this. How do you feel about the red buff on the Kale there?
It's not the worst. Actually, when you have the double Ginsu, it's because you need the ramp up. And now the red buff, you have a little of AoE, so actually you can burn from the damages of the rest, avoid the healing. So I'm good. Normally you don't see it because it's a lot of bows. You need 3 bows to go for that, but it's good. Now he needs only the healing and make sure he have a beefy tank so the Kale has the chance to ramp up.
And that's something a lot of people have been saying about the Kale comp, right? You need that Kale 3, but then you also need that Mordekaiser 3. We have seen it do well without the Morde 3, though. There are a lot of ways in which you can cap this board.
Nusantara gimana rungkat, bro?
I feel like this is the most flexible 2-cost reroll in terms of what you can slot in late game, and it allows you to do much more.
Rungkat gua rungkat.
Even for Karthus, or if you have more 80 items, you'll go for the Akali, you'll go for the Zed, you'll go for the Viego.
Tor.
Yeah, you can go super vertical pentakill and really make it work out here. But we're gonna be checking in on how Benjamin started to stabilize. That feels really nice here. 62nd is also going to be heading into the Wolves face to be able to get another cash out. And the Ari pair as well.
Isinya Akri, 2 biji anjir dibuang.
Units that pop out of those orbs, but
gak guna.
We're getting closer for Zuni. Has now sold off that Garen, but hasn't found the Riven headliner just yet. This is for sure where the roll down will happen right after Wolves, so we are going to keep our eyes open for that one.
For sure, let's see if he hits. He's trying to look any chosen ribbon, any headliner ribbon, especially the 8-bit, to try to go for the full cap as a possibility. And he has the emblem.
Wih, 8-bit.
Immediately, the 8-bit emblem. So now we really want the headliner 8-bit. So we can go for the full cash out.
tapi anjir.
Finds another ribbon, but down the hatch we go. How fast
Nyari ribbon.
with these rerolls?
Nyari ribbon.
You need the extra copies. Thus far, so many ribbons showing up. Does he actually want to commit? Does he want to roll more? Doesn't seem like it. We're staying here.
No, because you also still have those rolling for days free shots. So he doesn't want to use them right away without that gold. He still has 60. He's not in too bad of a position, and you have so many Heartsteel players in the lobby. Maybe you get lucky with who you run into.
Yeah.
For sure a huge upgrade, but I don't think it's enough to win those fights. So you can see him even roll a little bit more while that fight goes on, recognizing that
Gak dapat airnya. Griffenya B3.
Yeah, it's at 53, so he have to go now. The last selection of augment, they want to go for combat. They want to go for a specific augment that will help their comp. And if not Bintium, in this case, going for the double dummy as a possibility, giving a good crowd control. Lotus here for the great
nah, tuh dapat tuh anjir.
To use the roll down, we will see.
Zuni just found that headliner is on return.
Kurang satu ribbonnya.
Iya. Ribbon does go very far down left side of your screen, right in the middle. 1 copy short of it, but hasn't found it just yet.
I think he's okay. Maybe he wants to stay here. The rest of the lobby right now is also not looking like it's ultra strong, but you gotta start paying attention to some of these Heartsteel boards. But he doesn't want to roll too far past with this gold just yet.
Yeah, he wants to stay also here. He wants to get the core key in as soon as possible, and he wants to be able to go to level 8. So he
baru
needs to
40.000 skornya anjir, masih
trying
jauh.
to get the ribbon as early as possible, but don't burn the full gold, because when he gets the 6-bit, like in a more natural way, he could go for a really top one in this round.
He could, but to get there, he needs to live.
Darahnya masih banyak sih.
Those losses are not really doing Dunizuni any favor.
34.
Speaking of, more and more players are taking damage.
Tapi belum B3 ya, inget itu cuy.
And for Dish Soap, who's currently at the bottom of the
TFT
standings,
kalau
we
kurang
haven't
1
really
udah
seen that Senna
kayak kurang
come
10
online just
anjir.
yet, that he locked himself into right from the start.
Yeah. Dunizuni and Dish Soap are all on loss streaks at
2% tuh. Tuh 2%. Cari 2%.
Who are still win streaks
Yeah,
the stage. There's the ribbon though, and maybe Dunizuni can start to turn this around.
Egonya masuk, Heartsteelnya dibuang.
To eliminate the possibility of crowd control, he actually needs that a lot. Only 2 items for the ribbon, and now he faces off with the board of Heartsteel in mid stakes. So a good area, good front line, still missing the set.
Kurang GSS.
For the ribbon, let's see her play with this combo.
Nyari sparring tinggal.
Look at the Zag, it's bouncing around, but with this ribbon, it is going to get stunned without that QSS available. So it feels so bad to see this 3-star ribbon come online and not be able to get through the front line as quickly as you might like it to, giving this Ezreal some time to just deal with this KO, but the KO is online, and just like that, Dunizuni has found some stabilization. The best part about it as well, with how much HP he's lost, he gets first pick on this carousel, and there are plenty of gloves to go around.
Yeah, 2 as of right now, and even if Dish Soap were to take one, he can get the other one. That's your QSS. That's the most important item.
Ngelek kok ya, anjir, kenapa sih?
Can go exactly like you just saw. She slides into that backline, gets stunned, and then it's just shell shock. Nothing happens. She'll stand.
Lo yang baru bergabung, selamat malam guys.
For sure. Now he's going to start thinking about the Kaling and start thinking about how else can he caps his war, maybe including a Lucian, maybe include just even as a possibility to get a little more front, but he decides to go and try to stabilize. He decides to go for the 8-bit emblem on the Viego. That's the normal position and the normal place we will see.
Udah 6 ya, 8 bitnya ya?
To see it in the Lucian.
Looking at the Gree here, we were talking about him. He is basically already safe with finding that kill free there on the right hand side. Playing Heartsteel in this game. We're getting closer and closer to a cash out of 200 stacks.
Degrade darahnya masih 53. 5 Heartsteel Degrade.
It's a pretty good chance of being able to lose yet another time, giving him an opportunity to start to get some of these big board upgrades in. But this is going to be a work for the Kayn, work for the Seraphine. That Aphelios is going to provide Degree just a couple of extra stacks. But this cash out is going to need to be massive so that you can get these units in.
Okay, let's see it. There's the cash out, some gold. And a toll. In Heartsteel, it's not amazing to have a toll. Maybe Brawler, if he can find a...
Buka dong suratnya dong, isinya apa dong?
He wants to roll first. He's very low in life. Now with 33 and looking for something. This is a good... This is very... Okay, no?
No.
No, he already has the set. He already has the set, yeah. He goes for that, a little more front line. He's lacking actually items. He doesn't have item. He has only 1 item in his tank. He has diluted his item on his carry. So that's all he needs. He actually has a good skeleton of composition, but it's not enough, given that the damage is not going through.
At least the Guardian emblem does something here, and you can actually get that Guardian trait unlocked. So not the worst of it all, but surely not really what you were hoping for with as little gold and as little HP as you have right now on the Greece side. You can see how it goes. The only unit that's left standing is that Thresh, and he could potentially knock it out, but it's not going to be the case. The Ezreal on the other side just a smidge stronger.
Just a little bit. That
Emang Bloodthister jelek ya guys buat si set ya?
Yeah, for sure. And we need to remember, the Greece actually in a great spot to go to day 3. If he get a bad loss here, maybe it opens up a little the possibility, but he's actually great.
No, he's very much
He's
guaranteed.
good. He's
3 more games, he's going to get to at least 62 points. The cutoff is going to be around 60, so I'm not too worried about the Gree, but Dish Soap, that's a different story. We're on 6 HP there, Senna 3 now online, but is that going to be enough? Let's take a look at that board.
It's tough to say. I mean, these Senna items are not pretty. Like, they're not the ones that you would generically think about.
Pops it off with a
Wih,
super
dapat
Great
Kiana
call
anjir.
there, so you can start to rebuild
Oke
this
banget,
with the
sabun.
Rabadons that you've held onto. Now you get them okay. Now we're chilling. That's good.
Pas
I
banget.
had the same feeling as you. I was like, oh my lord,
Self-hack
what
pin
is
dia.
going on? Why is there a vest? But it is all good.
And the power
OJ.
of salvage bin, as we
enggak.
would say. Because those items were looking
Kira-
a little
kira mau-
suspect, but Dish Soap
OJ.
is one of those players we've seen use this augment to such high potential.
He has the potential to even improve a lot on his comp. He's sitting on a Caitlyn 1 with true damage, and now with the flip flip, the possibility for degree and
Ah,
Dish
ya
Soap
Allah, ya
to
Rabbi
be
Tuhan.
eliminated in this round.
Right hand side, you are seeing a matchup between those two cost rerolls, and I think
Baru
on the
ngopi lo,
back
guys,
end
nguap
of
mulu,
that true
guys.
damage emblem and that extra blinged out, the Senna is gonna do it, but
Tor.
only barely. Dish Soap hangs in there.
Degree trying to go for it. Only the board is left, but the sack looks very, very strong. I think it's not enough. He's still
Degree
16
disuruh
HP,
ngangkat jemuran.
So it's a loss, but it's not the end. So Degree has one more chance to pop off and keep climbing on his actually great tournament so far.
I mean, we have seen those 80 flex boards sometimes be the boon or the bane of some of
Degree
these
tinggal
players.
25 darahnya.
But 62nd at the moment
Sabun
is looking to be in
sisa
the
sisa 6
similar spot
sabun.
here as Degree
Belum ada yang
still on a
tusun
loss
nih.
streak, still looking
Ini
for some good
match
Yeah,
penentuan nih.
specifically, you'd really
Tusun apa
want
enggaknya ya?
that Ezreal 2, you're currently running a Kate
60
headliner.
second udah
It's not the
9.
best picture, and for Degree, the story is very similar. You kind of opted into 80 flex, but not the one you would have wanted, the one you were given, and you're
Oh, buat
running into
EO,
comps like that
NZ-nya,
KO
jadi nggak
on the
dipakein
other
Blue Twister,
side.
guys.
For Degree, Dish Soap is given what you wanted to be for the other players. There's an Ezreal who is popping off, but I think the Senna does it here. She should be strong enough if she
Hey,
can find
ente.
that Ezreal. Does get a little
free
bit
hit.
distracted, and that is going to be
Weh,
everything. Dish
sabun
Soap
tusun
getting knocked out.
sepertinya. Apakah susah menuju 8 besar sabun sabun?
Is confirmed in 8th place with this position,
Dapat
and Degree
tambahan
still has
1
a chance to
poin
keep
doang
coming points, while
sabun.
we see at the left 60 seconds or Degree now going. As you were saying, mates, normally you don't want this crowd driver sack, you want the EDM or you want to go for another place, but actually it has all
Degree
the
panik nih,
elements to be a
Degree
strong
nih.
comp on this level 8. Let's
Degree
see if
panik,
can try to go to
guys.
level 9, include the additional
Darahnya tinggal
units
7,
that will give
guys.
more of the pop-off
What are we going level 9 with, Luka? We have 15 gold.
with faith.
Ya deflect
If
lagi.
you believe hard enough,
Yeah.
you can
Oh,
do
La, la,
it.
la, la,
There's nothing more he can do, and Degree has the main
la,
pieces in
la,
place
la.
and 2 stars.
Alright, well, Bentum's going up against a ghost board.
Degree dengan Ezreal dan juga set bintang 2-nya. Oke, lurus banget, lurus banget, lurus banget. Lurus banget ke Caitlyn, anjir.
Actually had a huge CC onto the backline, being able to stop that powerful backline unit. This Ezreal being the 1 star, and of course that Alawi in the front
Tor.
is going to allow Degree to hang
Tor.
on 60 seconds, though is not knocked out in this scenario.
And even better for Degree,
Tenang
he
banget
knocked
Degree ya.
down a player that now could
Degree tenang banget,
potentially
Degree,
die
anjir.
before him in this game
Darah segitu
here
kalau
and
gua udah-
save him one more spot. Those wins you love. Only better would have been if you could have eliminated yet another player. But as we going into the carousel, I do want to point
Degree
out
ambil red
that
buff.
there is a pentakill emblem, which of course
Penta,
should
nggak ada
be
yang ambil
interesting
penta.
for Amumu if he wants it. And thus far, players are leaving it open. Goes for it, of course.
Mumu will try to go a little more in the vertical of
Ku
Pentakill,
esing
already having the kill,
paling
and
aneh,
now he will easily go for another carry or simply
melangkahkan
complete the 5 of 7
hati.
Pentakill to go for more strength.
Aku
Kokaken still present with the Feral Tree, trying to go for it, and now Ilaoi, he already has a 2-star, so not the best here for 60 seconds. Going for this 4-bit line with the Caitlyn,
Wih.
actually very, very creative.
Wih.
We normally see it with maybe 2 8-bit when
HL
the Caitlyn
Sona,
is now
guys.
here. But actually 60 seconds
Sona
I think
sekarang
is the
udah
one that
jadi
has shown more creativity when playing
support
this Heartsteel line and the
yang
flex.
bukan
Yeah,
rekomendasi ya.
it's the jazz, right? That's something we're seeing with the
Udah
Heartsteel
jadi
as well,
underrated
just try to
sekarang,
flex
bro.
them in. It's playing around the big shot with having that Caitlyn, and it is working. You get a lot of extra trade
Ya tadi main
bonus,
Riven
bonus
3 mana
bonuses
guys?
out of it, but 60-second and Degree both fighting for survival side by side here, and I don't think it is going to be enough on the left-hand side. Everything
Lucianti 2 nggak ada itu. Menang
but
si
they seem to be able to clutch it
setnya
out.
begitu
On
anjir.
the right-hand side, 60-second is getting
bisa nampung
overrun
Degree, guys.
by that kill.
Degree has finally found some good items to upgrade those units, and so when you have the opportunity to get that 2-star Ezreal, perfect items and all of that good stuff, I think Degree is starting to sit in a bit of a better position, but that lobby HP is getting really tight now. This is going to get knocked down next.
Degree is looking now for his next power spike. It should be the Sona, now with the possibility to ramp up the rest of his team with more speed. And he has the Akali, he has access to backline, he has the Ilaoi for the additional tentacles and the defense, so he sees a good spot still. And now Degree facing off Zijue. It will be a good fight here. Let's see if the Ezreal, all eyes on the left, on the set, trying to access the backline, going for the Ezreal. It's not enough, he stays on the tank, accesses it with a true shot barrage. On the backline, let's see if it's enough. The Lucian is still alive, and he's scaling a lot with the Ginso.
Wah, setnya gendong banget anjir.
Only the Ezreal is alive for Zijue.
Wah, anjir setnya gendong banget, bro.
Are you giving the game? Are you already giving the game for the green?
Hangs in there.
Rusak setnya anjir.
We were talking about this
Bisa
for
begitu,
finding
anjir.
that Seraphine so early on, finding the Ahri, finding the
Di luar Nurul, guys.
able to transform that into a bigger front
Lebih
line.
bagus
He's
itu ya set
unable to make
Gunblade
it into the top
daripada
four
set
here.
Lutister
He's
atau
gonna
AOC
get
anjir.
that 6th place.
I want to shout out also Bintium that so far we haven't seen a Kiana carry. Normally she's like an habilitator for the rest of the comp to be more strong, but he actually gave her blue buff. He also have the Sterax. So actually, normally you see the set with the Ezreal, now we see the Ezreal with the Kiana, and actually good stuff being seen here by Bintium.
Wih, Lucian.
The champion delivery does come in one more time. Players are leveling up. So you are actually making 10 here. Not something we see often. Leading the lobby here with 36 HP and will continue to do so. Try to capitalize on that extra HP that he has. Has rolled down all his gold. In the meantime, though, trying to put together this legendary support as players like Bentham are just finding those legendaries on level 9.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
ini
I
Arifin
mean,
nih.
that is one way that you can really get the ball rolling on some of these legendary cap boards. But it's basically all 80 flex that's left.
Tor.
It's a Degree. It's going to go up against this Kale
Defense-nya
reroll.
oleh.
Still sitting at that one life. I am looking on my left-hand side of the screen as that Kale starts to
Defense-nya
get
oleng, bro.
swarmed. But it's backline for backline as we
Degree,
do see
Degree,
George
Degree,
start to
Degree.
walk up to
Set.
that
Ya, anjing,
misfortune.
sumpah,
But
set,
with
bro.
that tank is all that's left. Degree is
Orang
able to
gila
hang
set
on.
anjir.
Normally Riven is the counter to this legendary board, but actually the Riven was in the front, so he had triple tanks in the front here for Bintium, and actually
Setnya orang
gave
gila,
enough
bro.
time for the rest of the comp to really burst on that Riven, so good win for him. And if he's winning against the Riven, he's actually a big favorite to win the lobby.
Both, I would say, Degree and Bentham
File
showing
kain tadi,
off
anjir.
what they can do with creativity and flexibility as they are moving through the stages here, playing around that Ezreal, playing around that Heartsteel, and Bentham just kind of minding back, open forward it at the beginning of the game. I just want that on the record. He's still in here. He's still hanging on. But we have 4 players on their last life, and they are fighting it out
ke
here
belakang lagi kan.
between each other in the backline. We're seeing one massive Jin sniping out units, one after another, and that is going to be an elimination.
Defense-nya oleng anjir.
Zuni is gonna get knocked out by
Najis
Zia.
banget lihat
It's going to be a
defense-nya
double
udah.
kill there. Bentham is
Udah ke
also
depan ke
defeated,
belakang
so
lagi dah.
that is going to be 2 incredible players getting eliminated here.
Jadi masih hidup nih Zetnya, bro. Ai, Degree.
Degree and Zuyue, but Zuyue has a huge HP lead on the rest of the lobby right now.
Almumu with a Kale 3 Degree with his Heartsteel board, both with Heartsteel also for Zijue, who finds the 6-2. So now the board that was good is now amazing.
Yeah, not only that, HP lead, but also a level lead He's level 10. He can field one more unit than the other two players.
Bisa 4
And they
orang?
don't have the money to
4
go
apa 3?
there. So
Oh 3
really
anjir.
leading here, but it is going to be a battle between El Mumu and
Serosot.
Degree. As Sidure has a ghost fight and enough life to survive that. So somebody is going to get knocked out here.
Degree ended up
Serosot.
winning against the ghost board, but this is the real thing, and now you can see just how powerful that board truly can be. That Kale is
Goodbye,
untouched,
Degree.
and Degree is out. And that is going to be the
Kalahnya
top
sama
two
Penta
now
ya.
as we head into this final
Anjir
carousel.
Penta masa juara lagi bro, Penta bro.
Additional 8-bit emblem, not getting in the best moment already. The 8-bit in place and being forced.
Juaranya
as a
Penta
possible
lagi.
redo it, going for the guard breaker. Great in the late game. There's always shields, and this will be the additional damage.
Q-nya
he might
2
need.
tapi ya, berat
From the other
coy.
part, El Mumu going for a little more defense. He knows he already has the damage. He has the ramp up that he needs to win. Only if the fight prolongs as long as he wants, it could be good. But for the other side, the Jin also wants a prolonged fight. So these both have the same archetype. Who wins it?
That's the big question, right? It looks like
Menang
all
kanan
signs
sih.
are pointing towards Sidure, who has put together
Sages
a
J2 guys.
very, very solid run and has built out that
AL-nya
legendary board
ilaw,
on the
iya,
back of
anjir.
HP preservation moving through here. El Mumu trying his best to make the pentakill work in his favor, but can this
Rio,
front line
Cina, Rio,
ever
Cina.
be enough against that legendary soup that we see on the side of Sidue? And as the violence pop up here one by one, I think the answer is pretty clear. He wins this one, and the lobby goes to Sidue.
Sidue with the win. El Mumu second place. Great lobby, great win for him. China again with good points. Necra, we have a great game now.
We did have a great game. Yeah, Zero is already at a good point total as well, sitting at like I think 43, 45 points. So you're feeling really good about being able to add 8 and get that one step closer to that 60-point cutoff.
Ngantuk.
With every game now, we will be
Dua game
having
lagi ya?
more and more players who are out of contention, but also more and more players who need those really high finishes. And with only 2 more rounds to go today, it is bound to get really exciting.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a little more Heartsteel, but actually what is happening is that they are maintaining the possibility of Heartsteel in early,
Stretching
but
dulu,
actually
stretching.
going for the 2-star 3-cost. That is actually the high meta we've been having in this TFT championship.
It's gonna get so much higher stakes as we look towards our final 2 games of the day. We're gonna take a short break. We are going to reseed these lobbies, and when we come back, it is going to be game number 5 of day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Come on, Lupe, but
On shop as well.
yeah.
Keep
Oh,
He's looking out for him.
one.
Yeah, reward.
Up here one by one. I think the answer is pretty clear. He wins this one, and the lobby goes to Sidure.
Angke ilang loroku. Poin. Duh, finalnya besok nggak bisa nonton guys.
welcome back to the Remix Rumble Championship Day 2. We're here on the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Counterfeit, Petuous Panda, and Clement. And we just saw ZUA pick up a win with the just big, strong late game board. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that, Counterfeit, about ZUA's win and try and break that down a little bit.
No, sure. I mean, picking up the clear mind, I think, from the early game and pushing for the win streak, I think really worked incredibly well there. Of course, you know, building towards that late game board with the Jin. I think for ZUA, you know, had a really difficult problem ultimately in this game to come in and get the first place. But as always, he chose violins.
Chose violins. Yes, Counterfeit. He did wake up and choose violins. Yes, Clement, I want to talk a little bit more about the clear mind because I do think that this is a really strong augment, and I think that there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. So tell me a little bit about how ZUA has piloted it in this game.
Well, I think this is an out that a lot of players are going to be looking for because this was the textbook definition of a runaway Heartsteel game. He had an Urgot early on, and then he used the Clear Mind on level 7 to find 2/4 costs in the Zac, and also I believe it was the Thresh to stabilize early. And for a lot of players that need points, this is the sort of dream come true. The only one that did better than him was Degree with 2 Urgots, as Hookah-san has mentioned.
Yeah, of course, the only thing better than 1 Urgot is 2, and we saw a couple augments being used in the early game to find those big advantages. The Clear Mind not giving you the win streak like the Urgots are, but instead we saw a 2 healthy game, and that is an augment that can help you find a win streak in the early game.
No, I honestly, I really like it there, especially we know that the Kel and Nog kind of composition together is extremely solid. Again, particularly for this point in the competition, I think having them together means that you're always going to end up doing pretty well. But the finish, I think, was even better than I expected.
Talking about gold augments, we saw also the Seraphine reroll with the Stars Are Born, helping you get that Seraphine much earlier. What we didn't predict is that hit would happen at 3-1, almost the same as we see with the 1 cost, really. And just again, Kokaken not managing to translate that into a top 4, I think was a little bit sad. It was a 6 in the end for the Argentinian player. Yeah,
it's not the only person who had struggles, even in a 2 cost reroll that it feels like it should be optimal circumstances, right? Dish Soap playing blinged out and taking an 8th. I think that usually is very rare, but he had trouble hitting early on. Very rough game for Dish Soap.
Yeah, and Dish Soap, I mean, did end up with a pretty good board. Honestly, I think if you look at that board in a vacuum, you would not be thinking this is an 8th place board.
This game just has massive implications for our standings here because if you look at our 7 and 8, those are the favorites from North America and China, now going very dangerous to getting out of the tournament.
All right, well, we had another performance that didn't quite reach the expectations. We actually saw a Riven board end up in the bottom 4, even though it hit a lot of the optimal circumstances that would generally lead to getting a first place. So, Panda, why don't you head over to the Telestrator to give us a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX and show us exactly what may have gone wrong, how we got to that 5th place.
It was everything going well for Unizuni at the very start. We saw at 3-7 the tone pop into an 8-bit emblem. You couldn't have hoped for a better start to this game plan. And then we saw maybe a slow APM transition across 3 rounds for the Korean player, eventually finding the QSS, the glove he needed on this stage 4 carousel to build what could be a win-out board, maybe even an 8-bit grand prize in the end. There we see the glove being picked up by Unizuni. Unfortunately, there are very strong players in this lobby. Despite a bit of a win streak in stage 4, coming into stage 5 as well, he did meet his match when it comes to the winner of the lobby outright, which that was, of course, ZUA. We'll see in just a bit as this fight starts off right here. And look at the positioning, especially for this Riven, in the middle of the board and how much he has to chew through to get to this Jin at the very end. It was just too much to handle, especially considering we're going to look at here the combat augments. Remember your roots. Fantastic, you're buffing Viego and the Caitlyn as well, but suddenly have Rolling for Days and Return on Investment. No combat power there for the Riven, and the fight as we move it on, it's just too many legendary 5 costs, too much damage coming in, and it's too much to choose for the Riven. The Caitlyn cannot clean up, the Lucian with the 8-bit emblem at the end, just too much to handle with Jiwei, who we saw had the clear mind board, and it was just so crazy to come through.
All right, well, thank you so much, Panda, for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX there to kind of show us how, the Riven could still falter. I think a lot of that ended up with that kind of matchmaking running into ZUA just as he was able to spike as well.
Yeah, Riven is a comp that I think a lot of players have to gravitate towards, but it is very first rate. I think Juni did actually okay.
All right, but now we've got our standings popping up as we're getting to the last 2 games of the day before we decide who has made that top 8 and who is going to that final of the championship. And in our previous game, you know, we saw 62nd and Dish Soap both take a 7th and an 8th respectively, which is huge for the implications.
Obviously, they were 9th and 10th before this game, but now they've slid much further down. Though I will say, as a CNTFT fan, I'm not feeling too bad.
As an EMEA enjoyer, watch out. Here comes Scipeas clawing up the leaderboard now in the second place runner-up position, trying to finish off in those top 8 spots.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of a slide from SEA, Lechuan, and Eggy have dropped just out of the top 8, but they've still been playing such exceptional TFT. There's a good chance that they can get there. We are going to go to a quick break, and then we've got the 5th game of day 2, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more action. Come to your eyeballs.
Degree masih di atas Degree 65 bro, lolos sih udah tuh, sama top 8 nya 51 14 ya, lolos sih, tinggal 2 game kan. Dua game kalau misal si Milala 2 kali champion, 2 kali juara 1 tambah 16 cuma dapat 67 kan, lolos anjir.
Welcome back everyone to the Remix Rumble Global Championship. My name is Counterfeit, alongside with Never Say It's Over, Casanova, and I didn't think we're pumped for you, Impetuous Panda. It's going to be an incredible game number 5.
It is, and we're close to the chopping block, close to the end of the day 2, which means that players who need a big result have to change their play style, play for that first raid, lean more heavily into maybe something like Heartsteel, for example. 2 key players I think will be Cheche and Yeduzor, especially in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they play into that variance, right? We saw Gold earlier go for that spatula, try and one guy the portal and see if he could just build up the variance. We might see the same thing in this. Try and go for something big, high rolly, and then just play for that first.
I think, you know, to continue from the previous game, the kind of balls we were seeing going 8th place and going less than we'd expect were pretty eye-watering. I think exactly as you guys are saying, you know, this is about finding the balls that go beyond whatever you would otherwise expect.
We broke down the Telestrator. Boards like Ribbon, for example, could be those boards that players try and reach for the grand prize win out, maybe that first place that Zuni was not able to acquire in game number 4. We'll look at the lobby though. Some favorites already have a almost half foot into that top 8. Scipeas, I think, is guaranteed at this point, basically. But ZUS, still 9 points off, needs to have 2 decent results.
Yeah, the other player I'm looking at is Eggy. He's actually spent a lot of time today in that top 8. He climbed himself all the way there, dipped a little bit, but he's still sitting in those like 9th and 10th positions. So really just needs to kind of knock it home here. 2 top 4s very likely can get him there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some surprises coming from here. Again, remember, we are on
Ini siapa yang main?
as Jedi saw the one-man come through before.
main.
It would be exactly the same.
Kemudian.
Have we been good this year?
Egi, support lagi guys. Saya pergi.
He knows what happened there. Not a good result.
Ngantuk gue guys.
Twice in one day.
Again, we hit the spatula start. And it was one of the players that you pointed out, Panda, that kind of needs that big result. Going for a swing for the fences here with the spatula portal.
Portal apa coy?
Game plan is considering the confidence of standing on that
portal coming up.
Maybe just trying to inflict some early game
Apaan?
mental
Portal
damage
coming
to the rest
up?
of his opponents.
I mean, he's certainly come out of this one swinging. But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be inflated. We did see, of course, before some of our players claiming their route very early on.
It's Heartsteel.
Now we see why he picked it. He wants to go for 5 Heartsteel in stage 2.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Hey,
Satu tiga dapat terus steal. Oh, spatula.
Early on in this game, but I know for Gensler, just trying to find that belt, go for the
Apakah
Heartsteel and trying to get that 5 Heartsteel online as fast as possible.
Yes, compared
10
to this
Heartsteel,
lobby, I'm
guys.
sure jealously on at a start this damn good. Of course, you know, we're keeping an eye out for any more players who do slam.
Berdoa dapat bel. Nggak ada
As well, we've got several players in this lobby who will just be playing for placement. Cheche and Jed, you saw, they're the ones who've really got the biggest swings coming out of this game again.
And ZUA, of course, the player that just needs a consistent result with Scapeus being already maybe a foot in to that day 3. There will be, of course, just a lot of results in terms of your confidence coming these next 2 games.
Ketika dunia tak berkan lagi
in terms of your confidence and your mentality going into the game. Are you a favorite to do it? Do you have, you know, the clutch that you need to have in a moment like this with so much at stake?
And I want to call out another player. So much at stake, right? Cheche, looking at the side here, noticing that he also has a Cassante, very likely Heartsteel, and he's also playing 8-bit on his board early to try and get stacks, because Riven is another
Silver
out when you want
spawn.
to play for first place.
Yeah, we know the spatulas will make that very realistic. Our first
I've
one coming in will be Silver. We've already got some interesting ones coming in, switching gears from ZUA. Kringtown going for the Silver Spoon.
Maybe a risky start for Cheche. 2 Econ augments available. 1 has been rolled. AFK is
Keeper
now there.
satu Harmakis.
We'll see if his bench is empty or not.
AFK.
What the good position is for it. Keepers a little bit too centered on Disco, which we know is not a comp you really want to go for when you want
Spatula
a big
ya
result
ini
in
ya.
this game 5.
AFK to swing for the fences potentially as that option, right? Especially if it is that, you know, Heartsteel Cassante in, you don't really need to get it online. We do see the take. He's still going to be able to get a little bit of stacking going for the 8-bit. It's not going to be significant, but it is something.
No, absolutely. And it's only keeping that option open for later.
Mana tadi yang dapat Cassante Heartsteel, bro?
The duplicates have been picked up by Ugol and Eggy to try and go for a little bit of
Oh,
early
ini juga
buying.
dapat.
Ugol in particular
Si Cece.
picking out the early Annie 2.
Another player looking towards that Riven already has one on the board. That's going to be Mai, and playing around this quirky headliner, just trying to get the early stack. So it does feel like that line could be contested.
And Cheche here with the spatula start is open to 2 different things with AFK, with probably a high chance of having Prio on the first carousel, maybe going for the Heartsteel emblem to really capitalize on that first rate playstyle, or maybe trying to angle towards 8-bit, has it right now on his board with Garen and Corky. Could lean into the Riven instead as his maybe ticket out of here in terms of the game 5.
Yeah, and with Riven being potentially contested, I'm wondering if we instead see true damage because of how high Senna has actually been for that.
Oh,
first game
KDA.
as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fascinated to see how
Ini
this
GG juga nih,
Scapeus,
Scapeus
of
nih.
course, somewhat in his element here. Managed to put together balls which
Scapeus.
just don't make any sense under other circumstances. KDA and the red buff slammed in early on. He's chosen his lane.
I'd say very much in his element. He played 3 games of KDA yesterday with the Ahri and the Akali, so I think he's going to be going down that tempo route. Could still, of course, be rerolling for something because Seraphine has 1 currently on his board, and the red buff already slammed.
Yeah, can just
Jalo
play the
PS
tempo this
game.
out, but we've also seen Scapeus go for those late games. And I think one thing for Scapeus is looking around. I don't think KDA looked contested whatsoever. We saw a lot of players looking towards Riven, maybe some true damage angles. So this could just be a very open lane for Scapeus to just tap it in, make sure he locks in that top 8.
He has got the duplicator as well. They're pushing a little bit of early power. Certainly doing pretty well to start off with. We'll keep scouting around and finding out what else is in play. Of course, we mentioned before, Cheche with that AFK. See how much damage he takes before he gets the cash.
Overall, very little combat strength in terms of the augments for this stage 2, so players like Scapeus can benefit off of that, maybe try and make this a 5 win streak instead. We see, of course, a Laden Forge for Mai. We see 2 of those duplicators that won't do anything until you're trying to chase that 3-star. And similar for Cheche, who is just away from his keyboard for the start of the stage 2, not predicted to win many fights.
Right, But the other player that I'm kind of looking at is going to be that
Pentakill.
ZUA playing switching gears and trying
Egi
to truly
pentakill,
optimize. Now we see him on
bro.
the 2 loss streak, so he's already not getting perfect value.
No, but if he can turn that around and start switching back and forth, that's a massive amount of money coming towards him. Of course, with our players playing a little bit weaker boards, perhaps it'll be a little bit harder to predict. Skipaeus, we're going to keep his win streak going. We can see that Olaf is doing just Olaf things, knocks down the Vi and keeps the streak intact.
Looking to spat commitments, KDA for Skipaeus, we see for Eggy the pentakill. ZUA already has the Heartsteel Emblem locked in and has both the set and the Cassante as well. Maybe hoping to find a Yone. He is going to be first pick here in the Encheche. Despite the AFK, his third pick in the carousel will not have prio over signing something like the belt. And there's only a singular belt here for someone that wants to have that Heartsteel Emblem start.
Look at this, 5 of the spatulas not yet committed. So a lot of potential pickups here to try and pair with your spatula and start moving towards some direction even early on in this game.
Can't find it.
Doesn't quite get there. Yeah, now he's stuck just trying to grab another item, just go with what he's got on his bench. Ends up grabbing that chain vest.
Oh boy, I'm really looking forward to seeing, as particularly mentioned, whether the 8-bit comes through and manifests most strongly. Mai, of course, will our player who's managed to find that early approach into that. ZUA, though, with the moshes, remember, this is the ball that's trying to switch backwards and forwards between wins and losses. 3 gold at stake every round, but managing to navigate through the lobby perfectly.
Duplicator as well here for the US, so really looking at
banget
a
ya.
crazy
Maksa
lane
nggak
game.
nih,
We
guys?
saw it already in game 4, maybe trying to, again, not with clear mind, but switching gears, get to that same position with that
Dia ada laser itu dia.
stage 2. For Skipaeus picks up a second tier, has a blue buff that he could
Champion
be slamming
duplicator.
if he wants to think about playing more for a tempo KDA line with the Ahri.
Yeah, looking at this, it feels like a lot of players are actually playing very low tempo across this lobby. We're going to see players like Skipaeus be able to hold on to the win streak for quite some time. Heading into this fight, there's 2 streakers,
ya
still
Allah.
Xingjian and Skipaeus. On the bottom side, I think ZUA actually wants to lose this. Did not weaken their board, however, and still going to have a very close fight. It's possible the Vi can actually still carry this through.
Yeah, I think just, the only thing he really could do, and he did do, which was shoving the Vi in the corner for a tiny bit less DPS, but even the slam, the Hextech Gunblade, is close, but Ryue gets robbed of 3 gold. Not going to be too happy.
Actually, really notable, by putting the Heartsteel emblem onto the Vi, he's now not allowing himself to actually take out his headliner to weaken after he finds a win, which is usually how you see people play switching gears to get optimal value. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there from ZUA by sending
doang ya.
on the Gnar in that composition.
Xingtian right now, angling disco should and could just be the opener for now. Maybe a Lux reroll if he's feeling very spicy, but we haven't seen
Yuk,
that
Melek,
a
habisin
single
kopi,
time
Melek.
yet on the world stage. That would be a treat, though.
That was the time. That was the time. Silver Spoon so it allows him access to those bigger comps earlier on. As we do notice, we have got some stakes being raised.
And Cassante has been a bad boy. He's jailed in the
Olaf
start of
red
that
buff.
round in the top
Ade,
left corner. Now finally released. Can he win the round by himself? The answer is most likely no.
Absolutely not. Now on the other side though, ZUA actually able to get some value here out of the switching gears, so that's going to be solid for him as well.
And Skipaeus, as predicted, locks in that 5 win streak. A great start for a player that
udah
loves playing from
stacking
the head in the
aja
early
itu.
game. He talked about on the top of show during the interview, slamming items, finding ways to preserve HP early.
Yep, so him and Xingtian will both keep their streaks intact. Mai and Ugol down at the bottom with their lost streaks, but overall a decent amount of gold in the lobby. It's spread between most of our players.
Yeah, a lot of times we end up seeing these kind of bigger 3-1 roll downs, and I'm curious if players are going to continue to be greedy in this lobby and keep the tempo slow, or if we'll see players like Skipaeus start hitting people too hard and we actually accelerating the tempo for everybody, because a lot of players are seeming to want to play very greedy in this game.
What kind of units are dropped from these orbs? Skipaeus maybe trying to work around, as always, what the game gives him, trying to adapt around it. With a blue buff slam, we could maybe also see a Lulu reroll game. He played a lot of Lulu at EMEA finals, the comp he really likes. Even won games outright with Lulu in the right conditions. We'll see if this game could be one of those. But Cheche, a lot of components to work with, a lot of gold to work with as well, thanks to that AFK. And now the 3 Heartsteel is online with Cassante, trying his best to hold the fort and maybe kill off some units in each of these losses.
Honestly, I think Cheche is stacked up way more 8-bit than I anticipated. It's still not a ton, but considering it was AFK, I just didn't expect there to be much there at all. He does have the bow open,
mana
so
tadi,
8-bit is
guys?
very available for
Nggak
Cheche,
diliatin,
and the rest of
anjir.
his items actually can go in that direction, right? You have Tier and the glove to make Hodge. You have the ability to go for an Edge Ignite, or you can still move those around and create some even better items for the Rhythm.
No, I would absolutely love to see. The only problem is Mai has already got a couple of Ribbons in his team already, so it will be a little bit tougher to get through, but I have to imagine they could have expected that, given that we know how powerful 8-bit can be as a full vertical.
I think having the plan B is always an option between Heartsteel and just playing for Riven reroll. I think at 3-5, that's a real deciding point. Especially with Titch's gold lead, you can roll down at 3-5 instead of 4-1. Maybe even ignore the contest and say, hey, I'm rolling before you. I have more gold lead because of AFK. I'm going to try and roll for this instead. This augment could be really important as well. You want huge combat strength both for Heartsteel and Riven in the case of Cheche. Finds the heavy hitters, but is that the best option?
Yeah, still considering bulk as well. That can just be a solid pickup for that anyways. Martyr, one of the best gold augments, and that's just going to be a snap lock in for Cheche.
Do notice up at the top middle, we have got a last stand being locked into place. Very much, of course, that's our Heartsteel player, the Heartsteel emblem.
Augment
a potent combination which speaks to a top finish.
Scapeia is picking up Remember Your Roots when you've got an emblem like KDA that you can actually play on your carry. It ends up being incredibly strong because now you've added an additional trait that does get the bonus. So now, right now, playing around Misfortune, but it could be KDA, Jazz, and Big Shot all getting the value from this.
And I think because of the Misfortune headliner, it almost clearly indicates he's not going to be playing a reroll. I think it's enough tempo to just bypass level 6, bypass level 70, which is really where you struggle and start losing too much HP. Go straight to 8 with that vertical KDA, find maybe the Ahri, the Akali, the Ahri Warrior setup, and then play around that for a top 4, which is all Scapeia really needs. He's at 59 points right now.
Well, let's take a look at our two Heartsteel players up against each other in this round. Digital, could have been slamming in the Heartsteel emblem, but I think with the raise of stakes, he's playing things out a little bit more cautiously. Wants to make sure there's no way of winning this round, but actually, I think going to make out of this with a couple of unit kills, maybe one less than we would have liked.
David, I'm curious, do you think this will be a double raise, try and go to 5 Heartsteel with the spatula? He still hasn't been able to find a belt to actually make that happen, and I don't know how risky Jedisor actually wants to play. Right, one single Heartsteel cash out could be fine, and actually there is a belt, so if he finds that 5th Heartsteel, could actually play for it. We even see him rolling here on 3-3.
He's trying to roll for it. I think he needs maybe all 16 points in the next 2 games, so maybe he needs to
that might be the play.
Absolutely massive risk to try and find a guaranteed first here. There's a lobby like this one where you think, and you see players with the spatula starts, if they find a second spatula, they could also contest for a first with things like 10 KDA for Scapeia, who's playing a tempo game plan.
Absolutely. Jedisor is one of those players who's going all in this game, so we expect to see something extreme out of his board. Eggy on the other side, though, the pentakill in place as well, with a double green for the super fans. Board looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Iggy also just using the Adaptive Helm in the mid-game as an additional item for the Kale just to give even more power. Can pop it off later with Superfan and find something even better.
The win streak finally broken for Scapeia. Look at the HP differential here because of that stage 2 start where only 2 players had good combat strength augments. Scapeia, 90 HP, Qingtian still on 100 HP with the Silver Spoon start.
Yeah, and Qingtian still holding 3 items on the bench, right? Including a spatula, of course, but hasn't fully committed to direction and having all this tempo, plus everyone else is going to commit, and it will open up Qingtian to just decide whatever comp they want to go for.
Well, speaking of unslammed spatulas, Cheche, Jedisor, and Mai down the bottom all have also not slammed their spatulas in. All are on the lowest HP in the lobby.
Cheche just picked up a cloak, which is not something you usually do unless you're trying to angle for Riven. Cloak is usually seen as the least valuable component in most metas. That could be the case now. Jedisor does cash out in the end. He thinks that it's going to be enough.
Apaan tuh?
Cleaver here. Will that be strong enough with the early Z?
Patulanya masih nganggur, guys.
Has the Ezreal as well here.
Tuh agak DHL, Mas.
No belts for the Heartsteel emblem if that's what he was looking for. But wow, what a shot.
He's got it on.
Oh, yep, that's right.
He's been here the whole time, just hiding in plain sight.
So I think he's kind of staying away from it. He might play 5 Heartsteel, try and win with it, right? Because he's found some of these 4 costs he's really looking for.
Oh, wait a second, there we go.
On 7.
It's 7 Heartsteel
is what he wanted.
Oh, all right.
My goodness.
This is what we came here for. We want to see something off the charts good. Jedisor, quietly pleased with the turn he's just taken.
He might be able to itemize everything too, because Stimpak coming through and still getting more items from Heartsteel, he's going to be able to have a massively strong late game board. Really well done to play for first, but the question is can he be stable enough on stage 3 and stage 4 at this level 7 since he's rolled down so much?
And Vampirism as well. We're looking on the opposite side. Mai does have the 8-bit emblem slam, so committing to that Riven line with a Hull Crusher pickup.
Yeah, we can see the Aphelios will take a little bit of a bite out, but not enough. Mai starting to drop down into pretty dangerous territory, 36 HP. While Cheche's in a similar spot, it may still not be enough board strength right now.
Mai gonna go for the 9 loss streak into massive roll down on 4-1, try and just spike the Riven 3 immediately. racing with Cheche, and I don't know if Cheche even has ended up pushing for that, so it's going to be a race to Riven 3.
I think most of this setup from Mai was hoping for the Banshee's Veil off of the Laden Forge. Didn't find it in the end, finds a ZZ Rod, so we'll see if that affects really the outcome of this Riven board and if he's able to cook it up, because doesn't really have Riven items right now, has just that open sparring glove for the QSS potentially.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, as you said, for the contesting here. Cheche, I believe, has gone down more of a Yone-centric route, but we'll see how it works out long term. And anyway, with the Heartsteel and the Last Stand still very healthy, we've certainly seen a pattern of players with Last Stand managing to stay healthy long into the game.
Cheche is on 13 gold, level 7, so I think he's rolled down heavily. I'm not sure he's hit much of anything. He was trying to contest
Anjir,
his
7 HS
Riven
nggak
line.
tuh?
That's a risky play
Mana
that
itu 7 HS?
backfired for a player who was in contention.
Gua ngantuk, guys.
Had a big
Jadi
result.
nggak terlalu
It
sesama.
looks like he fully sent it trying to beat Mai. He knew that it was going to have to be a race, and he just couldn't get there, and now we've got Mai going for the big roll down, trying to find...
This is going to be absolutely massive. Again, remember, we've got players in this game who absolutely
Riven nih,
have to get the big result in. Mai, Cheche are both getting in as Cheche gets the 2-star in place. Mai still with the 2 1-star ribbons.
Yeah, and I believe I saw Cheche did have 2 1-star ribbons on his board at one point, so I think that's the natural one. Headliner still available. This race is going to be very close, but Mai has a ton more gold to get there with 59 gold in the
8 bit udah
40
pasti
more
cari
gold than
Riven.
Cheche. Cheche has not already hit. He's going to be in big trouble. We'll see the roll down coming
Jedusor,
through.
oh
Yone has it
Jedusor.
picked up
Oh,
right
yang
now.
tadi
Side by side roll
di
down.
awal dapat
Versus
kisah
Go on
hantu
the
ya.
left and Mai on the right. Mai, of course, is looking for the 8-bit ribbon specifically. He has the emblem already. If you can find all
Tambah
of this,
kopi
there's
ini
Caitlyn,
dia nanti lah.
Caitlyn,
Gak ngaruh kayaknya
as
ini
early
anjir.
as 4-1. Early Alawi is big, but not exactly
Riven.
No, maybe would have been even willing to accept that Garen at 8-bit was Sentinel instead. Roll slowing down. The center 3 does hit on the left-hand side of the board, but it looks like Riven Town is too contested. We've got 2 2-stars for Cheche. Mai settling for just 2 1-stars.
That probably hurt the chances
Cari
quite a bit.
Caitlyn
Cheche
aja
did
sih udah
actually
sih.
find the headliner.
Udah
So
dapet
Cheche actually
Ilawi,
got 6
sayang,
ribbons,
bro.
and even though he is flat broke, it's reduced the amount that Mai can actually try
Oh,
and find. There's a lot of
ditabrak sama si
already.
Cheche.
Oh boy, this is going to really hurt longer term. Certainly, Cheche, you've got a chance to move forward if you can.
Ditabrak
Heartsteel,
itu
of course,
Rivennya.
across the board, ticking away as our players build up extra power. The last one coming in, it will be gold.
Kayak augment terakhir
Wonder if Mai potentially
apaan?
pivots his game plan into a Caitlyn carry board instead. Have the Alawi on the bench, can maybe go 8 and play more around the 4 and 5 cost, and give up the plan of going for Riven 3 if he knows he's going to be heavily contested by the Argentinian player.
Teaming up, grabbed by Cheche, actually finds the Zeeks. I think it's very good
Metal
for the
hit.
Riven line. If he's able to actually hit, though, it's going to be really tough.
Egi
to
dapat
find
metal
that,
hit.
Looking for as high of a cap as possible. As you see, Egi actually finds metal heads to go alongside with this Kale board.
That's going to be absolutely huge. Of course, we noted before, we've got the items in place. You know, of course, Superfan just trying to pour out as much power for
Jedusor
Egi.
mana
The other guy
Jedusor?
is on 49 tournament points at the moment, so just needs these good finishes out of these last 2 games to get him
Oh
into
iya
day
7
2.
Heartsteel.
Egi's still on 2 duplicators, so just has to find 2 more kills and he's there.
Darahnya tinggal berapa dia?
300 hearts have been stacked
38
up. 7
anjir.
Heartsteel still online. Items on the Zed. Items on the Ezreal as well. As you mentioned, Casanova, he had the stim pack, has a chance to itemize all these different great 4 clocks he found so early on into the game. But look at Qingtian with a Caitlyn already, fully itemized as well, trying to break through here. Win or loss, I think it's a good result regardless for Jedusor considering his health.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the Akali, right? That's the big problem at this point. Qingtian on 4-2,
Ooh,
able to
just
go to
barely
8, find a
missed
4
the
cost.
500.
Missing 500, definitely rough here. We'll see what Jedusor ends up finding, because the tome catch up from Degree in the previous game was actually pretty rough, and the fact that he was able to stabilize there was insane. So Jedusor hoping for a positive outcome.
Yeah, you can see Jedusor thinking deeply.
So much gold.
That's a lot of money and a champion duplicator. Going to catch in that money straight away to move up levels and try and find something big to swing this one around.
Can find one more Kiana, just to count it 2 out of nowhere can be nice. But there's the Ezreal with the big shot as a potential option for backline. Frontline still soft though. That's what he needs to find
Israel.
on this roll down. He found a single poppy, but
Lima Heartsteel.
Alawi, these are the things that need to be found for Jedusor to actually stabilize the spot.
Yone upgrade just barely coming in there. Has to slam these items, especially the Crown Guard, which needs to be in before the fight begins. There it is on the set. Items onto the Ezreal. Can this do enough here around this stage 4? We're at 10 gold, only level 8 for Jedusor to claw back up in the HP standings.
He's up against Skipeus here, the other Mia player, who's put together a fascinating looking board here. The KDA Ezreal, but Jedusor's gone strong enough.
Yeah, there's an argument here as well with this duplicator to potentially use it on a 4 cost for Dinosaur. He just needs to actually get this front line going. He has the pair of Zacs, but he does have this initial carousel to see if he can find more, maybe one more roll down, and then just duplicate whatever's left.
Mai picks up a Riven on the carousel because he was prio over Cheche. He had that first pick. Cheche picks up a glove, but can't find those natural copies of Riven. For Scapeus, we saw how easily he adapts. He finds an Ezreal headliner. He says, yep, good enough to hold this KDA emblem. Like, it allows me to push levels to 8 and then to 9. Because of his health, 80 HP still for Scapeus.
Oh, pakai penta. Belum dipakai tapi itunya.
Who knows? Qingtian up at the top with the spatula.
Oh,
still
nggak ada armor.
inventory and on the win streak. Along with Yugol has a streak of his own. It's only ZUA down at the bottom who's keeping his own loss streak intact. Everybody else is starting to look a little bit cash-strapped.
Yeah, looking at Iggy, here's the roll down trying to find this Kale finally. Ends up getting one more copy. There's the last one. 2 rolls, find both. Has the duplicator to get it done. And also picking up a Yorick along the way on 7. The best possible thing he could have hit.
Very nice.
Actually, it's a pair.
A silver lining, though, considering that we are level 7, very rare to hit the actual upgrade on level 7 or 8. Yeah. So it'll be gold you're holding on your bench for a very long time.
Mau B2 tapi ya.
Until the next one, stage 5.
All right, Eggy from SEA has definitely been impressing us so far this competition up against Scapeus' board made of dreams. Doesn't unfortunately have the Ezreal turn to the right target quite quick enough, but
gets
does
there.
punch through.
That's the difference of not having Gunblade, right? Gunblade would have made it so Kale would be full health. That one cast from Ezreal would not get it done. And I think that still Iggy is going to try and get there, right? Still using the super fans, can pop off the items.
Cash out here for ZUA, who needs something big. A tome is not going to be big enough, considering he's on 6 HP.
So bad.
He was first place in game number 4. He's trying to fight for that first place again with Last Stand potentially proccing soon and potentially putting him back into the game. Mai also took a loss. If Mai gets defeated here in the next few rounds, this opens up those ribbons for Cheche to maybe find a few wins himself.
It doesn't feel as, go back to ZUA here, it doesn't feel like there's enough time for another Heartsteel cash out, so I think we're going to have to start changing what we're doing.
Well, I think with the double Heartsteel emblem now, you still keep it in and you just get win streak cash outs to try and finish finding extra components as he goes up against Cheche. This could just be Cheche's last life. He actually only has the 2-star Riven fighting up against the Zed. Immediately, though, they go onto each other and Riven comes out on top.
Yes, she's able to dance through the backline and accesses the carries.
Revenge Challenger, bro.
It will be the hit.
Belum B3 itu padahal revenge-nya.
Cheche now has the market open to himself. The Riven's back in his shop. He doesn't have much gold to work with, though. Only 2.
Masih ada last stand.
He's still 2 Rivens off here. It's going to be tough. He has to really work on his positioning and hope for a big gold rejuice in the TV round.
Yeah, if he can find enough gold to get there, 2 copies. We saw 2 rolls, 2 Kales for Eggy earlier. Maybe Cheche can find the same now that they've all gone back into the pool. If he can hit, this is still fairly winnable. You look at the augments, Martyr is still at least a good combat augment. Having the ability to get the Zeeks is also massive. And he's been stacking up this 8-bit pretty much the entire game.
That being said, he needs to hit everything. The Viego 2, the Caitlyn 2, and the Riven 3 ideally in just 20 gold. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see what he can do.
Well, the gold's already pretty much run out. It does not look like Cheche.
Viego.
Okay, that's something. He's the 8-bit Viego and the Caitlyn.
All
right, it's not a 3-star.
Revenge belum nemu.
He's facing Eggy, Yugol, and Scapeus in his matchup pool. We've seen how strong Scapeus is.
Bang, ngantuk bang.
Yugol on that 6 streak as well. Going to be probably the one you want to dodge. Eggy's still looking for a lot of upgrades.
Cheche looking to hold on and try and get himself through at this point. Cheche needs a high placement in this game to have any chance of making day number 3. Fighting over the right-hand side of the screen. ZUA over the left-hand side, of course. With the last stand kicked in, this could be huge for the final standings of the lobby.
No QSS with the Riven. Choose through the Ahri. Now she has the Poppy, and this Poppy is very tanky. The KDA emblem giving her so much HP.
ZUA is going down.
Can't quite do it. The Caitlyn shots come through. Doesn't help out. It's Caitlyn versus Poppy.
Cheche!
Poppy cannot 1v2 here. Oh, the Caitlyn's going to be taken down. And Cheche's
Wih,
dreams,
Cheche
Argentina's
Tucson.
dreams, Sudus Gaming's dreams.
Revenge kematian, bro.
ZUA dropping
Belum ada yang berhasil nih main Revenge.
Points, just needed 2 pretty solid games to make it there, but a 7th is going to make it incredibly difficult for that final game for ZUA.
Not impossible.
Not impossible.
53 points definitely still puts him in contention.
And also it opens up a lot more space for other people to potentially leapfrog and grab hold of those 8 spaces where otherwise it may have previously been out of reach. Jedgesaw, though, is trying to reach for the stars here. He's got the 4 big shot in place because the Ezreal up and itemized. We'll see if it's good enough to take down Scapeus' board.
He's got all his damage stacked on the left side, but the Poppy is there to meet it. Going to be very difficult to shoot through that initially. The Zed is still getting through. On the other side, it is just the Seraphine too, so the damage is a bit low for the side of Scapeus. His front line being the big carry in these fights, but can't get through the rest of the backline for Jedusor, and he has really put together an incredibly powerful board, and it is scaled into the late game with that Vampirism.
And all of a sudden, big upgrades in that shop as well, and Alawi has found the Zac 2 especially, and the headliner Ezreal, the big shot pair with the Jhin now.
Ya Allah, cepet banget mata bro.
Was trying to, again, like Cheche, claw his way back into that top 8. Or Scapeus, a roll down coming through. The RE1 skill is not really ideal here.
I definitely can share your concerns, Cass, here about the damage on the board. We've got a split item between our two carries. And yeah, the RE not up to 2-star either. It feels like Poppy's being asked to pull a lot of weight in this comp.
I mean, the damage is an issue, but Scapeus is
Ntar anak udah pulang apa ya?
so much HP. He might be able to still squeeze into a top 4 regardless, but he is going up against a true damage Ahri with the Senna. This is going to just rip through his front line.
We're starting to understand why the Ahris cannot be found. 3 on the side as you go, a Senna 3 as well. The Echo, the Poppy taking down, the face-off between the Ahri and the Seraphine, and the Senna and the Ahri. In the end, it should be a big win for the true damage player, who's on an 8-win streak right now, dominating this stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, you got looking real good here. But I do take your point about Scapeus, of course. He is pretty much in it to day 3. Just
KDA Emblem.
KDA Emblem will be a big push forward in power. We've also got the 8-bit Emblem in play as well.
We're considering if he has to deny this to try and actually get the win here because he needs it. He's at 45 points right now, needs essentially 2 first places to try and make top 8. So maybe not the best for his comp, but still good to deny Scapeus that.
It hurts a bit, but he bought himself
Tambah kopi nih, satu game lagi.
He has the ability to deny that, and as you said, he kind of has to, because this gives an opportunity for Scapeus to go 10 KDA and actually just bully him out of the game.
Look at the rest of the players in the lobby. We've got the real sandwich developing here between Ugol and Jed. You saw the 2 win streaks at the bottom, as Scapeus will find something finally to come through and give a little bit more power.
Yeah, it looks like he was deciding if he actually wanted that KDA Akali or not. Because of the fact that he didn't get the second emblem, there's consideration that, hey, it's just not even worth it. I'm not going 10 KDA, and my Poppy is actually anchoring my front line so incredibly.
Now the big test for Jedusor, the 2 big win streakers facing off in what could be the most important fight of the tournament for the French player. The 6th win streak, the Ezreal, the Zed, trying to chew through the left, the right side of the board. The Ezreal cast comes through. The front lane is still not deleted. The Senna and the Ahri onto the Zed, but the Zed is too powerful. The Edge of Night, the aggro drop, the big win for Jedusor, who needs it. He's at 20 HP, 2 losses, and he'd be out.
Able to take down the Ghost. I'm interested to see the real fight. It wasn't that close, so I feel like Jedusor's actually got a very good chance into the Senna board, but it does remain to be seen, as Eggy now has fallen quite low, not able to find this Mordekaiser 3.
No, I mean, we've got the KO with the triple Rage Blade at the back there for a lot of late round power, but I do agree, I don't think the front line is there quite enough to let it to scale to full potential.
And you also just need the Gunblade. If your front line is already going to be a little weaker because there's not 3-star, you need that healing even more if you're going to stay alive. And Ginsu, triple Ginsu, I mean, that scales, but if you don't have a front line, how are you even going to scale?
That's when you're down in combat augment with the team building that came through, and you can't even find really the cap in terms of the 3-stars. The Mordekaiser are still at 2-star right now. Playing against the other Pentakill player in this lobby, the Ahri Pentakill, which we don't see very often. The Viego jumping in, buying some time, doing some damage with the Kayle, still ramping up, and the Karthus does not have enough damage to actually kill her off.
Big win for Eggy, able to hold on a little bit longer as we see Scapeus is just fighting up against Eggy.
Belum KDA dijagal.
This Poppy's doing work. I mean, KDA Poppy, we know that this
bisa 10 KDA padahal.
scales really well off of
Siapa?
health, so 7 KDA gives an immense amount of health to this unit, and it just makes her do more damage, heal more. She just does everything for her. Actually, KDA Poppy, the more I think about it, the more like, this guy's just cooking. This is
I think my new main. This is the best KDA holder in the game.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
In the 4 class space, especially in terms of stabilizing your stage 4 and 5, and
Seraphine 3,
which takes a 10 KDA. But the RE2 is still missing, which is a big one. We have the big upgrade for Eggy. Maybe not the one he wanted, but one that he definitely needs. The Yorick 2 potentially coming through here.
Yeah, needs, must. Oh boy, we're certainly coming down to the end of the line here. For our players, again, this is the penultimate game of the group stage. We're trying to find out who gets into the top 8. Tooth and Claw trying to fight their way back up. Especially for players like Jed, you saw in this lobby. They need that first place finish. They need every point they can grab.
Ugol actually finally took a loss. I'm curious if Jedisar actually played the real version this time around as we look through. Scapeus and Eggy were the other two that found wins, but Scapeus we did see beat, it looked like Eggy's clone. So it's going to be very, very tough for Eggy to stay alive here.
Ini 8 slot susah bro, nggak bisa bro. Minimal 9 slot. Malah.
Life and has a chance, of course, to get into the top 8 still with 49 points coming into this game. Number 5, the Yorick now fully itemized, trying to help buy time for the triple Rage Blade Kale. You can scale more than this Kale, but the Zed is half health.
Aku makan juga.
Can the Kale out DPS the Zed? She cannot. Nah, but Yorick's there. Yorick cleans up, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. The secondary stepping in and making a mess of everything. Incredibly hard to put down. As you go, we'll take the L there against the newly upgraded Scapeus board. We were looking to see where that Giant Slayer would end up going. It went onto the Seraphine.
Yeah, Seraphine, you've got 3-star. Makes sense to me.
Berat bro.
Very creative board as well, playing that pentakill Ahri, but it seems like it has kind of lost its luster as we've gotten late in the game. 6 loss streak.
True damage-nya udah ke 9.
Really trying to hold on at this point, but 38 points anyway.
Oh, ini penta
just trying to
juga.
provide some extra placements, some extra cash.
Good news for EMEA. Jedidor still on a win streak, 9 win streak, and for Scapeus, a 3 win streak coming into the middle part of this stage 6.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to the next game, our last game of the day, especially we'll have more players secure in a spot. Scapeus is about as close as you can get without being fully across the line. You can see the power of the board has been put in place to bring it all together right now. Taking out Qingjian would be absolutely massive, but the Carthage is getting a lot of
ADA-nya nih menang bro.
Yeah, that Ghoul's actually almost going to take down the Seraphine, and it sets up for the Carthus
Anjir,
to finish
ada
the
Carthus
job.
ya.
Now it's just down
Kartusnya free hit anjir.
1v9, one-woman army, but she can't get it done against the rest of this board. Scapeus is going to lose, breaks his streak, but still held on to the highest HP in the lobbies.
Eggy with a 5th here puts himself in the same exact spot as Jiwei, 53 points coming into the last game, trying to fight for the pride.
Eggy tusun Eggy
as their last hero left alive in contention for that top 8.
Tuh nih berapa hari? 3 hari, besok final.
We don't know for certain what that cutoff's going to be yet with everyone so closely adhering. But
besok udah final.
Selection here. Scapeus definitely stepped up and ahead, but Jedisor, I'm so impressed he's kept going for this long.
Not just that, but he has 63 gold right now. He's waiting for the level 10 spike because he knows he has 2 lives still. I love this risky play. He knows he needs a big win.
Yeah, Jedisor just trying to stay alive throughout this as we see this fight not even close. True damage, nuking pentakill, not even close at all.
You were praising before the true damage. Ahri,
it's so strong.
Sakit true damage-nya bro.
Is this a win for Jedisor? It's the big question. If it is, that buys him time to go 10 while still being on 2 lives, and that's going to be the case. A massive carousel round coming up here. A spatula.
20, 18, 10.
Kiana with a cloak, but not full items built.
Jedisor ada flag ya?
Yeah, it does not have the ability to play around the spatula and actually get that KDA online. Can't even find the levels for it. Jedisor just going to grab a flexible item there. They've played either front line or back. Really, we got to watch Jedisor, right? He needs this first. Puts him in a position where qualifying for top 8 is very realistic. Just needs a second high placement after that, being at 45 points. That first place pushes him to 53, and 60 is our approximated striking.
And your goal is mathematically out. Scapeus is mathematically
level
in. It's all about Jedisor trying to claw his way into that first place position with an incredibly capped board, an 11 win streak, level 10. Pretty much all relevant legendaries in the game are on his board, but they're not upgraded yet. He needs to find the Yorick 2, the Jin 2, the Ziggs 2 especially, if he wants to guarantee this win.
Ugol may be able to play some spoiler here. Goes up against Scapeus. Of course, if you get the win here, knocks Scapeus down and out. It would free up the space for Jedisor to get one step closer to that big win. That Poppy right in the center absorbing a ton of damage, but the Ahri is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, when you're anchored on a single frontliner,
goodbye,
true damage just eats you alive. It doesn't care about the resistances you've stacked up on this Poppy. Usually HP is a good way to try and deal with it, but no, this Ahri does just far too much damage. And now Ugol is the only one who stands in the way of Jedisor finding that first
sisa ada flag versus
to that juicy top 8.
True damage.
No surprise, the win streakers at the end of stage 5 are the 2 last players left alive. Their combat strength was evident.
Buat banget ya True
Zenith
damage.
3 upgraded into the Ahri True damage, into the Akali as well. That 3-prong attack with Kiana farming components throughout these last two stages.
Alhamdulillah.
Geduzor, we saw it. He raised the stakes. He risked it all for the biggest reward possible, and he found it.
Oh boy,
Whee!
Jason with the headline illusion in place there.
AL-nya
as well.
Lucian,
This board has
guys.
been growing stronger and stronger over time. We'll see if Lucian's be able to keep himself out of trouble. We have got the Jin over in the
Luciannya
other corner
apa
as well.
tuh?
The crossfire should be able to cut through a lot of the central board.
Yeah, Zed getting stuck on the
Tur.
Echo pretty much the entire
Tur.
fight, not actually
Tur.
able to get anything done. But now the Crowd Diver stun
Tur.
onto the Senna's going to
Tur.
slow down the damage.
Tur.
It's going to leave time
Tur.
for Jin to try and win
Tur.
this.
Masih ada
Zig's
Jin.
going to take up the hit. Jin
Tur.
gets to go all the way. The body block from Ziggs protecting his teammate.
He's the #1 tank.
He stepped up. Literally when it
Blue
mattered.
buff-nya kenapa nggak ditaruh Jin ya? Malah ditaruh itu, guys.
Both the Jin
Zig.
and the Ziggs if it landed. Crucial fight there, and I think this is where Senna starts to suffer. When there are so many different targets you have to chew through one by one, and so many different clumps across the entirety of the board, she cannot melt everything as quickly as we've seen earlier in stage 4.
I don't think I've ever seen higher
Seiki
value
aku
out of Crowd Diver. Stopping that in her
dikini.
tracks while the backline stayed alive and was able to push forward there. Massive for the side of Genesis.
Last bit of gold here is going to be relevant for that Jin to upgrade to one of the bigger damage dealers on the board here for Geduzor. 13 win streak, finds the Yorick here as well, but it's all going to be about this Jin.
Boy,
Yoriknya nggak
got the
diambilin.
item to come in for the third item available.
There it is!
Wih, Jin
Last
2.
item, you don't have
Da, 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 da.
you have the adapting helm at the very least. Going to go on the Lucian headliner instead.
Blue buff being switched.
I love it.
Beautiful. Still
Wih.
playing around two very heavily itemized carries. They're completely split. Senna
Let's
never be able to hit them
Wih, Jinnya
We're
blue
going over
buff,
for the frontline.
guys,
Isn't
guys.
fantastic, but the backline is unbelievable. The crossfire will start again. Hopefully this time Ziggs knows exactly where to stand to get in the way of the big shots. Keep your eyes on when that Senna damage is coming.
Wih, shitnya anjing ngacak-ngacak.
Into the backline.
There's the Edge of Night. It popped. He takes down the Ari, and now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Able to find his first place and set him up for success in game
First
6.
place, Jedusor.
Ade
Ade Flay. Level 10. Ah, sudah lah ya.
Let's remember the denial on the KDA fights on Scapeus. He was looking through every single possible outcome and where he would end up losing. He looked through all the timelines.
Sejadi-jadinya true damage kalau nggak 9 lawan Ade Flag. Jadi ya udah.
Perfect. I love the early way he played Heartsteel. He even had the potential to play even riskier, but he still played kind of a bit reserved, right? It wasn't
Yuk, satu game lagi,
fully out there,
yuk.
going for every single risk that he could. All the
Tinggal kita main
variances
sendiri.
down the back, just
Biar gak ngantuk anjir nonton kita.
Gentle viewers, we are
Beda sama main
coming
ya.
up to the final game of day 2 when all of these players journeys culminate in a chance to get to the top 8 and call themselves global champion by the end of tomorrow. We have our analyst desk coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily.
Not a good result.
Yes!
Ooh, twice in one day.
Yeah. But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be inflated. We did see, of course, before some of our players claiming their route very early on.
Now we see why he picked it. He wants to go for 5 Heartsteel in stage 2.
Yeah, there's the Edge of Night. It popped. King takes down the Ari, and now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Able to find his first place and set him up for success in game 6.
The golden road.
Ini peringkat 8 besarnya siapa aja nih? Ini last ya, berarti penentuan banget nih ya. Kayaknya yang udah pasti lolos si Degre sama si Ice kayaknya tuh. Stop. Omongan gue mikir kita. Gak apa-apa. Gak suka Benten. Makasih ya. Makasih ya. Enggak. Ini Yul, tuh Yul. Udah pipis belum Yul?
Ya.
Tuku nang ndi?
Gibran.
Kene tuku katok-tok.
Saya nggak main karet.
Lah, dina-dina gabungin karet.
Kotak kelas ini kue wadon apa lanang?
Ya lanang wadon.
Anaknya Nobar.
Ora apa-apa.
Gibran. Ya. Ini ora.
Siapa?
Salah mau.
Jarku kamu.
Neto. Oh, nyolong ngebatas.
Nang dompet kira semono.
Ya kan kok.
Ya wis. Main. Tapi nanyong kene ora lho iki kira. Bojone karo game.
Ih, kowe main kok sing biru kae. Double nang ndi?
Sing biru dan.
Jakarta masih pergi ya.
Oh,
Nang ndi kae sih?
buh, nang mari buh.
Masih. Udah kan
Ini tuku napa ya, Pak?
hah?
Tuku nang ndi kene?
Sing bedo. Kapan ini? Ya, atau wis. Tambine.
Aduh. Ngopi teng gelas gede kok sih cepet banget kan. Satu game.
We surely are turning up the rumble when it comes down to the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. This is game number 5 for the day, and there is so much that we get a chance to look forward to heading into the final game of the day.
Absolutely right. It's so fun, and we got a treat during that last game as well.
Yeah, for sure. Heartsteel making the difference. 7 Heartsteel. We were talking about it with Clement, and finally we saw a cash out. Not the best.
On fire, on fire.
Actually great for having a good or the best placement. With
Bang main rank kapan habis ini nih satu game lagi.
I felt like it was very brutal for the other ones in the lobby because this
Tanggung,
lobby was
guys.
all about being contested. 4 players were going for the same compositions, and they were kind of out by default.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the ribbon boards and what happened there, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We got May, we got also Cheche going for the ribbon, both with good angle to do it. Cheche with the 8-bit emblem got it early, and also May getting a lot of ribbon, but none of them could get a 3-star, and we got a 8th place and a 5th place for Cheche.
It's too bad when you take a look at the ribbon reroll. One of the reasons why it's been such a consistent composition is because it has the ability to deal with these 80 flex boards if that ribbon can get into the right position and you have the good items for it.
Yeah, but it really didn't come together that much for my, at least. It wasn't possible to get as strong as it should have been. I, however, do want to talk about a comp that you're seeing here right now, and that is actually Ching Chiang's board coming here in fourth.
Scenario roll.
During that game, we saw him play an Ari together with a Karthus rather than the Akali that we're seeing a lot of, and I thought that was so cool. It didn't work out. It was very bad. He lost. But I just thought it was so cool to try to kind of find that creativity when you're unable to find that second unit that you're looking for, instead going for another 4 cost that can provide some extra damage and at least minimize a little bit of the extra damage that comes out there.
Absolutely. He really wanted to play the Kale, but that's just the contested nature of these last few game lobbies. I want to give a shout out to Yugal, which his Senna positioning was absolutely beautiful here, adding in the Ari with the true damage spat and the Sona. This is exactly how you want to cap this board.
Yeah, I was personally looking at how Scapeus was also one of those other players that actually navigated that KDA line. You saw that Poppy as a really great piece to that front line, but still playing within that same KDA tree that we ended up seeing sort of teched into Qingchen's board as well.
For sure, using what he knows and what he tells us in their interview, he get a great tempo with 7 KDA. He didn't get the setup with 3-star until level 8, and then when he got it, it was good enough to get him to break.
Mukanya diapain?
Well, now, unfortunately, we did see he won't take that second place, but I think there's a pretty good reason why that second place might have come to fruition, and that's because at the top of the lobby, Jedusor taking those risks and getting the rewards. What was really going on for Jedusor in that game? Can you show us?
Yes, for sure. Let's see it. We have now the tactical breakdown presented by
HyperX.
Okay, so here it is. It started with this early cash out with good results on 3-5, and the casters were crazy here. They were like, what is he doing? He's rolling. He didn't saw his headliner. He's still level 7, but actually what he was doing, he was looking for the full Heartsteel board. So he was rolling, and finally he was able to find the 7 Heartsteel. This allowed him to go for a bigger cash out. It doesn't matter if he win, he wanted to lose. He tried to lose for the minimum possible, and then with a few rounds, the next cash out, the big cash out, was going to be in round 4-3. We were talking with Clement about
cash outnya dia berapa sih tadi?
He was trying to go for the
465.
the best result with that tactician's crown. You also get like double radiant. We were talking about.
Oh, 465.
But actually, it was a lot of gold and a duplicator. If you see it like that, it was not the best, but the gold was so much that he was actually able to roll a lot and get the units that he really wanted. And then with this, he pushed to level 8. He tried to go for legendaries. He found the Lucian in the afterwards, and that's what gave him the final lobby and the win. Jedusor is important. He started this round only in place 18, and now with this win, he has the possibility to go to day 3 if he gets a first or a second on this round. Clement, we were signing together. What do you think, man? Are you missing the 500 or 400 is okay?
Honestly, this was the biggest showcase of why Heartsteel is so good. He low-rolled on so many things, but still made it through. First off, he found an Obsidian Cleaver, the worst of the support items, and then he also missed 500 cash out by just killing 6 units and was still able to 13 win streak to keep his hopes alive for day 3.
Thank you so much to both of you for that tactical breakdown, powered and presented and sponsored by HyperX. It's been amazing to be able to just see how these 80 flex boards have truly been the difference maker for some of our players, and that really is a great way to be able to tell Jedusor's story. I'm so glad you brought that up, that Jedusor does have a chance to break into the top 8, and that would be a historical run.
Nah, ini dia.
You are looking once again at the standings here with one more game to go.
Layer 2 nggak ada saya, guys. Saya di layer 1 semua, anjir.
That 60-point mark. We were talking about a lot of players already on very high points on that first page, so it might be 61 even. We're gonna see where it comes in, but it will be very, very hard to break into the top 8.
It is going to be, especially when you take a look at who is leading the charge for all 32 of these tacticians. We've got Degree and Scapeus in first and second place.
Wih, tuh kan saya 3 biji layer 1.
They have locked themselves into the final lobby after 11.
Degree sih udah lolos lah Degree lah ya hitungannya ya.
I think the record has not been broken, but with even with a 7 Degree with a first
Degree udah lolos. Degree sama Scapeus udah lolos sih kayaknya.
Ever since we switched to a best of 12, the highest points we ever seen in the first 2 days is 72 by Setsuko and Saka. And now Degree has a chance to beat the Bulls,
banget, bro.
beat the Golden State Warriors, and go for the highest
Gas tuh Grandmaster.
That's an impressive record.
Habis ini satu game lagi,
satu game lagi. Getting a 6-8-bit cash out high score.
Right.
I had to put that.
I think that's a good comparison, because after all, it is about the high highs and the high finishes. And we saw a lot of very known names in that list here, in the kind of bracket where players can still move in or out, like Malala, for example. And I'm very curious how that's going to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying, though, right? Is that there's a 60-point cutoff that all of our players are truly looking at right now as the break point to make it into that final lobby tomorrow. We only have one game left to determine who will be our top 8 on that final day. So let's send it back over to our casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Panda.
Thank you so much, Necro. We are so close, as I was saying, to qualifying those top 8 through. The journeys these players have been on just to even get to this kind of point are absolutely astounding. And it all comes down to this final game to see who those last joiners will be.
And we're going to be going back to the lobby we did last time. And we're looking at 3 players. We got 3 names here. ZUA, Iggy, and Jedazor. Those are the 3 that can still make it into that top 8, so we're going to be watching them intently.
So many names that are still fighting for their regions. Malala for NA as well in a different lobby. It's just the do or die moment. All your prep the entire season, starting with a ladder snapshot, going into the major tournaments in NA and EMEA.
Pojok kanan bawah udah nothing tulus itu.
Regional finals.
Nggak mungkin lolos.
All coming down to this last game.
And very notably, they're all at 53 points.
Multi-talent lah.
Massive game for any of them,
Nggak mau
but it's
aja.
unlikely that we see all of them or even multiple of them make it through. They need either first or second to even be in contention.
That's gonna mean that really a third place won't do it. You have to play that risky place like Casanova. That Heartsteel we saw from Deduzor. If you can run it back again, that's a big one.
All right, Skipper stands alone on the portal to destiny to see if he can one-man it again. We know we deserve it.
Oh, come on. Okay. You got it last time.
Listen, this is my most picked portal on my pickums. Good job, Eggy.
All right, ready yourselves, everyone. One last time around, and we're looking for a big lock-in. Qingtian will find exactly one of those. Eggy as well with the Urgot.
Yeah, Eggy finding an Urgot I think is massive,
Three
right?
cost
Trying to be able to
champion.
play that win streak style, get a lot of gold, and we've seen Eggy play from high HP and then take a kind of mid-game where he loses a lot, he just sacrifices HP, stage 3, stage 4, and then hits a full board at that point.
For Deduzor, could it be Riven, the French compatriot who also qualified to Worlds, also played Riven and Heartsteel to make his
Anjir,
way
nih orang dapat reroll mulu, coy.
games. But this is deja vu. Are we running it back?
Yeah.
This is a replay? Production, please?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same lobby, but did you mean
Bangke,
literally we're gonna
bangke.
cast over the same exact lobby once again?
Hey, the result was good.
Dapat reroll mulu loh.
If 8 broke, don't fix it. Jedusor is fixing to get himself another first play finish. Remember, the path he took last time round was treacherous indeed, but he played for that first place and he took it.
All right, we'll see how the rest of our players competing for those slots are faring. UA has found actually a Olaf as well that he's going to be playing around, so that is, you know, looking to stabilize that early game.
Ya
Most of
Allah.
these players outside of Jedazor are playing for that win streak.
Making use of the early Nico to get the KDA online, potentially the Superfan online as well. Now has a Lilia pair and this Nico. Really looking forward to Deduzor's game plan with Heartsteel, especially because of the raise the stakes implications. Everyone knows Deduzor wants to raise the stakes and wants to play for first. 2 players especially
Pasti
are gonna try
diambil,
and
guys,
stop him
Olaf,
from doing
guys.
that. Is it too risky? Will someone just
Wih,
directly
laser
focus forward when
tuh.
they see Deduzor going for that raise the stakes moment?
I just think the concept of too risky just can't exist for Jedusor anymore at this point. As we said coming in, you need the
Ya,
big
ambil, guys,
finish
laser,
here.
guys.
Nothing but
Clear
the absolute
mind,
leading edge.
He is not stressed at all. The feelings are smooth. He's flowing. His mind is clear. He's trying to go for that run it back.
He's expressing himself through his augment choice. You can see on his camera there, tiny on the right-hand side of the screen, the concentration on his face, knowing this is the moment he could go to the top 8 or just miss out.
And I want to talk about Agi being able to pick up salvage bins. So we're kind of looking at
Dead
opposite
flip.
styles here. Agi going to look to really push the tempo, slam all of his items, especially with this Urgot early. This is going to be a really strong board to find that win streak in stage 2 and stage 3.
And with Salvage Bin, quick reminder, if you're looking for a win, which is what Eggy needs, there's a high cap to this augment because you can break down emblems in the late game like we saw Dish Soap doing in day number 1 to try and find those verticals, the 9 true damage, the pentakill, the 10 KDA we saw chase so many times today.
And of course, in this lobby, we will not have any real help from the portals outside of the early plays, these early Argots, this early power. Later on, finding that kind of portal power would be absolutely fantastic. As we see
Urgot early game.
the Olaf will be the answer to all your problems. But
Yo,
Olaf
Egi, yo,
has
kamu
too
bisa
big of a problem
lolos.
to solve.
He stayed on level 3 and he's still finding a win. That's just
Representatif.
how strong Urgot actually is.
Southeast Asia, guys.
Yeah. Good enough.
Yeah, it's good.
One thing I wanted to bring into the conversation in terms of unusual augments, too big to fail from your goal from Korea.
Hilang gangguan
Go for a
maning.
bruiser-centric line. Will be able to get
Ya
a good
kabur.
amount of power in early on.
Yeah, that's actually a setup that might actually even be scary for Agi to run into. Too big to fail with the Olaf headliner early. Usually you just use this to win streak a lot.
Nyari
But it
Apelius.
actually very interesting if Goal tries to continue to play this throughout the game, because most of the time in NA, it was just used as a 2-1 augment to win streak on stage 2 and 3.
Very interesting. We'll see. I know at the very middle part of the set where it really gained popularity, players were just playing with that 6 bruiser out, trying to fit in things like a TF disco sometimes, even just have a backline carry. But as you mentioned, it has changed a bit.
Coca-Cola baru saja memberikan 100.000. Malam bang, ceritain turni tadi dong bang. Ketinggalan cerita nih.
Malam Coca-Cola, thank you. Semoga bermanfaat pada kembali dilancarkan segala rezeki dan segala urusan saja. Ceritanya main kan jam 3 tuh. Satu game kan. Ya udah main-main aja, udah main. Main Adeflek tuh. Udah dapet Ezreal. B2 tuh udah rapih banget tuh. Tiba-tiba pas 4 besar baru lihat live-mu. Tadi pas Nusantara Open gak aku live-in karena satu game doang pas jam 3. Round 2-nya kan jam 7 kan. Kalau round 1-nya nggak lolos kan jam 7-nya nggak main. Ya udah main, ketemu disco 2 biji. Padahal aku punya last stand. Terus yang ngalahin bukan disconya. Apa coba? 6 Guardian. Tapi HL-nya HL apa? HL-nya HL kartus B3. Kombonya 6 Guardian. HL-nya kartus B3 anjir.
Yeah, no Heartsteel available here, so it just does feel like the bow.
Meledak semua yang pakai disco. Aku pakai deflect yang nabrakin satu orang. Finish di 4. Yang lolos kan cuma top 1 doang kan. Satu game doang itu. Formatnya begitu. Udah gitu doang sih ceritanya. Wih, Riven 2. Tiba-tiba Riven 2 anjir. Gak dapet Heartsteel, dapet Riven kocak.
I think there's a lot to be said to listening to what the game wants to give you on any given day. The judges saw this is a very, very important day, gonna slam in the blood.
Yang hashtag Sasu berarti yang pakai Guardian. Iya Guardian tapi HL-nya kartus bintang 3.
I think it's interesting because when you look at his spot, you're like, oh, but he's broke. This just can't.
6 Guardian, 6 Guardian.
The big thing to look at is Clear Mind is actually giving him so much.
Nggak tahu dia lolos di round 2 apa enggak tuh. Feelingku sih enggak ya. Karena round 2 kan 2 game kan. 2 game yang diambil top 1 akumulasi poin kan. Kombinasi yang sangat mantap tapi cost 4 B3. Iya lagi mana lagi lah bro. Kartus bro. Lu main Adeflek meledak anjir Ezreal lu. baru ngehit 3 kali paling di ulti kartus sekali udah meledak anjir. Kecuali pakai Dragon Claw 3 biji ya, tapi nggak ada damage Ezreal lu.
At worst, a top 1 at best. UA runs into Agi. Agi staying on level 4, and Agi has lost throughout this stage, so not able to keep the full win streak, but both of our Urgot and Joyers going up against each other.
And for Agi, you're thinking, how can a player who needs to play for first slam a Sunfire and a Shiv? It's because he has Sol that's been making the best use of his offense to have some tempo slams early. He can break down later on the game to find that EIS. But whatever
Jadi Usur sih ambil resiko banget di momen Riven ya.
What is this game and early forecast?
We've been
What's going
finding a
on?
lot of them. They've been creeping up, trying to give some people either some direction.
Wih, Seraphine bro.
Cheche finding the Seraphine immediately as a potential
Main
option
apa
to
sih
go
ini, bro?
for, has AP items, has the super fan start, could be a reasonable out.
This Spellweaver though.
Yeah, not optimal.
We'll have to see how greedy Cheche is going to be. Yugo, though,
I love this board.
this is
Bruiser.
absolutely filthy.
4 Bruiser, 1 Ahri. I mean, Ahri actually can work out great as the carry playing in this Bruiser composition. You talked about this 6 Bruiser out, and then you find like a TF carry. Ahri can work, but you might want to find
Bruiser.
a little bit of spread damage to add to
Dapat
it. I don't think
Ahri.
you want to solo carry the Ahri with the Bruiser board.
It definitely puts me in mind of the RE Sentinels board we've
Yeah,
seen,
it's kind of
we've seen
the
before. Well, I guess we got a little bit of extra damage. We've got 4 Bruiser in right now for not an insignificant amount of punch to back up that RE's damage.
You can make 30 here as well. You can slam the red buff if you'd like.
Yugol 48 nih poinnya nih.
Ezreal later on in the game. Even just the TF can hold it and then move into legendaries.
4 Bruisel, 3 Spellweaver.
Alright, let's check back in on our big 3.
Ah, udah dapat Heartsteel.
Currently, let's see. More towards the
Sabar banget sih jadi Usur nih mainnya anjir.
towards the top
Sumpah
of the
dah.
table. It's like,
Guys,
I
gimana
didn't
sih guys
really
punya
quite that well at this
Oh,
point.
it's
41 gold in the bank and a 5-round
tips-tipsnya,
win streak as well. That's certainly a
apa
great
namanya,
setup for the push through later.
punya
Just
kesabaran
showing
tingkat
another one of
tinggi
those
tuh
three.
gimana guys?
There's not found any more Riven since
Kalau
then,
main
but still
reroll,
the
guys.
ball's looking good and the items are looking
Yeah, I
good.
mean, he's definitely playing Riven. He's
Kasih
just
tipsnya,
Quicksilver alongside
biar
Thirster, and, you know, we were
kesabarannya
talking about
tuh
Jetstars, like, oh, maybe I want to play Heartsteel this
jadi
game, and
tingkat
there's
tinggi
50
gitu loh
Rivens,
guys.
and Jetstars says, well, why not both? I think we'll play Heartsteel and Riven, and
Dor,
we'll
dor, dor, dor.
a couple of
Udah
items
komit nih
from
main
the way.
Riven nih.
Augment. So important for Jettisor if he's committing to this Riven line. Unlike most
Kalau
other comps,
sebelum
Riven really
Ron
needs
Monster
specific
dia
augments
udah
to use
dapat
combat
HL
cards,
Riven,
elevator to the
berhasil
first
sih.
place. A second won't do it, a third won't do it. He needs to find that
Tapi
big,
kalau
big
pas Ron
result
Monster
in
dia
this
belum
Augment.
dapet,
We've got
gagal
Augment
bro.
selection coming up here for 3-2, and we'll see exactly
Ada
what
turi-turi
Jetstars
lagi
is
nggak
able
ke
to
depannya?
find to
Harusnya
try
sih
and
ada ya.
tie this
Karena kan
composition together, and it's
tanggal
Chris
berapa kan
Mack.
ganti set kan.
Very poor unless you find the right
Nah,
balance.
ganti
You need
set
to get these
itu
rerolls going,
mungkin
exciting blinding speed and what the
sebulannya
forwards
mungkin
are
udah ada
not
turni lagi
Oh,
sih.
absolutely not. We've got Wellness Trust is another miss.
Yang dari top servernya gitu.
Definitely, as you said.
Ini kan yang diambil dari top servernya juga. Top server terus di turnamenin.
You know, we talked
Misal
about this quite a bit and how
top 32 server, nah diaduin dah.
augments for Riven. And it
Kayak
doesn't
kemarin
feel
pas
so
saya kan
intuitive
begitu.
because you look at Riven, you say, well, I don't actually
Kalau nggak
need
top
this line of
64
text that
server,
says my ultimate can
diaduin,
crit. However,
terus
you know, you're already slamming
3
Quicksilver,
besarnya
you get
masuk
40%
ward
crit.
gitu.
Now those big auto attacks start just slaying people immediately.
Feelingku sih
Few
begitu.
more players agree. Cheche also on
Yeah.
dual loaded. Ken also on dual loaded on the bottom side there.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic for that invisible fourth item. Next
Sama
push.
turnamen-turnamen
Jetty
mayor
Soul
lainnya sih
still,
harusnya
you know,
banyak
making sure
sih.
he keeps himself nice and cozy here. The items
Apalagi
keep you slammed,
tahu
ready to
apa
be
namanya,
across the river when the moment is right. That moment isn't quite yet, though.
Passed the first test for the Riven board. Now the second test is coming up.
Antusiasnya
The stage
komunitas
prepares,
tuh
so
tinggi
can he
banget.
find a spatula?
Kemarin aja tuh Nusantara Open yang ikut tuh 1000 berapa tuh? 1200 apa ya?
He's not going to be able to actually have first
1200 orang bang.
in this spot. We'll see how it actually shakes out. But it looked like a couple people took losses and
Yang
they dropped
daftar.
below it.
Looks like Eggy's on 64.
Makanya dibikin format satu game doang kan begitu kan? Satu round satu round yang diambil satu-satu gitu. Itu lu nyampe grand final cuma lu lewatin 3 round. 3 round itu kalau ditotalin cuma 6 game. Lu udah bisa grand final tuh. Saking tuh. Round 1 game diambil top 1. Round 2 game diambil top 1. Akumulasi poin lah ya. Round 3 game yang diambil itu 3.
Mai going to be on the other side, has been lost streaking quite a bit.
3 jadi 6 kan? Karena ada 2 kan.
Yeah, has a Heartsteel in place as well, alongside that Rich got richer, so definitely trying to play for a big win out in this game. Riskier, but certainly with its own share of rewards. You see the board here from Eggy that's been newly put together is doing its job very well. Like Gragas is holding ground for an enormous amount of time.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna put my biases on display here. I'm happy to see a blue buff on my side because my played Riven last game and teams like just
Oh, ini prismatik ya. Augment 2-nya prismatik anjir.
Uncontested for this game. Number 6.
Ini yang critical chance tuh ini banget loh guys. Laris banget. Wih, dapat spatula Jedusor.
The golden road for Jedusor is paved in spatulas and big hopes and dreams. The bricks are being laid here for the road.
Jadiin Heartsteel nggak dia tuh?
Now he needs exactly one.
Spatulanya jadi Heartsteel nggak tuh? Tapi resiko banget ya. Darah tinggal 50 anjir.
They need to find that perfect headliner and they can never get there. But Jedusor, everything has been coming up for him exactly.
Oh, nggak ada, beltnya nggak ada bro. Oh, jadi 8 bit.
Again, 5 hearts though. The rod was not ideal. It's why I was grimacing a tiny bit. Obviously, it's maybe the last component you want.
Ah, nyari nih.
He's rolling now.
Ih, 7 nyari anjir. Nyarinya di 7 bro.
I think he knew he couldn't milk the Heartsteel for another cash outs because he would be rolling.
Clear mind ya dia ya.
So it makes sense to roll down a little bit here and at least preserve HP the next 2 rounds.
Okay, well, that's another brick being put in the wall there. We know that 8-bit is now possible to reach up to that 6th version. Oh!
No,
can you see the item slams? Presumably this is just a stake.
Oh, of course.
Don't wait for the headline.
It until he can find that ribbon. It's a good rental, right? Because you're just getting extra 8-bit, but not having the Corki means that Jedusor does not have that 6 immediately online.
You're selling the Garen anyway, so you know those items will be swapped over to the ribbon headliner, ideally in the 4-1 roll down. 25 gold to work with, and hopefully make it to above 50 after the Wolves PvE round. And we'll see if that'll be enough gold to actually hit the board he needs. As you mentioned, Castle, the weirdest thing, he has all the 8-bit units except for the 1-cost Corki.
Pusing nggak tuh? Belum dapat tile Riven.
Generic ribbon, get the +1 from the generic Garen, find the +1 with the ribbon, and then hopefully in this big roll down that he's got on 4-1, you can find the 1-cost.
Wih, Sena 3.
Well, of course he couldn't hold it throughout the game because of clear mind. I totally forgot about that, but yeah, it's a big reason why he's not able to have that one.
Bang, ini cara daftar gimana? Terpilihnya gimana? Bang Min nggak ikut niatan kemarin. Ini kualifikasinya per server, Bang. Per region, bukan per server ya. Per region itu diambil dari top berapa server gitu. Untuk lu ikut di region, misal lu kan Indonesia kan, regionnya berarti kan South Asia kan, Asia Tenggara kan. Nah itu tuh lu harus top berapa server gitu. Syaratnya gitu biar bisa ikut kualifikasi regionnya. Nah di kualifikasi regionnya itu diambil, kalau di SEA itu 3 besar kemarin. Peringkat 1, peringkat 3 lolos ke World gitu. Calon tusun Jedusor. Iya aku udah bilang bro, kalau nggak dapet kalau dapet HL apa tadi Riven sebelum round monster berhasil dia. Tapi kalau dapat Riven-nya sesudah round monster sih bahaya banget. Darahnya tinggal 30 anjir. Nah tuh. Aduh, ketar-ketir gak tuh? Diganti layernya, kocak. Weh, spektatornya. Ya, layarnya siapa ini anjir, Serapin bro? Yo, ginugin Riven dapat apa enggak malah? Oh alah hard bang ya, iya emang begitu. Jadi yang top apa namanya yang nge-push rank tuh nggak sia-sia gitu bang. Ibaratnya nggak sembarang rank bisa ikut. Perlu effort yang lebih gitu. Wih, rekumbulator sih. Rekumbulator. Terakhir rekumbulator bro. Mana ada rekumbulator? Gak ada anjir. Jedusor pakai apa Jedusor? Oh yang bakar-bakar ya?
pair
Oh,
of
udah dapat
Zeds
revenge dia.
ended up getting picked up as Sona, pair of Poppies
Kurang berapa
as
revenge-nya?
well,
Kurang
and
2.
two Ezreals. A lot of pairs found, but no completed units towards UA. Does look like it will be the Poppy headliner though, is being played around.
He's taking down his gold all the way to 0. We'll see if he can maintain the 11 win streak as a massive way of continuing that gold injection. Just that win streak goal itself looks to be massive.
Yang telah merelakanmu.
We're starting to see the units coming to place and set up to full itemization at the edge of night. It's on the opposite side from Scapare, so we haven't seen a ton of. Has brought out the hologram board, but not the hologram board which we've seen a few times before.
I'm curious about the Giant Slayer on the Zed. I would have really liked to see the Infinity Force on the Zed and Giant Slayer on the Ezreal instead, but I am sure that Zed knows a lot better than me how to itemize these units coming into a round where he needs to win.
Oh, jadi ini alasan lu ngerank kompe Mister. Ya, selain itu juga buat ngisi rank, buat ngisi rank. Buat ngisi live streaming kan. Nah, aku nggak ada konten apa-apa gitu guys. Sama gamenya juga gua suka. Anjir, revenge-nya ditahan bro, kejam banget bro. Anjir, masih ngurusin board sendiri aja masih ini loh guys. Ngurusin board lawan loh ditahan anjir.
This is starting to look tragic. Of course, the risky play, it's an all or nothing kind of combo that we've seen fail a lot this weekend.
I just
KL-nya dibuang dia.
Made his choice and he's going to have to live or die with it. Up against Cheche with the 3-star center. That's a player who has hit everything he's looking for. The Riven at 2-star just isn't tough enough. At least we got a last shot off, but it won't take the center down. Jejisaw going to get hit pretty hard in the face. It won't kill him, but will put him very close to it.
King Tian di bawah ngacak-ngacak anjir.
Riven off the carousel and then 8-bit Riven plus an additional Riven in this next shop, or else I think he's out of here.
Wangkai banget dia bro.
Way too hard.
Even the Riven here would not matter. He just needs the headliner at this point. It has to be 8-bit as well. We're going for the sword, trying to finish off any last items he needs. He did find a Caitlyn too early, but I don't think that'll be enough.
Wah, kesel banget sih aku kalau jadi Jedusor anjir.
Find the headliner he needs, and we mentioned it. It's a specific headliner. It's so hard to try.
Nyampe dibuang HL-nya cok.
Yeah, Jejisaw seems to be out of luck here, but
sesat guys. Tuh guys, godaan revenge begitu kuatnya guys ya. Seolah-olah tuh, wah ini bintang 3 dengan cepat guys.
Finds one Riven.
Anjir, dia nyari HL apa coy?
King Tian finds the Vex 3 Executioners pretty online, but the front line very soft for this comp.
King Tian.
Looks very much like it's going to be about 2 alongside Jedazor as they've both fallen down to 1 life. Literally just the Riven headline.
Tadi HL-nya di mana bro? Kok dibuang?
One more fight, there's one more chance.
He's facing off against Eggy, one of the strongest players in the lobby.
Wah, gagal lolos sih ini. Jedusor sih nggak lolos, Jedusor ya.
Nico holding on the fort, the Echo with the redemption walking up to heal her. The Seraphine cast, if they come through onto the Riven, she doesn't sneak into the backline either. She gets stuck on the
Jedusor sih nggak lolos ya.
The Rabbit on tech with the AP scaling, is that going to be enough? Yeah, Riven is stuck for so long.
It's big, a lot of extra damage coming through. This bonus damage on Rabadons. The cast, the dodge from the Edgelord. Is it enough? One more cast from the Caitlyn.
Sekali skill lagi.
The Riven goes down.
Anjir.
Caitlyn survives. The Rabadon's death cap. Shout out to Gangly. He knows where he is.
Oh boy, it was a
secret hidden
tech. Jejisaw lives another day, another
shot. Nggak dikunci guys.
The dream still feels so far away.
Nyari apa sih dia?
Looking at my now.
Nyari AL apa sih?
Onto the Ezreal.
Dituju nyari AL apa cok?
As well here with the Rage Blade onto him, the Poppy headliner. Very strong board for now, a 3 win streak.
And UA is finally taking a loss here on 4-5.
Wah, King Tian tusun tuh, jahat tuh guys, orang jahat begitu guys.
Level 8. Look at the board, he doesn't need to roll anymore. He's gonna keep having these Heartsteel cash outs and he can just push.
Poinnya banyak banget yang sama, 5-3.
I don't know how many rounds it's going to take to try and find the headliner, but going up against Yugal with the Ahri locked into the corner of the board.
But the Ahri's on her.
Riven just isn't strong enough. It's down to the Caitlyn by herself.
Apa dia tadi belum dapat Dael Riven ya? Kukira udah anjir. Aduh, pusing pala Berbe.
That being said, Yuzor has to be very
Gak lolos sudah tuh.
had an insane breakout since for a very young French
Di
player we've
7
seen a lot
poinnya
more
cuma
of,
2.
and what I assume will be a very long
5-5
career
nggak
TFT.
mungkin lolos.
A great top placement, not top 8 maybe, but maybe top 10, top 12 in his first ever World
Sekuat
Championship.
itu kah Riven? Enggak lah, Riven gak kuat. Kalau telat gak kuat guys. Riven itu kalau kuat udah apa poin skornya di 200-an udah kuat banget. Tapi kalau masih di bawah 200, di bawah 150 lah, masih kerupuk anjir. Bang, kok lu nggak lolos turni? Iya kalah bro. Egi kalau dia 1 atau 2 aja lolos dia. Si Egi nih.
Yeah, that's the big question is how can he actually cap this out? Usually you would say something like Sona when it was the Spellweavers, but we haven't seen Sona find very much success at all.
Mordenya keluar terus anjir.
The way to stand up to a Heartsteel board that is capping with 3 fully itemized carries already, the ability to itemize legendaries later on.
Padahal kalau lolos gue mau nyawer siap. Skor 8 bitnya berpengaruh. Pengaruh lah. Buat akumulasi itunya sih. Bonus tag damage-nya.
Maybe Eggy's plan is just to stay healthy. Maybe a second will be enough for him. We're not entirely sure on the math yet. The tiebreakers could be at 61.
Serapin, dor.
Anjir,
Serapin kuat banget ya.
And wins that mirror matchup against Senna.
Yeah, it's a really good point you call out. As much as we were talking about, hey, play for first in this game, we do know they're 53 points, right? If you get 7, it still puts you to 60. That was the initial target we put out. So there's still a chance that you can find it with that second place. As we got an Ahri now to replace the Lulu. Ahri 2 can definitely make a big difference.
Oh boy. To be in these players' shoes, to make those kind of decisions at this moment that can send you into the top 8 or away from it. Yugol, of course, yeah, we've still got to consider for our players who are trying to make it through to day 3.
Yugol poinnya 48.
Neither of them hit into the top 2.
Nih dia kalau mau lolos harus top 1. Itu pun belum tentu ya. Belum tentu lolos. Wih, disco guys. Baru lihat nih disco nih malam ini.
The direct counter to the disco board is not doing enough just yet. The Ezreal
Israelnya bintang 1. Tor. Hey.
Yeah, actually a pretty significant
kuat juga disco. Nah, si Kipeus nih udah lolos ini. 65 udah aman dia. Anjir tenang banget nih mainnya sumpah. Salut gue guys. Tadi aja game pertama dia main 6 Guardian apa ya? 6 Guardian 4 XE anjir tenang banget.
Eggy's HP buffer game plan is working out until now, but a new challenger has risen up in the HP standings.
Israelnya 2 biji anjir.
Another Heartsteel player who can continue capping on his board.
Maruk banget nih. Lawannya nggak kebagian Israel, cok.
Looks like we might have another death coming through. Scape is falling very low now, running in to that Senna, but Thresh getting one last hook before he goes down. Maybe that is enough as the Senna just
hologram dia ding. Bukan guys, sorry guys. Hologram ya. Sorry.
Oh, cast times. So Scape is out of here, but again, his job has already been done.
Top 6 sih udah lolos lah itu. 65 tambah 3, 68.
You go though with a disco board. Been relying on the last surviving member, but not good enough, I suspect.
Anjir!
Oh, wow. Okay.
That was a bigger hit than I was expecting.
We've been seeing these 1-6 popping up.
He's a tank and a DPS.
Masih ada bolanya di Sikadir terakhir.
Now at the stage 5 carousel, the key 5 pots have been instantly swiped and picked up by the first pickers, Cheche and Yugo. Zijue, Mai picking up a Steadfast, trying to make his front line just a little bit tankier, trying to solve the problem of that Seraphine damage raining down upon his tanks as those fights begin. And still win streaking as well for the Japanese player.
Yeah, Mai looking to play spoiler against these two. Eggy has now overtaken ZUA on the HP, but we do know that ZUA should be pushing to level 9, and here it is. Another Heartsteel cash out on the way as well, but the roll down has not netted enough, I don't feel. There's not a lot of legendaries being hit.
That is real.
No Lowy, no Diggs, no Jin.
No Ezreal 2-star either.
This is a little bit
Missed
sad.
everything, actually.
Especially with the Bruiser Emblem, you really want to have the Alawi, I assume, to try and fit in the 4 Bruiser to have that extra bit of tankiness. But also no R2 for Eggy, so, you know, hands being shaken across the board, no one's hitting anything.
And everyone's spending every piece of money they've got available. There's barely any gold left in the lobby at all, even while the HP totals at the top are more substantial. We do get to see our two players whose dreams are big going face to face.
ZUA versus Eggy. Both of them really want this fight when the other person is still contesting them on points. You want to be trying to drop them as early as possible. Try and make sure that the spot can be yours. And it looks like right now Eggy does have the stronger board. Poppy trying her best.
Wah, Eggy 4 besar sih ini guys.
Eggy holding on to this HP lead. As Mai finally loses a fight, which is incredibly important here.
That being said, still cash outs coming.
Bendera apa
Talking about the
tuh?
capping nature of this Heartsteel board. The Lucian has been found. The Jazz Emblem
dapat chest anjir.
Needs player. And talking about capping your board, that's exactly what he needed.
Wow, that extra dose of power the bar.
Ganti AL kah?
It means we're going to be having ourselves Jazz 4 in the mix, and you can see there's a lot of traits.
TB-nya nggak ada ya?
Yeah, it is a massive way to cap out. In fact, maybe the highest way to cap out.
Oh my goodness!
Wah, anjir.
Ezreal 2, stack 2 up against the Disco Enjoyer, who will enjoy no
Wah,
longer.
Jess.
L, actually, in this one, because I feel like
Wah, jadi debu ini diskonya anjir.
Oh boy, these are the
Serosot.
moments makings of a potential champion.
Jadi debu disco, bro.
This ball coming together at speed. We check across the rest of the field. Of course, we're looking to see if there will be any
Serapinya
further
masih-
pushes towards elimination. As Mai is almost, but not quite dead.
That's a cash out.
Mai is next.
That's
We
a
just saw the
cash
cash out from
Jangan
Sumo.
kendor,
We saw
Gi,
the
Eggy.
upgrade. Maybe Mai can also
Reroll
find
terus,
what
Gi.
he needs to continue capping on
Jangan kendor, Gi.
Contesting Eggy and Zijue for the win. Playing spoiler, Japanese player trying to finish on a high in this game 12.
Iggy still able to keep these wins up on the 1-star Ahri, so at least he has kind of a ways to go. But the Heartsteel players have much higher caps. And
Saru
honestly,
banget
for Iggy,
PP-nya.
he's hoping that this game
PP-nya
tries
siapa
to
yang
end
Saru?
even faster. He's hoping everybody starts falling off, and that ZUA cannot find even further
Oh,
hits to
itu
get
iya.
there. But the last time Iggy fought against that board, it was significantly weaker than it is now.
Still saving a little bit of money. We'll find a little bit more courtesy of the round. We have got a little bit more itemization to put together for the Ahri on the back line.
Gonna try and roll
Dari
for
Ahri.
He can't go 9. He thinks there's not enough time.
Ih,
Gonna roll for Ahri.
keluar mulu akalinya.
A sad roll on up until now, especially compared to his opponent Jiwei, who found so many big upgrades. The Lucian, the Zac, and the Ezreal. And Alawi
finds Alawi
2
too.
has been found. Stark contrast between these two roll downs.
Harinya nggak ada aja.
There's no money left on the coffers there. And yeah, no RE2 despite the world of trying.
Oh, and he's going to leave his death blade behind.
Jadi perhitungan hitungnya mas lawan Susaria.
There we go,
Betul.
that's good.
There's no scarier sight than Alawi with a saxophone when you're trying to go first in this
Kalah
game.
sih sama
Number
True
6,
Damage
the
ya,
left
KDA
side
ya.
there just looks like a dominant win. And Eggy on the right, the Seraphine already being crowded. The Senna
Tor,
comes through.
tor,
The AoE damage,
tor.
the Seraphine cannot out-heal. And that's
Wah,
gonna
siapa
be a
yang
loss
tusun
for
tuh?
Eggy, who has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
Kalah kan
Mai
KDA-nya.
seemed like the only person that potentially could slow ZUA down, but now ZUA has taken care of that. Now he just has to push through the rest of these boards.
Where's
and
the
no one
Ahri?
is really threatening to cap it out.
Can someone answer my question? Where is this Ahri? He's used so much gold to try and find it.
Oh, Yudol dusun Yudol, nggak lolos Yudol. Nah, ini penentuan banget guys. Top 1 kemungkinan masih bisa ada harapan lolos ya. Yang top 1 ya.
He can hang on for that second place, though we know that potentially the cutoff is still doable.
Amin kalau nyari ke dari roll, akhirnya nyari di 5 kah? Di 5 bisa, tapi kemungkinan masih kecil. Di 6 udah paling bagus. Cuma kalau di 5 ya mau coba ya nggak apa-apa. Cuma jangan terlalu komit. Anjir kuat banget udah Jess-nya bro.
A big loss for Cheche
Waduh.
and a big loss for Eggy as well. Chinese players running away with this lobby.
Wah, udah ini guys. Nggak ada apotek ini guys, chase-nya guys. Egi ada kans nggak? Ada sih, tapi harus top 1. Masalahnya tadi 8 besarnya aja itu 5 berapa tadi? 59 56 apa 57 gitu.
17 HP versus 10 HP. The dream could die right here up against UA and the board made of nightmares. The Seraphine is going to be able to cast into the pit clump in the center. But we can see Nico just can't hold on against the tankiness of the Poppy.
Bunuh Ilawi aja nggak bisa Seraphine-nya. Waduh, double kill ini. Oh enggak. Ya, Egi 3 coy. Ya.
Don't tell me there's an Ari on this carousel. Okay, at the very least, you won't have to live that down, but the missing Ari, it'll be a question that'll be on Eggy's mind for such a long time.
Ada orang Indo nggak bang? Itu si Egi kayaknya. Orang Indo apa orang Singapura gitu guys.
Away from having a massive spec on your board, chasing it for 2 stages and not finding it in the end.
Sometimes fate just isn't on your side on this day.
Mana caranya menang ini true damage? Weh, Lucian 2 anjir.
Sometimes it rains and it pours Cass over the just and the unjust. That is going to be a huge step forward.
Yeah, able to find the Lucian, so even if GUA loses this one round,
gagal maning Egi.
Will not stop the power train here, being able to pick up even more. One more fight for GUA to lock in the best possible chance at making that top 8.
The split front line buying time with the Z.
CHL cost 2-nya di 570. Kalau cost 2 HL enggak 70 koreksi ya. Di 6 itu 75.
Dominating win from Jiwei who again from stage 6 onward hit up.
CC sih susah ya 49 ya.
The Jazz emblem, the upgrades on both the Alawi and the Ziggs. My goodness.
Ini nambah 8 61.
I mean, honestly, this has to be the expected outcome.
Si CC 49 tambah 7 56. Jauh banget anjir. Tinggal yang lainnya gimana coy?
I mean, this was the point in the tournament where you get all the heartbreak really comes together for the players who can't make it.
Cina sih kayaknya ada 2 orang ya di final ya. Harusnya ya.
When we return, we shall find out for sure who will be playing tomorrow for the title of global champion and who will just miss out. Stay tuned, we'll be back.
Harapannya Egi sih tadi sih. Egi tadi kan posisi 9 tuh. Kalau dia di 1 boosting poinnya gede banget.
She's almost dead. Look at this clear from the edge. Dominating win from Jiwei who again from stage 6 onward hit upgrade after upgrade after.
Milala masuk nggak? Nggak tahu nih round terakhirnya si Milala top berapa? Tadi terakhir sih dia masuk 8 besar ya. Kalau dia bisa di 4 besar aja kemungkinan lolos. Tapi kalau udah keluar 4 besar sih kayaknya enggak sih. Yang udah jelas lolos kan si Dresser sama si itu tadi. Siapa tuh? Si Skepaus. Ntar guys nunggu hitungan poinnya ya. Habis itu kita main. Aduh besok nggak bisa lihat finalnya lagi guys. Nggak bisa nobar final besok. Ada acara. Bang, mana bang? Update bang. Update klasemen bang.
With the 12th and final game, the stakes were as high as they could have been as we look towards our top 8 players that get a chance to move forward to Championship Sunday. I am back on the desk with Makes, Clement, and Kupeson to talk through that action in that final game while we tally the scores and see which 8 players that is going to be. But when we take a look at that final lobby, we got a chance to follow the storyline of 3 players that had a shot of doing well and making it through. And boy, were we treated to a great game.
Yeah, to start off, I think Zire was the one that coasted with 100 HP to 4-5, and he knew the conditions to play Heartsteel. Got as many items as he could from buried treasures and then through the Triforce, and he also hit an Urgot 2 on stage 3 that really sent him all the way. He kept 5 Heartsteel in for all of stage 4 and then got 2 really good tomes.
The other story, that possibility to get to the day 3 was Jidesuo. He tried to play around the ribbon, but actually it was pretty tough on him. He got the ribbon early, but he didn't got the headliner, so it was a tough game for him. He couldn't make it to day 3.
Yeah, Eggy also had a great performance there as another player that could make it forward to that final lobby. And so as we look at how those scores end up actually shaking out, we can walk through some of those moments from that final game. And just where these players tried to go in terms of their direction to try to get those first places. And the ribbon that you called out, that was a really great place for Jidesuo to try to find that win, right?
It was, but it didn't work out, right? You saw one roll
Sekepeus
down
tadi
after
di
another,
5
just
nambah
ending in
4
absolute
misal.
tragedy, and you could see it on his face, even just
69.
knowing that everything falls and
Si
stands
Reo
with
tadi
finding that free
53 nambah 8
didn't come online.
Itu masih
and that
jauh,
was
guys.
basically everything there. I do want to shout out Ugol though, because I think his board
Udah
was
ini
pretty
degree
creative and
juara,
quite
bukan
cool
juara
with running
bro.
that twisted
Itu
fake
diambil
there. I
1
will say I
sampai
don't like
8
disco, but
doang
I thought this
buat
was fun.
final.
Yeah,
Belum
no one
juara
else was
belum.
playing it there, and I did like he held on to
Kalau top
all
1
the
iya,
transitions,
tapi
which
belum
is exactly
juara.
how we saw Weird
Finalnya
get
kan
top
besok.
3 from it, but unfortunately, I don't
Ini
think it was
diambil
able to
8 besar
carry
doang
him
dari
across
12
the big
match.
80 flex boards, which there were a lot
12
of them
match kan kemarin
inside
udah
this
6
lobby.
match, udah 6
The last
round.
battle was mostly between Cheche and
Ini
ZUA.
hari ini 6
They were
round
playing
juga
a
gitu.
Very, very high level comp and very capped ZUA. Like we were talking,
Jadi-
he got Heartsteel, 5 Heartsteel from almost the beginning of the game, and consistently he was cashing out, getting more resources, and really getting to a very, very capped board.
Nggak orang-orang pakai HL HL Poppy kok gigi-gigi banget ya guys. Gua pakai HL Poppy kok bosok banget ya, kenapa ya?
Against all the AoE, he had his 2 big tentacles in the middle and then had everything in this last 2 rows to make sure that those were targeted first, and then his Zed could sneak into the backline.
But also from
NA kayaknya bisa masuk 3 sih NA sih.
Sorry, but we kind of have to call that one out.
Kalau Cina kayaknya 2. Kayaknya 2 ya.
I'm a big tome hater for Heartsteel catch-outs, especially on stage 4 when you only have 2 jazz. It usually kills your momentum, but he got the good ones in the Bruiser and the jazz. I admit it.
Okay, okay. I mean, there's also ways to make the disco work, so we're starting to figure out the secrets to success.
Mainkan sabar bro. Sabar bro, kita lihat klasemen dulu bro.
Speaking of suspect spots, I feel like we should call out
Aku buka dulu ya.
I was telling you guys, we saw him play hologram with a different comp than Lulu before. He was running Senna in our regionals on the hologram. This time
Malam
around,
Fire
opting for a higher cost unit and trying to play a comp that you, Clement, described as windshield wiper.
Exactly. We saw this in South
Exactly.
In his hologram Ezreal, you have 2 on opposite sides of the map shooting across, and you can delete enemy front lines. It was a cool idea, but you know, Skipeus was already in. I'm sure he was having a bit of fun.
Okay, but I look at that and hear what you say, and I go, budget Lux? Like, Lux could be the budget Ezreal in this case, just like AP?
I will say we did not see a single Lux reroll this entire tournament so far. So, you know, maybe.
It's also called windshield wiper, not windshield laser necron.
Ah, you're right. You're right. Okay, Aphelios then.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, we also did, just over the course of the day, get a chance to celebrate the community interesting boards on top of that. And I'm wondering if you could share your favorite moment of just today.
Coba sambil ini ya.
I will say my favorite moment was that last game, because while we were watching this game, I was also watching Malala, who was playing a very crazy game, staying 100 HP for an insane amount of time, and continuously listening to Taylor Swift.
The biggest Swiftie. This is Malala's Super Bowl, so actually I think it works out quite nicely.
For me, it's a second shout out to Skiteos. It's amazing the way he creatively makes boards. He played KDA again. So on yesterday, he was using a lot of the Ari Warrior comp, and now he's actually playing Seraphine 3-star bot, voting for her at level 8, like using first the tempo, going for the Ari, and then the Wingmore on a later stages, now with the hologram. So the capacity he has of being a creative player, but actually performing well while being creative, for me is amazing.
That creativity has been awesome to see Scapeus find, and so many others. Scapeus was confirmed already a part of the top 8 heading into this final game alongside Degree, but who is joining them? We are only one way to find out, and that's
Ini poinnya nih. Ya, kejauh gak lolos.
17th through 32nd. There is
Ini yang gak lolos.
54
udah gak lolos ya.
prize pool on the line, but you know all these players want to.
I do want to command all of the players and kind of give
Ih, Sabun nggak lolos, Sabun.
as well as they could and as well
Di
as
shop
they
nggak
did.
lolos,
I think,
anjir.
like you said, Uka, we saw a lot of cool comps come out, and even though they will always be frustrated with not making it to the top 8, those are the 32 best players in the world.
I really think there was a lot of disappointment from some of the Western fans. Dissoap and Salvi definitely were one of the biggest names coming in from Western regions. Also, Qingtian was the first seed from China as well. None of them making it in just means that
Layer satunya
legacy still has more chapters to go.
Adding to that group, obviously, we have Bintium that got a great performance and also didn't make it to day 3.
Well, while we do have these players sadly getting sent home, on this next page we get to celebrate the 8 players that are moving forward, and
Lah, Milala lolos.
finishing out the day.
Wah, Egi nyesek banget tuh. 59 anjir. Wih, Ryu tadi tuh yang wah, Cinanya 3 biji anjir, nggak seru banget, Cok. Cina 3 biji, NA sebiji, Jepang sebiji, Latam sebiji. Bentar bang, EMEA sebiji. EMEA itu Eropa ya. Cinanya 3 biji, anjir. Dia nyesek banget nih 60 nih. Egi tadi kalau juara 1 bisa lolos nggak ya? Tadi Egi di 3 kan, kalau juara 1 dia nambah 2 kan. 61 bisa lolos sih guys, karena ini Ryunya nggak top 1 kan, otomatis kan lolos tadi kalau Egi juara 1. Ente Egi, ente. Udah balik main bola lagi Egi. Egi MP bro. Jadinya Egi MP. Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Udah gantian dong kami.
That's worth fighting.
Kau bunuh dia, sesuatu yang ku sebut itu cinta. Ini biasanya kalau habis lihat turnamen kayak gini langsung top 1 guys. Itemnya burik tapi ya, nggak jadi top 1 bro. Chinese Titan, Twin Terror, hologram. Much progress. Starter kitnya dibuang kah buat intere? Boleh. Slot 5. Anjir kartus. Kartus menggoda. Main ripin kah guys? True damage, true damage. Ada 8 bitnya bro. Per 20. Cium dulu sini. Mau bobo cium dulu sini. Aksa. Kabur ya, mau dicium kabur ya. Kita interesin dulu aja lah guys. Bingung gua. Anjir dapat packnya udah banyak amat nih butuh. Super fan.
Wait, hold up. We didn't pay for this.
Monster. Armakis. Penta. Anjir malah dapat Heartsteel bro. Pakai dulu dah. Dikasih Apelios mulu ya. Posok banget guys. Tinggal 39 jir. Ah! La 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 na na na. Tahan gak tuh ke 7? Nggak tahu nih. Biarin aja tadi, nggak usah pakai AL ya. Nggak ngaruh juga. Anjir crowd diver bro. Armaki sih harusnya lumayan ngaruh lah ya. Dia dapat final reserve sih. Menang tuh kan. Revenge. Kocak. Kowe ini si cire. Anjir, ada main netgate juga guys. penta, bajingan. Bajingan mas suruh main penta, bro. Tapi kasih morda, dikasih kail anjir. Pandora lagi. Udah nekat dah. Kita tanggung bro, bintang 3-in semuanya aja lah ya. Nah, dapet tuh. Lupa, aduh nggak dibuang dulu. Salah guys, itemnya masih di Yono. Kocak. Ini udah B2 ya? Nice, murda 3. Aduh, dukung dulu. All in, all out. Cuma percuma ya mas progresnya ya. Nggak ada progres anjir. Mat progresnya nggak ada progres guys. Nyalain ground buat Yono paling, aduh ngapain. Nggak ada yang bisa diganti. Oh bisa diganti ini sih, bisa sih. Mas progresnya udah gak ada progres anjir. Konyol. Ribet nih Poppy-nya nih anjir. Top 4 gak sih? Gak tahu. Kaila 3 nggak ada item. Aduh, kena nggak tuh? Oh nggak kena. Kena ding anjir. Aduh, oleng. Kaila Guinzo. Aduh, final research dia. Ngaruh bang, nggak ngaruh bang. Udah level 9 gua, guys. Bangke lah. Hai. Kena nggak tuh? Kena Kaila dulu anjir. Buat apa ya? Yo, ganti ini nggak ngaruh. Aduh, mati. Ai, kena set coy. Ah, bangke lah. Tabrak set anjir. Wangi bet, wangi dari Hongkong. Kalah sama set bro, Riven bro. Ini. Nah, pinter banget dah. Ih, demen banget gua Rivenku begini anjir. Udah jangan bengong, pukul lagi. Nah, pinter. Demen banget gua, guys. Nggak bisa dihadepin sama siapa? Sama Z anjir. Aduh, kena Riven langsung. Fan, kartus fan. Nah, kayak aku pakai joystick ya anjir. Ini Rivennya nurut guys. GG guys, 4 besar guys. Aduh, salah. Sena pen, aduh, ente guys. Senanya nggak mati anjir. Anjir. Anjir, Zednya belum mati. Ente dah. Top 3 lah, not bad. Wow, kalah juga anjir. Sama atas menang gue ya. Gunblade gacor. Anjir, tadi kalau kok nggak pakai itu aku udah slot 10 guys. Match progressku anjir. Cuma tadi posisinya emang harus pakai itu ya, karena duit kita kurang, cok. Tadi antara milih prismatik sama Armakis tuh. Kalau kita pilih prismatik oke, cuma Omnifarmnya kurang banget. Lumayan lah. 7 slot guys. Untung aja Hitmorde sama Rifbik itu. Early-nya terlalu bonyok tadi sih guys. Gara-gara nyari HL nggak dapet. HL. Lumayan not bad lah ya. Kos 2 reroll. Kyle sama itu. Kyle, Sena sama Serapin sekarang. Tapi tetap ada flag kalau jadi. Iya. Let's go. Aduh, demonnya banyak banget anjir. Kenapa nggak bisa nobar? Itu pengajian ini, pengajiannya anakku. Imtihan akhir sana. Paling nonton di HP doang dah. Ya kiainya kiaiku juga gitu guys. Kiainya anakku tuh kiaiku juga. Pas maleman live, gak tahu, tergantung pulangnya jam berapa. Kalau pulangnya jam 12 sih kayaknya enggak deh. Soalnya nggak enak juga kan kalau nggak datang. Masa anaknya tampil, orang tuanya nggak ada. Ya ada istri cuma kan kasihan. Tadinya kalau gak usah diomongin lah. Ih, showtime ya? Oh iya, showtime bro. This is showtime bro. Showtime bro. %. Low interest, showtime, disco. Mau ngomong apa? Nggak ngomong apa-apa. Tadinya kalau lolos itu apa namanya, Nusantara Cup. Tadinya mau pengajiannya maleman gitu, datang jam 11 gitu guys. Mau ini nggak lolos ya udah datangnya dari awal gitu. Nama industri aja guys. Ini lama banget gua nggak main open begini. Dorong lagi. Bikin kopi lagi apa ya? Berarti di 7 udah bisa nyari Israel, bro. Di 7 udah ada Israel guys, harusnya guys. Kalau hoki, ya kalau hoki. Kalau nggak ada ya Z lah. Banyak kos 4-nya. Mamam lu. Sok-sokan lu mau ngepur gua. Ternyata ada versi sedih lagu Trade TXT. Hah? Versi sedih gimana? Pas banget anjir. Di 8 udah ada Lucian min. Iya tapi kecil banget 2%.
Battle is a dance, and the fortunate find their path.
B2 anjir. Piano board tuh sebelum Kersup. Augment apa? Kalau kalah dapat gold 2. Kalau kalah 4 kali dapat komponen. Tiap kali kalah dapat tuh. Nah, gold 2. Ini 4 kali kalah udah dapat itu. Ngapain gua pasti pakai ini? Tuh jadi blue buff lagi. Banyak banget, bro. Anjir, segampang itu dapat revenge. Aduh, nggak ada persiapan, guys. Revenge menggoda, iya anjir. Tuh pelan amat sih, anjir lah. 68 bit pakai spatula. Iya, tapi telat lah, bro. Percuma juga ini showtime, guys. Rugi banget sih kalau mau pakai AL revenge. Keluar lagi bajingan gitu. Asu. Oke. Kartusnya banyak amat. Ada disco ya. Dragon Clawin kita, guys. Buff Ngapain guys? Kiri-kirinya Gas country anjir, itu country. Nggak ada AL juga tuh. Kita ke 8 aja lah ya. La la la. La 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 la. La la la. Nah, tuh dapet. Delapan. Dead jet baby. Bapak. That's just baby. That's just baby. Anjir udah dapet jin. Udah dapet legend anjir. Kesukaan lu bang. Ente lah. Ah, ini udah dapat zig. Gas mencari Lucian. Sabar. Tuh 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Baru 6 trade ya. Yo ampun, dapat saya item doang. Capeknya bro. Cuma saya excite lagi guys. Aduh, J-nya free hit asu. Bangkit. Combo apa? Chess? Kambing. Ah, ente sini guys. 72 ya. Keluar nggak ya? Duitnya nggak ada bro. 9 lagi. Oh ada ding. Aduh. Oke Yori. Kurang Heartsteel Crowdiver. Heartsteel Crowdiver. AS masukin biji bang udah. Gajian nih. Nggak ada TP anjir. Duh, nekat bro. Salah bener Yorick guys. Aduh tergoda anjing. Gak ada TB nya asu. Aduh salah bro. Udah bener ya Yorick, aduh. Atailah. Tergoda jin gua. TB-nya nggak ada guys, masalahnya anjir. Kakak capek. So time. Udah dapat Lucian malah guys ya. Godaan Jin bikin gak tahan. Kalau Lucian ambil. Lucian pun tadi kalah guys. Kalau posisi begitu nggak ada TB-nya. Butuh TB tadi, bukan butuh hitter. Hitternya udah cukup. Tambahan Lucian kan tadi kan. Turut 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 turut. Prismatic Symphony lagi. Krep kematian anjir. Turut 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 turut.
For beauty.
Tuh nyangkut satu nih. Begitu dalamnya aku terjatuh. Kesalahan rasa ini. Best friend. Laser. Yuk 3 biji bro. Ape woi. Ntar guys, kencing dulu guys. Tuhan, jagalah jiwa raganya. Ripin. Mau nyicil Ripin ke guys.
Fear not.
How should I proceed?
Ada surat. Ntar guys, ku buka dulu ya guys. 8G big shot. Pang. Sembilan silver lagi yuk. Tini Titan bro. Martin. Ini kurang apa gua? Lifesteal kurang anti-sisi ya. Tuh 2, 3, 4. Tolol. Kambing capek gitu. Capek. Gaylord Caitlyn. Ntar bro, ini mau pakai Yono kah? Pergi. Anjir, fake-nya B3. Gak ada yang pick revenge ya. Aduh, lupa guys. Ya Allah, belum dikeluarin. Salve Queen. Ngeri sih ini. Balu. Yuh. Sumpah pelit banget, yakin lah. Udah males gua. Gaylord Z ngeri loncat-loncat. Loncat dan menghilang, bro. Tiga dua masukin. Pentanya belum ada ya. Ngeri nih akhirnya anjir. Mati bro sama Agri bro. Tuh. Aduh, Riven gua oleng, Riven oleng. Kalinya oleng gitu loh, nggak tahu jalan loh anjir. Eron itu ya monster ya? Oh belum, kira udah. Kira kepiting kematian udah bro. Masih 47 ya. Aduh, ada Dragon Claw anjir. Terapin dulu dia. Halo call minum. Aduh, ngumpulin guys. Nafek lanjut.
Such bravado.
Ngeribet Z8 Galor. Edganya pindah ke Kiana. Mana Kiana? Mana Kiana? Sofian, gak ada Kiana. Suruh pindah ke Kiana, anjir Kiananya gak ada cok. Hai. Gak ada Kiana, suruh pindah ke Kiana loh. Kukira gue yang ngantuk guys. Tut. Ini sih tabrakin aja ya. Tuh JFK bisa nggak dapat itu kayaknya tadi diambil dulu. Anjir nggak kuat lawan Z bro. Lawan Z lawan siapa? Urgot. Sedang mengapel. Ntar kita lihat lagi guys. Repairnya mati, masih ada set. Setnya satset ini setnya bro. Aduh, pas hidup setnya anjir. Ada lulu. Ribet banget tuh lulu guys. Depanin aja, depanin kena serapin mati juga itu guys. Iya, randir sebelah salah bro. Nah lo. Nah lo. Ini pakai apa nih? KDA ya? Ah, nggak selamat tuh Seraphine tuh. Dia pakai itu ding ya? Akali ya? Akali kuat sih. Siapa Neko? Anjir, Neko kuat juga, bro. Tusuk nih. Mau gue katain dia, anjir. Udah offline dulu. Aduh, salah guys. Mode makrib. Oh, KDA-nya ada 2 anjir. Itu yang atas yang kuat guys. Muter-muter Z. Revenge-nya bisa-bisanya dia. Oh, tapi kena Ari ding. Oh, gampang ya? Mirror ya? Ah iya, mirror anjir. Kurbotnya kalah lawan KDA, bro.
Prefer this to desk duty.
Ah, ini lurus anjir. Set mau Caitlyn 3, yuk. Oh, dia mau Ahri ya. Cash out tuh bang. Oh iya, cash out ya. Anjir, nggak ada biji 8 bit bro. Kalau ada cash out guys. Anjir. Oh, masih ada cheat. Masih ada cheat. Masih ada cheat. Oh, set baru sekali. Bangke PHP Catherine anjing. Lima penta bisa sih. Repen gua masih hidup. Asu. Astagfirullah. Pakai anak acara kutukan segala anjir. Ganti aja lah ya, reforger ya, reforger aja dah. Siapa tahu bisa 8 bit guys. Iya reforger aja, reforger. Tabar.
Shadows into the spotlight.
Hear that?
Akhir.
It's the end.
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight.
Wah, lope malah anjir.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Anjir satu lagi, bro. Alamak. Aduh, nggak positioning lah, cok. Enteng nggak nih, cok? Lope iya. GG bang, ngaketilin 3, iya. Nggak dapet tadi dari itu. Gitu-gitu mau bawa lope-lope kemenang. Kagak ngaruh anjir. Meski 6-8 bit ya baru cash out min. Iya, maksudnya kan mending kalau keluarnya langsung duplikat. Ngetilinnya langsung bintang 3. Iki ripeng. Tapi setnya bantu banget sih tadi ya. Kalau nggak ada set mungkin udah kalah guys. Emang tadi lulunya kalah ya? Enggak, menang guys. Lawan monster kan? Menang anjir. Menang, kocak menang. Menang, bro. Kok satu reroll menangis arena grab ref. Yanto kuat kan? Oh Yanto nggak kuat bro. Tanpa kelingan. Kalah yang main Lulu tadi, yang menang yang Serapin Afri. Iya ada Lulunya juga kan Fahmi? Tuh pakai 5 spellware kocak. Kabeh kenangan sing tau dilakoni, kebayang-bayang nganti ke ngimpi. Ada Lulunya juga. Iya ada Lulu juga itu, maksudnya ada Lulu juga. Kan lu tadi ngomongnya kalah. Yang pas terakhir kan tinggal 2 doang. 2 orang. Yang kalah itu yang 7 KDA. Yang 5 spellware menang. Waduh, puja telur kematian malah guys. Prismatic finale. Puja telur kematian bro. Aku udah live berapa jam nih? Jam 7 nyampe jam udah 7 jam guys. Tuhan kirimkanlah aku kekasih yang on 3. Main apa? Kita mau main apa? Itemnya bosok sekali. Ani reroll. Males. Males main ani males. Tut. 04 level 4 20% ya. Panik aja. Panik. Sumpah berisik banget, yakin lah. Alay banget, sumpah alay. Biasa aja, keles. Augment duplik, guys. Augment duplik. Bukan.
Decide my fate.
La 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 Nunggu penta satu nongol kagak ada, bro. Alhamdulillah. Tanpa kelingan, tapi kenangan cinta dilakoni. Neko. Yo lagi wingi awak dhewe 30% di import. Di 5 33%. Aduh, ada eroge lagi. cek ombak kan. Mau cek ombak lagi? Nah, pentain dulu guys. Stick and Sanders. Kaya lagi wingi awak dhewe Eswin, kagak ada Eswinan bro. Kartus. Genarnya di mana ya? Dua empat. Udah level 8 ini. Metal hit, bro. Anjir, pecah guys, anjir. One hit top. Teori Morda melindungi Kyle. Copas tadi, guys. Crowdiver ya. Gak ada AP ya. Ini bisa. Ini ngapain nih? Hitnya, serialnya anjir. Pakai kali ya kalau dapet. Belum dapet. Belum reroll juga sih. Israel Morello bagus kok. Israel Morello mungkin nggak dapat red buff dia pakai Morello bro. Nggak ada trade KDA atau true damage yang aktif kali muncul. Bakal trade apa? Bakal trade apa ya? Tapi kan kalau misal munculnya trade true damage bisa jadi KDA, tinggal masukin KDA aja. Nggak reroll udah bintang 2 itu nih. Aduh, senanya free hit anjir. 60 guys. Belum reroll gua nih. Si kuat lah ya. Tuh ada metal hit bro. Aduh, udah habis anti-sisinya. Bilang dulu aja Min, ya sabar. 9 nggak ada duit percuma bro. Efek metal hit anti sisi selama 12 detik sama nambah heal Iya nambah heal sama kalau ngekill tapi ya. Bintang deh.
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight.
Aduh, shade-nya tiba-tiba di tengah anjir. Tujuh penta 3 edge. Kurang kali. Sumpah dah. Anjir, Sena cok. Jadinya pakai Ari dulu. Ini gua kali nggak nongol-nongol. Aduh. Ntar aku mundurin ke sini ya. Kilau buat nutupin sih ya. Ntar lawan apa gitu. Ah, ribet, ada poki lagi anjing. Ya Allah.
We are not one soul. We are many.
You hear that? It is the end.
Senanya naik anjir. 2, 3, 1. Anjir kurang, Cok. Wah, ekonya B3 su. Ente bro. Ekonya B3 tiba-tiba. Ente. Ente bro. Ekonya itu ekonya bintang 3. Kebanyakan absolut sih ya. Harusnya mordoku bintang 3 juga harusnya, guys. Ntar guys, cari cemilan guys. Onik kalah ya, Onik ya. Hmm, 3-1 anjir. Menang kah? Oh, kalah. Kalah. Cuan tapi ya. Buru jadi Lucian dulu. Makan apa? Cemilan. Alhamdulillah. Lumayan nahan juga nih si Nami. Next round juga udah nggak kuat itu Nami Mister. Iya ganti loh. Round monster dibuang ntar. Kylie-nya keluar mulu. Anjir. Atarnya udah bintang 22 biji. True damage ya. Wih, Evelyn 3 anjir. Ngeri. Teres lagi, bro. La 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 la. Ini upload pun gak rugi guys. Makin banyak champion kita kan semakin gede chance-nya buat dapet gold kan. Construct. Kill dapat gold, di kill dapat gold. Round monster sudah round 7, udah level 7 nih harusnya. Redbot, Winsor.
Come at me.
That's about the human snores.
Tabrakin Evelyn anjir. Dua, empat. Dua puluh. Dah, rebut gua. Pakai Nasur. Ini aku nggak komit ke Sena. Ntar ganti. Nyari Heartsteel ntar. Anjir. Item defense-nya nggak ada nih. Tuh pedang lagi cuy. Akumulator. Siap. Ini ganti aja lah ya. Sak. Jasnya belum nyala, iya. Belum nyala jasnya. Ini nggak perlu sih ya. Sudah bruiser guys. Alhamdulillah. Cirinya aku buang aja nih kayaknya guys, anjir. Lah ngebug. Mending nabung, siap. Nabung darah tinggal 40, depannya si kerupuk begini suruh nabung anjing. Kocak. Ini aja masih kalah bro, suruh nabung bro. Masukin Heartsteel guys. Turut. Anjir langsung multi. Ini penentu kemenangan terus dari tadi tuh. Penentu kemenangan terus, mau ku lepas. Sayang penentu kemenangan terus dari tadi. Yo Allah, sama Kaisa kalah, kotak. Sama Kaisa kalah anjir. Puluh ya, 2 round kuat lah ya. Cina B2 anjir. Setnya Titan. Nggak jadi mati asu setnya. Anjir. Nggak jadi mati bro setnya bro. La 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 la.
This to death duty.
Dance in the moonlight.
Ya Allah bosoknya guys. Ah motor ujian kunci. Di absen anjir sama kali. Masya Allah. Innalillahi. Oh, Lucianya B2 dia. Ah, motor kena set anjing. Kocak. B1 semua, guys. Ente lah. Di jam 3 guys, udah dulu lah ya. Thank you semuanya udah nonton. Terima kasih, lanjut besok guys. Thank you.